Hey, Yekcyr.
They said that the Messiah was nothing but a friend of sinners, prostitutes. If he was on the earth today, they would call him a thug. They would call him a nigger. Because that's who he came from amongst. He rose from out of the ghettos of Nazareth. But listen to what happened to the Messiah, because John chapter 19 verse 30, when he was getting lynched, it says, when the Messiah therefore had received the vinegar, he said, it is finished, and he bowed his head and gave up the ghost. So even the Messiah, the King of Kings, died like a nigger.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Yeah. Yahuwah undefeated, yeah, he sits high above. He called us chosen, but we call ourselves niggas and thugs. A reproach in the Byword nation, show us no love. And these heathens call us criminals, but we really Jacob. Prophecy coming to pass, dry bones waking up. Psalms 23, Father, please fill up my cup. Pour out the ruach of wisdom, fill your children all up. We got Stockholm syndrome, slave master all in our blood. And Yahushua HaMashiach, he the realest on earth. And the ruach of Yahuwah, it brought forward his birth. And the truth being offered, you don't want it, it hurts. Because he looks like the people who you treated the worst. He will smite our oppressors with a sword in his mouth. And no wonder the truth got you wrestling with doubt. Another innocent black man mocked, beaten and lynched. In America, the police would do the same in a pinch.
The Messiah was looked upon as a nigger of niggers. They even called him the King of the Hebrews. They didn't mean that in a flattering way. They was called, when they lynched him, they put the sign up that said King of the Hebrews. Basically, they was calling him the nigger of all niggers, is what they was calling him. Lynched, hung, just like so many other of our people. If he was on the earth today, they would call him a thug. They would call him a nigger.
Yeah. Yahuwah undefeated, yeah, he sits high above. He called us chosen, but we call ourselves niggas and thugs. A reproach in the Byword nation, show us no love. And these heathens call us criminals, but we really Jacob. Prophecy coming to pass, dry bones waking up. Psalms 23, Father, please fill up my cup. Pour out the ruach of wisdom, fill your children all up. We got Stockholm syndrome, slave master all in our blood. Yahushua the Messiah, he was sent to his sheep. And these European Christians aim to keep you asleep. White supremacy is made, this deception run deep. Yeah, they whitewash Messiah to keep you below and beneath. Black man, black woman, truly made in his image. Satan used the Caucasian just to make his own image. So he gave you white Jesus and presented his thesis. And it doesn't take a genius to see the lies that he teaches.
The same ones who they call niggers, that they celebrate our death. They celebrate us laying in the street bleeding with bullet holes. The same ones they celebrated. Just like in Revelation, it talks about the two witnesses lay dead in the streets and nobody cared about their death. But instead they celebrated the death. Just like they say every day somewhere in America, well, we need to destroy and slaughter our own lower self and wicked self. Like the Messiah said, if your right eye causes you to sin, cut it out. Not saying we do that actually or physically. It means we maintain dominance over those things that are trying to urge us to sin against the Most High. I gotta meditate on the laws and commands of Torah every day. Because meditating on those laws, it defeats the nigger in me because it forces me to think like royalty.
Hey, Yekcyr. Hey, Yekcyr.
Everywhere I look, all I see is Edom. The president's policeman, yeah, he dwells among the heathen. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Eden. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. In Babylon, America, all I see is Edom. The pale-faced demon wants to weaken with deletion. The seed of the serpent, Prophesied in Eden, when I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. Yeah, the heathens will envy, can't do nothing about it. And you jealous cause we chosen and we don't care about it. Now the truth is coming out, you was dwelling in caves, eating bloody meat, but called us all savages, slaves. And the Edomites mad, but they gonna serve Jacob. So my people can't rejoice if you really just wake up. Now you wanna call me racist cause I'm speaking the truth. Yeah, Jacob on the rise, you sold your birthright for suit. Yeah, Esau and his seed, the Neanderthal nations. And Yahuwah scattered Jacob to Neanderthal nations. Jacob have I loved, Esau I have hated. Yahuwah gon' slide for his people, we elated. Everywhere I look, all I see is Edom. The president's policeman, yeah, he dwells among the heathen. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Eden. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. In Babylon, America, all I see is Edom. The pale-faced demon wants to weaken with deletion. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Eden. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Yeah. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto, not to rob was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil. Yahushua take the wheel, put the gas to the pedal. Yeah, didn't ask to be a vessel. The heathens act friendly, see the mask of these devils. And Yahushua take the wheel, put the gas to the pedal. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. Lift your hands up higher one time. You know the devil is a liar 2 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua the Messiah 3 times. And Yahushua HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto, not to rob was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil. And Yahushua HaMashiach, he was raised in the ghetto. Yeah. And he came from the ghetto, not to rob was the slums. He was straight from the ghetto. Pharisees see the serpent of the father, the devil.
Hey, Yekcyr.
On the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah. Telling all my people that we better stop mixing. Children of Edom think they better off lynching. Caveman colonizer raped all women. How many black children are reported as missing? Pale-skinned demons always want to play the victim. Want to claim oppression benefit from the system. Deeds of their seed is laced with their venom. Recessive genes in them, I'm not talking about denim. On the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah. Black, stomping out white. They high off the meth or they snorting out white. Damn, hazy, known to get lice. Evils entice, sold at a price. Yeah. Judgment on the heathen like boom. Children of the devil like who? No. Yekcyr on the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh. Yeah.
Step. Yekcyr on the beat like. Yeah. Let the beat ride like. Yeah. Yekcyr on the beat like step. Yeah. Let the beat ride like.
Hey, Yekcyr. Hey, Yekcyr.
Yo, I rest on the 7th day as surely as a Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appeased in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't fall the ways of Edom, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yekcyr spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Hugged up with these nations, white bodied like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Ain't no new ways, doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when you Kadashi you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first, yeah. Whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy. It's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham, Yahuwah. Baruch atah King Yahusha.
Yekcyr. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's Yekcyr. It's Yekcyr. All esteem to Yahweh. Hey Yekcyr. Welcome to the show. Almost ready to go. Hit the like button for show. Yeah, you already know. Dun 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 dun. La 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 la. Hey Yekcyr. Hey Yekcyr. Hey Yekcyr. Hey Yekcyr.
All praises to Yahuwah. There we go. All praises. All praises to the highest. 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 There we go. We got it. We got it. Y'all, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what the heck happened. I don't know what happened, y'all. I don't know what the heck happened, but we are back. All praises to the highest. 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 Hey! Yada Yahuwah! All praises to the allure of Yasharal. We are here. We are here on Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom, fam. I'm so sorry about that. I don't think they want me bringing out what I'm bringing out today. What I'm bringing out today. What I'm bringing out today. They not ready. They not ready. They not ready. They not ready. Of course, the heathen's going to be mad. I'm saying technical issues and all that other stuff. But family, we are here. So Barak Yahusha. Now, we are going to get into this today. Now, I know that there is a lot of people who are new to this channel. Shout out to everybody, our recent subscribers. I think the post I've been doing promoting Black love have kind of been shared other places. People share the post and then other people see it who are Black and then they come over here. So all praises. However you came across this channel, however means you came across this channel, all praises to Yahuwah first and foremost always. Now, when you're new to somebody's channel, the first thing you want to do is familiarize yourself with their content. Now, listen, that's not an easy task here. I understand, y'all. I do so many videos, bro. So many videos, and there's so much content on here, which is why I say there's so much meat that you can find on this channel. And being that I recognize that, I'm going to say that there, you know what I'm saying, there's content that I think is worth taking a deeper look at, because we get a lot of people who come on here. They are not, you know, sure of certain things. They're they're wondering why I have some of the beliefs I do about certain things. Listen, this channel I've built this channel based upon very, 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 very in-depth and intrinsic research. So nothing I say is my opinion. All right. Nothing I say is my opinion. The Bible, I hold to the scriptural ideal of, with two or more witnesses are all matters established. And this is why I refer to myself as a minister of information. I don't like being called a moray. I don't like being called a teacher or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I teach the word of Yahuwah, but in order for me to keep my mind in a humble place, I don't like exalting myself or anything like that. The Most High has not called me a teacher, so I don't call myself that. However, I do distribute information to you. I bring out facts to you. I bring out receipts. I bring up books. I bring up literature. I bring up articles. I bring up all types of, video, scientific research, so many different elements to help present information so you can come to an understanding. I already have, right? Yahuwah revealed this to me about our enemies. And like I said, this is important for us to understand, because unfortunately, through the religion of a certain group of people, we have thought and we have been taught that we need to worry about everybody else and not our own people, when there are enemies in scripture who are still taking confederacy against you right now. All right. So I'm going to play my documentary, Esau and the Horites. To everybody who has not seen it, this is going to be your chance to see it in full. It is a 3-hour film, you know what I'm saying? But it's just enough to get through the Shabath. I will drop the link for the film if you want to watch the actual thing. Now, let me give you a little bit of a story about this movie and what I've gone through for bringing out this truth, just in case you think what I'm doing is wrong and you don't like what I'm saying. This video I originally uploaded in 2024. All right. And this was the thing that brought this channel to so many Israelites' eyes. So we got to give Yahuwah esteem for this film that he led me to make. All right. If it wasn't for this film, I mean, yeah, my channel was picking up, but this video alone shot my channel to over 1,000 literally in one night, when I was at like 700 subscribers on YouTube. This was Yahuwah, period. All right. Now, the video originally ended up hitting 100,000 views. And let me pull up the thumbnail here so you guys can see what film I'm talking about. I'm going to just pull up the visual just so y'all can see what I'm talking about and what I'm about to show you today. All right. All praises to Yahuwah. So give me a second. Let me just pull it up here. But this film, originally hit 100,000 views here on YouTube originally.
And again, keep in mind, I wasn't doing it for money. I wasn't the video was not even monetized. Okay. So I didn't make anything from it. I just want the people to wake up. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Yahuwah, you know what I'm saying? He will provide. Those who want to support will support. But this is not about money for me, which is why I'm not monetized on this platform. I'm not saying that to talk about money or nothing. I'm trying to get you to understand. I care more about the truth, bro. I don't care about monetization, bro. You know what I'm saying? I care about the truth. And, you know, people misunderstand me. So this film, Esau and the Horites, was like the first in-depth documentary I've done on this channel, and it shot my channel up. It hit 100,000 views. It hit 100,000 views within like 6 months or so of the original release of this film, which I believe I released it like March of 2024. It hit 100,000 views. There was a channel, and I'm going to say their name because they know who they are, called Crumb, like breadcrumbs, Crumb TV. They struck me with a copyright claim. All right? They struck me with a copyright claim for maybe about 30 seconds of a clip that I used that I found on TikTok. Now, here's the problem. Niggas is mad, niggas is jealous. All right, that's what happens. A black man does something and you're going to have our own people that want to be on some hater stuff. I expect the heathens to be mad, but for our own people to actually try to, like, you know what I'm saying, to feel a way about this because my video hit what it hit. You know why my video hit what it hit? Because of the Most High. It ain't me. It's him. Considering that this video is so controversial to the powers that be and what they are and what they always have been, for me to be bringing it out on a platform that hates the truth about them being revealed openly by the Israelites, it was Yahuwah that helped this video reach what it reached. Of course, it's the people. Shout out to my people who shared this video, liked the video, and got it to where it's at. But it is Yahuwah, bro. I give it all to the Most High, and I give all credit to him for that film and its success. And even what the re-upload. So I re-uploaded this at 30K right now. It's doing very, very well. You know what I'm saying? But I'm putting this out to people who don't know about this so they can share it and they can learn some truth. And stop listening to your enemies. All right? Now, before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about the beast man, okay? Or the Neanderthal, which is kind of what this whole film is really about. And it's also about Esau. So, when you're looking at scripture, you have to also take into account that there are cursed bloodlines. There's a righteous bloodline, there's a cursed one. The cursed bloodline is not connected to Adam at all. Now, there were some Nephilim bloodlines that ended up mixing into Canadic Nephilim bloodlines that ended up mixing into the Edomic bloodlines, as you can see in history, with the graping and colonization and stuff like that. So knowing that there's a wicked bloodline, it's foolish to say that this wicked bloodline will not be wiped out. And it's foolish also to say it's only one group of people. To say it's just the Revelation 2939s or just a certain type of Caucasian. No, it's all of them. Let me say it again. It is all of them. Let's just go ahead and say the Indo-Europeans. Let's just say that. Let's say everyone who comes from these Germanic, Yamnaya, colonizer tribes are all the seed of the devil. People are scared to say that because they think that, you know what I'm saying, the Most High is going to judge you because, you know, you're not being a light to the nations. But here's the thing, though. You're supposed to be a light to the descendants of Adam, not the descendants of Lucifer. The reason why the same people tell you that your bloodline doesn't matter and you being of Yahusha's stock, being of Negro stock, being of the, you know, Bantu stock. And of course, like I said, I know that there are other tribes within Africa who also connect to the Israelites, such as the Maasai and many other tribes. But listen, what I'm saying is the reason why they put so much emphasis on telling you your bloodline doesn't matter is because they are the wicked bloodline. Think about that. Like, really process that for a second. Of course, the wicked bloodline rejected of Yahuwah are going to tell you your righteous Adamic Israelite bloodline doesn't matter. And it's not about bloodline anymore. You know why? Because there's a wicked bloodline that will be wiped out. It would make perfect sense that the children of the devil would teach you in Christianity, which came from the Edomites, by the way. And I could prove that, but I don't think we got time. Matter of fact, you know what? Screw it. Why not? let me just show you this real quick. Since we're talking about Esau, Edom, I'm going to go ahead and show you Christianity came from them. It came from the Edomites. All right. I know people are like, well, Rome. Who do you think Rome is? Who do you think Rome is referred to in scripture? You feel me? So Christianity is a Edomite religion, which is exactly why them same people who created that religion want to tell you your bloodline doesn't matter. The birthright is theirs. It's Esau up to his old tricks. He's still mad about the birthright. Yes, it is spiritual. They may not be able to explain it. You may not be able to understand it. But if you got eyes to see and ears to hear, you realize what's going on right now. You see, Esau gave up his birthright, but through sour cream supremacy and exaltation of a certain group of people that he intermixed with through these Nephilim bloodlines, you can see that he has been trying to convince the world. And listen, it's like I said, it's not just the Rev 2939s. It's also the Christians. You want to talk about replacement theology? What is Christianity? They are saying they are the bride of Mashiach. Okay? So you got the Ish people saying that they are the people of, the covenant was originally made with. Then you got the Christians claiming they're the people of the renewed covenant. Then you got the Muslims over here claiming that the promise goes to Ishmael and not Isaac. Every single religion is trying to hijack your inheritance, your blessings, what Yahuwah has for you. Every single one of these religions is claiming to serve your Alua, while literally every single religion has enslaved you. Every single one. Every single one. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this piece of information, all right, about the Edomites, okay, and how Christianity came from them. So give me a second. I'm just pulling it up here, all right? But the Idumeans in Greek are referred to as the Edomites, okay? So, when you see the word Idumea, I just want to be clear what it's referring to, and I'm trying to skip over here to this video here so I can show you guys this. All right, all praises. Okay, so I'm going to start with this first piece of information. As I said, this video is just going to kind of explain the Edomites, creating this religion, and it mentions the book of Obadiah. Give me a 1 in the chat if you are familiar with the book of Obadiah. That should be every Israelite up in here. Our people, use that scripture because it is very, very prevalent, and it's very important to understand that it has not yet happened. Gentiles will tell you that Esau has already been wiped out. That is false. 2nd Ezra chapter 6 verse 9 says that Esau is the end of the world. Okay, so that means he will be ruling forever until his kingdom falls. That is the truth. All right, let's see how many people are aware of Obadiah. Yes, we all know Obadiah. Yes, all praises to the Most High. You feel me? And so that's why it's so important to understand this truth, because the Gentiles, this is another reason why they have created this rapture doctrine. You know why they created rapture doctrine? They created this rapture doctrine that JC is going to come rapture them. You know why they came up with that doctrine? They came up with that doctrine so they could avoid judgment, so they could avoid Joel, so they could avoid Obadiah, 2nd Baruch. They can avoid all of these judgments, Ezekiel, all these judgments that are coming to them. They think if they can just make up some rapture doctrine, somehow JC is just going to, come to save them, and they won't face no recompense from Yahuwah. Even though Yahuwah is an allure of recompense, they could just ignore all of that, skip all over it, and say it doesn't matter. Do y'all understand the wicked ways of Esau? They're afraid of the judgment. They know it's coming. They can feel it. They can see it. It's in the air. But their job is to gaslight the people and make them think that there is no judgment for them, and they can still just come right on in. And you ain't got to ask no questions. You ain't got to say, wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, well, you don't fit the prophecies. You are the enemy. That's what the scriptures define. How are you not the enemy? If you are the oppressor, you are the seed of the oppressor. Listen, the same people who were gathered around on Sunday to watch a Negro be hung, for the family picnic, those children that were sitting there watching it, some of them smiling and taking pictures. Bro, those are their grandfathers, great-great-grandfathers. Slavery was not that long ago, if you really think about it. Civil rights was not that long ago, if you really think about it. These are their direct descendants. These are their direct descendants, and people are sitting here acting like, oh, it's over. It's, it's this and this, that. Okay, so why are y'all still talking about Confederacy then? Why are y'all still holding up Confederate flags? Y'all tell us to get over slavery. You can't get over losing your slaves. Let's not be hypocrites here. Let us not, family, let us not be hypocrites. Well, not y'all, but just the people who you know, got a problem with everything I'm saying. Let's not be hypocrites here, because that is exactly what you guys are doing. Exactly. So I'm trying to find this this section here, because this is kind of important in understanding. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm on the wrong video. Actually, this one right here. This one. Okay. So I'm gonna play just a little bit of this video. This is from my Patreon. It's not available here on YouTube. But it's, you know, if you want to check it out, check it out. But I just want to show about Obadiah real quick. So let me just go to that real quickly here. Okay, all praises. All right. And we're going to jump into this film, but I just want to preface this because this is quite a lot of information in this film. And, you know, I come into some understanding since I did this video originally. You feel me? All right. So let me go back. All right. So let's talk about Obadiah. So let me go ahead and pull up this video here for you guys, and we're going to watch this. And it's going to talk about, you know, Esau, Edom, you know what I'm saying, and them being the Christians. All right. So let me share this real quick. All praises to Yahuwah. Okay. All praises to Yahuwah. So let's watch this and let's get the truth. Let me rewind this back a little bit more. Okay. Right here. Barak Yahuwah. All right, fam. Here we go. Share my screen. Okay. So let's watch this, and I'm going to read this book to you, and I'm going to break down Esau and Edom right here in this section so you can understand that Christianity came from the Edomites, okay? Here we go. Passage down here, okay? And it's talking about the book of Obadiah. Who is Obadiah prophesied for? Well, I think many of us already know the answer to that, but let's just read what it says. Okay, so make sure. Can y'all see it okay? I just want to make sure that this is clear. This is crystal clear so y'all can read the text with me. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Give me a 1 if it's like crystal clear. Give me a 2 if you want me to zoom in more. I'm gonna just zoom in. There we go. There we go. That's better. Okay, I think that's actually perfect. Okay, so let's read this. We're gonna read this little passage right here. It says, right here, the book of Obadiah is a favorite study of the modern Jews. It is here especially that they read the future fate of their own nation and of the Christians. Those unversed in their literature may wonder where the Christians are found in the book of Obadiah, but it is a fixed principle of rabbinical interpretation that by Edomites, scroll back up here, meant Christians. Wait a minute. Did y'all hear what I said? Let me go again. I'm gonna give you that little last part again. It says, those unversed in their literature may wonder where the Christians are found in the book of Obadiah, but it is a fixed principle of rabbinical interpretation that by Edomites is prophetically meant Christians, and that by Edom is meant Rome. So the Edomites created Christianity. Yes, they did. They did. And I already told y'all that the Macedonians who set up the altar of Zeus in the temple and destroyed it and stole all the treasures and stuff, we already proved that they went back to Amalek. Thus, Yekcyr on Obadiah lays it down that all the prophets have said about the destruction of Edom in the last times has reference to Rome, the Europeans. So Rabbi Bakai in Isaiah 17 and Abraham has written a commentary on Obadiah resting on this hypothesis as its basis. The reasons of this rabbinical dictum are as various and ridiculous as might be imagined. Nachmanides, Bakai, and Abaro says that Janus, the first king of Latinim, was grandson of Esau. Joel 3, chapter 9, verse 19. Got you. Says that Julius Caesar was an Idumean. Julius Caesar was an Idumean. Remember how I told y'all that Idumean is a Greek word for Edomites? Okay. Julius Caesar was an Edomite. Huh. How come that's not taught to you guys that Julius Caesar? Now, Yummy, shout out to Yummy. She said, what video, what book is this? Let me go back so I can show y'all, give y'all the reference for that. Let me just go back here a little bit here. It was right about here. Okay. All right. So let's look at this. I'm going to just open up in the browser because it might run a little bit more smoother. Okay. So this is page 590. And let me zoom in a little bit more so y'all can see this way better. So let me.
Wait, I want to share this with you. Romans.
I'm trying to get the title, y'all. Right here. Here we go. So it's called A Dictionary of the Bible. All right. And it's by William Smith, DCI LLD. And I think I gave the actual date that it was published, but this is the book right here, A Dictionary of the Bible, Antiquities, Biography, Geography, and Natural History by William Smith, DCL LLD. And this is the book right here if you want to look it up. This is what I was reading from, all right, when it refers to Christians being Edomites. Yes, thank you. All praises to the Most High for essential growth. Thank you for sharing that scripture. 2 Maccabees chapter 6, verses 1 through 2. Not long after this, the king sent a Athenian senator to compel the Yahudim to forsake the laws of their fathers and cease to live by the laws of Yahuwah, and also to pollute the temple. Okay, so when we're talking about, the Gentiles in the so-called New Testament, these are talking about Hellenized Greek Israelites who were converted to the ways of the heathens and the Macedonians and the Greeks and the Romans who ended up, taking them into slavery or forcing them to convert and forsake the ways of Yahuwah. The ones who stood in that rebellion against these heathens were called the Maccabeans. So when people have an issue with me, and how I talk and all of that, y'all have not read the book of Maccabees at all. At all. I can tell you have not done the knowledge. I can tell you have not. Our people were fierce for the Most High and his word and his ways. As a matter of fact, Judas Maccabees, Yehuda Maccabees, he was one of the most, powerful leaders of this Maccabean revolt. You had Israelites who wanted to become Hellenized and do what the heathens do and make covenants with the heathens. And then you had those who were willing to die for Torah. Die for the way of the Most High. So I'm going to die for the way of the Most High because I know my reward is going to be great. If I die before Mashiach comes, homie, I'm going to be raised with Mashiach. Yahusha stood for the truth until death and rebuked the serpent seed. So why are you being so inclusive to them? So I just showed you that Esau is connected to the so-called whites. All right. Now, the next thing I'm going to show you guys is a quick post that I want to do here real quick. It's a post I did on Instagram, and I'm going to just break down some information before we get into this. Like I said, I want to preface this film. I didn't get to preface it, when I originally dropped it, but for the people who are new to all of this, I want to just show you all of this information so you can kind of understand what I'm getting at here. All right, so let me show you from Instagram what I did here. This is going to be a brutal truth some people ain't going to like. Can I get a 1 if y'all ready? Because this is gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings. I can tell. And I'm not doing that because this ain't got nothing to do with my people. This got to do with our enemies, bro. So yeah, they feelings is gonna be hurt. But if you're an Israelite, bro, you shouldn't have no problem with nothing I'm saying. I'm just saying, real talk. The truth is the truth, bro. And I always got precepts in scripture and everything, science, all of that. Whatever I gotta have to back up the word of Yahuwah, I got it. Okay, all praises. Let's get into it. So this is on Instagram that I posted this. And if you want to follow me on Instagram, my Instagram is art, like, art pieces or art sculptures, art by Yekcyr. Okay. As some of y'all know, my last account got banned. Got banned on Facebook for showing the same truth to our people. They hate the truth, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I deal with a lot of censorship because I bring this stuff out, but you know what I'm saying? The truth is the truth, bro. All right. So look, this is something I did on Instagram. Okay. And I'm talking about the Caucasian. All right. Now, you can see right here, you got these different animals. And I said, whites have more in common with these animals than humans. You might be looking at me like, Yekcyr, what do you mean? What do you mean they have more in common with these animals? I'm going to show you, but just notice the red color. Okay. Notice the red color. All right. All praises. Now let's keep going. Now, there are 2 different types of melanin affecting hair and skin. Eumelanin, which is the darkest brownish pigment found in most black people. Most people with eumelanin have dominant genes. Black people are the original man and created by Yahuwah, even other non-Negro Bantu groups. Okay, so these are just a handful of other melanated people. When I talk about the seed of Adam, I talk about the Adamic race. Even some like these right here are obviously Negroes. All right, but you see all these other people around the world who are melanated. All right. And this is what I mean when I'm talking about the seed of Adam. This is who you're supposed to be a light to. And you be a light to them by showing them the ways of Yahuwah. Okay, if they want to, you know what I'm saying, learn. Like I said, I'm dealing with our people. I know many of these other peoples in the continent and these other Adamic seeds. They watch this channel. I've talked to Aboriginal Australians on this channel. I've talked to people in India from this channel, Dravidians from this channel. So many people all around the world that are non-Israelites do watch this channel. So all praises to the Most High. But my message is to the Israelites. But these Adamic people, they can also receive this information. They can understand Torah. They can understand covenant. They can understand cleaving to Jacob. They can understand all that there is to understand in regards to me dealing with our people directly. All right. But this is who you would call the seed of Adam. As a matter of fact, some of them, because they haven't been through slavery, some of them have, but not all of them, but some of them have not been through slavery. So if you look at them, they have like the purest DNA going all the way back to Adam. For example, the Khoisan people. Now they're on record, and the San people and the Bushmen, you know, in South Africa, the Kalahari Desert, they have been, you know, described by, you know, the Caucasians as being, you know, having the oldest DNA in the world. But it's because they go back to Adam. They go back to that original creation. There's been no intermixing. Unfortunately, due to slavery, some people have a lot more, you know, mixing in their DNA. You know what I'm saying? And all of that. But if you have been under these curses, you have suffered, you have been treated bad simply for being a Negro. No matter where you are, I don't care if you are in the islands, you are in Jamaica, you are in the continent of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, you got Negroes, or you got Israelites that have also been brought into North Africa through slavery. Our people are scattered. The city people, the Bantu city people in India, okay? All of these people around the world who have been scattered are Yahuwah's chosen, all right? Now, right here, these are not the chosen people except these Negroes right here. They're the seed of Jacob. But all these other people are still the seed of Adam, all right? So they're chosen to also receive salvation through his chosen people, from which will come Hamashiach Yahusha, all right? And if they all cleave to the chosen, that would be these right here, all right? They can all serve Yahuwah and sojourn and cleave, all right? Very, very simple. Let's keep going. Now, pheomelanin. Pheomelanin is the reddish, yellowish pigment found in animals such as red foxes, orangutans, golden retrievers, red howler monkeys, and also white people, equating to recessive genes, which is why I say if you look at their own science, they would be considered mutants, all right? So right here, it says red hair, pale skin, and colored eyes, particularly blue or green, are often associated with a genetic mutation in the MC1R gene. This gene plays a key role in producing melanin, the pigment that determines hair, skin, eye color, and mutation in the MC1R can lead to reduced production of eumelanin, which is the brown-black pigment. Everyone who is Adamic has eumelanin in their skin. If you do not have the eumelanin and you have the animal pheomelanin, that is a result of hybridization. Give me a 1 in the chat if Yahuwah made a difference between man and beast. Give me a 1 in the chat if Yahuwah made a difference, the Most High, if he made a difference, the highest, if he made a difference between man and beast. I see 1s. Okay. All praises. So Yahuwah made a distinction between man, who is from Adam, and beast. Yahuwah made a distinction between man and beast. But yet here you have a people with animal melanin. Animal melanin. These are hybrids, y'all. And when you breed with them, you create a hybrid. So now your child has pheomelanin in their skin, or at least traces of it. So you are mixing if you were producing with our own people, you would create a child with eumelanin in their skin without the animal melanin in it. But when you breed with these people, you are breeding with people who have animal melanin and animal types of characteristics. So you are polluting, destroying, defiling your seed, because the Most High Yahuwah hates mixing. The Most High Yahuwah, oh, he is such a genius creator. He made everything distinct. Everything is beautiful. And this is why even when you look at other animals, they don't breed with other animals. Blue jays don't go after red robins. Seagulls don't go after pelicans. Tigers don't breed with lions. Rams don't breed with goats. Leopards don't breed with panthers. All right, there's a distinction. There is a distinction because his creation is perfect and good. And when we take something that he created and we mix it with something else, that is corrupting it. Mixing is Nephilim doctrine. It came from the Nephilim. Nephilim taught man to mix animals. And here, as a matter of fact, let's pull up real quick. I want to make this scriptural. Let's pull up the Book of Giants, because it shows how they did this. And it shows why there are Caucasians today with the animal DNA. It proves all these different things. So we're going to look at that real quick here. Now, the Book of Giants was originally included in the scrolls, but they removed it. So it's very fragmentary, but it is found among the Qumran scrolls, along with Maccabees, you know what I'm saying, the Apocrypha and all that other good stuff. So let's read this. So this is the Book of Giants, all right? And this is 1Q23, fragment 9, plus 4, plus 15. So let's listen to this. It says, they knew the secrets, and sin was great of the earth, and they killed man, and they begat giants. The angels exploit the fruitfulness of the earth. Everything that the earth produced, the great fish, the sky with all grew, the fruit of the earth, and all kinds of grain, all kinds of trees, beasts, reptiles, creeping things of the earth, and observed all, every harsh deed and utterance, male and female, among humans. Now listen to this. The 200 angels chose animals on which to perform unnatural acts, including presumably humans. 200. So these angels required 200 donkeys, 200 asses, 200 rams of the flock, 200 goats, 200 beasts of the field from every animal and every bird for miscegenation. What's miscegenation? Let's look that up. I've talked about that before, but let's get that definition so we can make it plain for the people. All right. What is miscegenation, family? Well, if we just do a quick search, it says miscegenation is cohabitation or sexual relations, marriage, or interbreeding involving persons of a different races. And in this particular context, species. Thank you so much for sharing that, my sister. I appreciate you, sister. Here's the book, the PDF, if you want to get. Like I said, it's mostly fragmentary. There's a lot I'm sure they removed to hide more truth. Mixing, yeah, that would be, another way to describe it. You know what I'm saying? Mixing is miscegenation. So a mixing of races or an amalgamation or intermarriage of black and white, or in this context, a blending of species. And this is exactly why you have these things. The wild man. And that is what Esau and the Horites is talking about. That's what this movie is about, is this wild man, this hairy beast man. Some of them are born with tails. And they are removed at birth. Like I said, you talk about the Caucasian. Is their hair not the same as the animal? Yeah, we have woolly hair. 4C. Or type 4 hair. This right here is an example of the intermixing. And then if you also factor in the animal DNA, you can understand. All right, now. Quickly, let me go ahead and jump back over to I'm going to jump back over here to this next thing, going back to what we were just looking at on Instagram. So I just wanted to show a few examples before we continue. All right. Now, again, it's also important to understand that all of these different eye colors they have, they talk about diversity as if this right here is something, you know what I'm saying, that Yahuwah created, but he did not. Okay. All of these different light colored eyes and the hair strains that they have, which is more like fur texture. Again, the mixing. All right. The fur textured hair, like the wolf or, like the shaggy dog. Okay. Just like Esau, he had shaggy hair. All right. I believe that was another sign Yahuwah put up on Esau so we can identify him today. All right. So it says red hair, pale skin, colored eyes, particularly blue or blonde, are often associated with a genetic mutation in the MC1R gene. All right. So if you look at the albinos, for example, you have different types of albinism, but Caucasians have a combination of type it's called oculotinous albinism. And there's a type 4, type 3, type 1, so there's 7 different types of this. Caucasians have every single one of these mutations. Okay. It says it is not possible to accurately diagnose OCA4 based on clinical findings alone. The SLC45A2 is the only gene in which mutation is known to cause the OCA4. Okay. So it is a type of albinism mutation that they have. So when people call them albinos, it's not necessarily untrue. All right. Right here, you can see a monkey. This is a monkey. This is an ape. Okay. Or a chimpanzee with no fur on them. No fur. All right. If you strip an animal or an ape of all of its fur, you will see a pale skin. Matter of fact, here, let me see if I can show you a better close-up. Give me a second, y'all. All right. If you look at a chimpanzee, bro, you know, shave all its hair, you will see whiteness, paleness. All right. Look, here's a perfect one. Look at this. That's a gorilla. And what do you see? Pale skin underneath that fur. Now, look, they try to call us monkeys here. So I'm just trying to set the record straight, family. All right. Underneath that fur, you get pale skin. All right. Here's another one. Here's a close-up. I need y'all to understand the things that they said about us is really deflection. And it's really talking about them. They project and they deflect. They project and they deflect. Okay? Now, you want to talk about even them calling us monkeys. Well, let's look at our lips and let's look at theirs. You tell me who looks more like them. That ain't us. They love to use this racial imagery. They love to, and I'm bringing this up because you know, I want to talk about what the president said recently because yeah, this is that same stereotype that they try to use about us. But when I look at this, I see nothing but the same exact features, bro. The same exact features. Look at this right here. Amalek. Revelation 2:9-3-9. Look at that nose. Oh, man. I'm not even trying to be funny, bro. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's like they say these things about us. Now, the reason why I'm showing this evidence is because they say this about us, right? So Trump posted a video recently. And to say the least, it was about President Obama. And listen, I'm not a supporter of President Obama. I mean, if you're pushing the homo agenda and abortion on our people, bro, you work for the enemy too. But the disrespect of our people, and they use these caricatures, just like they use, you know, Jasmine Crockett to bash black women as a whole. They use Kamala Harris. Listen, I know she ain't black, bro. I get it. Her parents Indian. Her father said to be Jamaican. And, you know what I'm saying? I get it. But the bottom line is people with melanin in their skin, just like the Somalian lady, Ilhan Omar, you know what I'm saying? Black woman, right? Not Israelite, but of another, you know, the Hamitic stock. She is used to generate that hate. Haitian people, even though they Israelites, used to generate that hate. So they use people with melanin in their skin to help push this hate towards the Edomic race. So our president posted this on his social media. And I want y'all to take a look at this. I'm going to mute the music. But they have President Obama, former President Obama, Barack Obama, and his wife depicted as apes. Kamala Harris is a turtle. They got Joe Biden as an ape. They got this guy as a lemur. I forget his name. And then they have Trump. I mean, bro, something is off about these people, bro. And if y'all don't see that this is nothing but insecurity, and fragility. White fragility is what I call it. That's exactly what this is. They have to use AI because they're being so exposed for what they really are to kind of reinstitute that sour cream supremacist narrative. They have to use AI and fake media to make people see them in an honorable way, because Yahuwah has moved all honor from Esau. Obadiah chapter 1 verse 3. We'll look at that in a second. This is crazy, but this is the type of people running the country. And if you want to talk about the ineptitude of the white male, look no further than this current administration. Look how inept they are. I'm just saying. I mean, you know, they talk about they're the master race, but I mean, the ineptitude is crazy. They got Whoopi Goldberg there. All right. Everybody's bowing down to him. All right. But there are some people who did not like this, who were once MAGA. Now they're starting to have some buyer's remorse. See, it took all of this. Now, I don't understand. I mean, I understand. It's like, y'all, they see, white people try to sit here and gaslight you and make you think that they didn't vote for him because they're racist. Now they're saying that this crossed the line. Him accusing Haitians of eating cats with no proof, that wasn't out of line. Him, you know what I'm saying, sending ICE into the streets, harassing black people, throwing them on the ground, locking people up, throwing people, you know what I'm saying, in places, grabbing Hispanics and other groups of people for no reason. Just snatching people off the street. Some of them are not illegal. They're actually here. They've been here all their lives, whatever the case might be. You know what I'm saying? They're snatching them up. That didn't cross the line for you? Him constantly deflecting from them files, that didn't cross the line for you? Him blaming black people and removing slavery and all of this other stuff and talking about giving the police immunity, that didn't cross the line to you? They sit here and gaslight like they don't realize what the hell is going on. And now they want to come and apologize like, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was going to happen. We told y'all. And you think saying sorry is going to just like stop the wrath of the Most High? No, it shall not be so. But take a listen to this white man. Now he has buyer's remorse because this video of Barack Obama being depicted as an ape, as well as his wife, that somehow crosses the line. But all these racist ass dog whistles he's been blowing since 2016, everybody ignores that. Like he hasn't been a NAZI since the beginning. Take a look.
My word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not.
Okay, this person made a claim. Genetic sequencing shows that humans share approximately 90% DNA. Or let me read that properly. Humans share approximately 96% to 98.8% of our DNA with chimpanzees. About 90% of DNA with cats, 85% with mice. This is all ethnic groups. Okay, what you're not going to do is lump us in with you. That's what you're not going to do. As a matter of fact, let me just pull up this piece of information real quick. We don't have any Neanderthal DNA. We don't have any animal DNA, because then we wouldn't be what Yahuwah calls Adamic. Let's look at that real quick. No Neanderthal DNA. Y'all have that. Whites and Asians have that Neanderthal DNA. Only white people have that. And people of Europe, because y'all come from the Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus Mountains. All right. So let's look at this real quickly here. I know that they're trying to come out and say that Africans, you know, carry Neanderthal DNA, and they're trying to say that because they want to lump us in with them. If you look at how they move the goalposts, right? At first, they depicted the Neanderthal as, you know, very stupid. If you look at those old Geico commercials and you see that they were, you know, bumbling fools that were running on all fours and eating bloody meat with no type of structure, and these more civilized, these Caucasian cave-dwelling monkeys, you feel what I'm saying? And then what they did is they turned, when they found out that they have a lot of Neanderthal DNA more than the African people, then they started to push it back and change up the narrative and say, well, actually, you know, the Neanderthal was very intelligent. They were very, very industrious, and they were able to do all these great things. The white man moves the goalpost when the white man gets caught in the lie. All right? But I'm going to go ahead and show you a handful of videos and even white people admitting that they have this Neanderthal DNA. And that is exactly why their nature is animalistic. All right. And I'm going to let a scientist actually show this to you. So it's not just what I'm saying. So let me let this white man tell you what the truth is, because it's not what I'm saying. It's what the facts show. And you're not going to lump us in with your demon seed. Not going to work. Here we go.
Now, really, this is going to sound silly, but this is really important cutting edge genetics. One of the areas I'm really lucky I'm blessed to work in 3 distinct areas of biology: immunology, genetics, and reproduction. And on the genetics side, I get to go to conferences and hear about advances in genetics in all species. And I was just at one a couple of weeks ago down at the Cold Spring Harbor Lab in Long Island, and I learned a bit about what's being known about the genome of Neanderthals, the genetic makeup of Neanderthals. The genome sequencers, led by Svante Pabo, who works in Germany, has taken tiny little fragments of Neanderthal.
Here's the thing, y'all. Whenever people say certain things, I can tell they're not one of us. It's either one of two things. Either you're not one of us or you have a proximity to the enemy. I acknowledge slavery because I literally said that. I literally said that because of slavery and what the heathens have done, as we know, a man shall marry a wife and another man shall lay with her. We know what that says. But what I'm trying to get you to understand here, though, is some of us are not descendants of people who were raped by the white man. Not all of us. Okay? Yes, there are some Israelites who are continuing to mix in violation of Torah. But neither of my parents are white. Matter of fact, all my family are black, both from the South. So I can't speak. I don't know of any white man in you know what I'm saying, my particular family line. Never met one before. Don't have no images of no great grandfather with no white skin. That doesn't exist in my family tree. Now, listen, now it does, because a lot of my family, they're following the ways of Esau. They're following the programming. So a lot of them are now whited out. But when I go back and look at photo albums, there's not a dang white man anywhere to be found. We didn't like them because we're descendants of slaves. We know our experience with them in the South and Mississippi. My great-grandfather was still being forced to work on plantations even after they abolished it so he can make enough money to get the hell up out of the South. So my story's not your story. Maybe you have that European DNA in you, but let's not speak for our people as a whole. If you're one of us, because like I said, I can't tell by the way you talk. And it's like, without you even showing your face, who knows what you are? What are you hiding your face for? We know it's a whole bunch of white people that love to cosplay as black online. That's why they don't show their face, or sometimes they make AI images of us so they can sit here and try to, you know what I'm saying, come in on the conversation and feel included. Yeah, white people are that crazy, that sick in the mind, that obsessed with us. So yeah, I'm gatekeeping this conversation, because all y'all that be hiding y'all face talking about black people and our people and all this other stuff, half of y'all, bro, don't even sound like you one of us. Don't talk like you're one of us. So I'm going to leave that there, but let's keep watching this video.
Bones, isolated DNA, and determine the genome of the Neanderthal, and use that information to determine, using genetic methods, how long ago Neanderthals and humans were a single species, where the common ancestor was. They've also been able to compare human genomes and asked the question of whether there's any evidence of Neanderthal genes in the human genome. And they found that there is. And the amount is quite significant, upwards of 5 to 7%. Neanderthals used to live in the Neander Valley. It's, you could have called it the Cayuga Lake Basin, but that's where they lived. And out of Africa came the modern humans, and the word the geneticist uses, admixed. They admixed with the Neanderthals. And they all used to live in caves in those days like this. Came out of Africa, admixed with the Neanderthals. This was Neanderthal territory. There was another group of Neanderthal-like creatures called the Denisovans. They lived up here in Siberia, and they have their genome has been sequenced. They were distinct from the Neanderthals. And so you can find in people of European and Asian ancestry evidence of about 7%, 5 to 10% of your genome is common with that of Neanderthals. We've been separated from them for 30,000 years or so. And in some of the tribes in Papua New Guinea and those islands out there, there's evidence for a different kind of genome, which is probably the Denisovan genome. And they might have 7% Neanderthal and 5% Denisovan. So they might be 12 or 15% different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa have no evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them. No evidence of admixture. So they're the real pure humans.
All right. So Africans are the true humans. Now, I'm going to show, like I said, I'm going to get into the film, but I have to kind of set some things straight, bro, to show proof. So just give me like 10 more minutes and we'll jump into the film. We still got a little time. It'll get us through Shabath, but I want to make this inclusive because like I said, when I did that film in 2024, I didn't come into all this understanding. So when we're talking about the serpent seed, I need you to understand that there is a serpent seed. There are people here who are not human, okay? There are people here of pale skin because they come from Cain that are not human.
I don't mean to scare y'all, but this is the real reason why I don't show my face. Alright, look. See? See, I got real Illuminati bloodline. Turn the camera on. Hold up. Now watch this. See that? Said I gotta get my identity hidden, man. Fuck you think they gonna do if they see me with this shit? I'm gonna kill my ass.
How many of you guys have seen my documentary, The Shaggy Ones? How many of you guys have seen that film? How many guys have seen that film? Give me a 1 if you've seen it. Give me a 2 if you have not seen it. I'm going to pull that up too. Shaggy Ones was like something I made after Esau and the Horites because I began to understand like what it actually was that he had. Oh, a lot of people have seen it. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. All praises, all praises, all praises. All praises, all praises to Yahuwah. Okay, so one person I see didn't see it, but everybody saw it. Mostly everybody saw it. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So we're gonna go through that real quick. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I want to talk about what Esau had, which is called hypertrichosis, which is this. All right, I'm gonna just stop the music. We don't need no music. Look, Okay, that's what Esau had. Okay, the Neanderthal, the shaggy man, the beast man, the wild man. All right, so I'm gonna just show a little bit. Somebody throw it up. Y'all hilarious, bro. This is what's connected to these people, bro. And like I said, you have some Indian people who have this. You know, it's like hair all over their body. Caucasians have the highest rate of, you know, hairy bodies and stuff like that. Having a hairy, shaggy body, that is connected to Amalek, which is the Revelation 2939. It's very hairy, shaggy people, and also Caucasians. Now, let me go ahead and show you guys quickly just a little bit from the shaggy ones, and then we will jump into this movie. All right. Let me pull up this first thing about the shaggy ones. All right. I'm going to show you guys a quick example here. All right. So let me go ahead and I'm going to drop the link to this film if you want to watch it as well after this. If you haven't seen it, most of y'all have seen it. So all praises to the Most High Yahuwah. But I'm going to drop the link if you haven't. So let me share that next. Give me a second here. Okay. All praises. Okay. So let's look at the shaggy ones real quick. And it's just going to talk a little bit about this hair all over your body, you know what I'm saying? And all of this, like, you know, stuff that they do have. It's connected to the fallen seed. So give me a second here. All right. All praises to the Most High. All right, check this out, and then we'll jump into the film. Wait a minute. Hold on. There's no sound. There is like no sound. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me fix that. I hate when it does that. Oh, why does it always do that? Why, oh, why, oh, why? All right, I got it, fam. I got it. My bad, y'all. Okay. There we go. Here we go, fam. Sound is on. In bloodline. The forgotten branch. The shaggy. Barshith or Genesis 25:25. And the first came out red, hairy all over like a skin, and she called his name Ashu or Esau. Esau, the firstborn of Isaac, covered in hair from head to toe, his skin red, his body shaggy like an animal. He wasn't cursed, he was marked, a sign of something ancient, wild, unrefined. Esau was the image of strength without submission, flesh without covenant. His descendants became Edom, rough men of war, of the field of fury, and his merger with the Horites would birth something far more mysterious.
क्योंकि बचपन से आदत है इसलिए
देखा तो आधा घंटा बाद देखा था ये ससुरी पे बाल था पूरा
नर्स थी उन्होंने देखा तो देखते हुए चौंक गई एकदम डॉक्टर को बुलाया और बोला कि ये क्या है उसके बाद ने डॉक्टर ने देखा उन्होंने कहा कि वो कोई बात नहीं ठीक है
Okay, you know what? People are going to learn to stop playing with my name. All right? People are going to learn to stop playing with my name. People are going to learn to stop playing with my name because I always got receipts. All white people need to understand, if you come to this channel, I always have receipts. I always have them. There's no disproving me at this point because, like I said, I always give people opportunity to call in and they never do because y'all are scary. All right? But let me go ahead and show you that they do have tails. That is a fact. All right. And some of them, not every single one, but they are born with them and they're cut off at birth because they are born with them, because they are hybrids. But let me just go ahead and show that real quick here. I don't have to prove everything I say. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, I don't got to lie. Y'all do that. That's what y'all do. Okay. Y'all lie about stuff. I don't have to lie. I got proof for everything I say. So let me pull up this first thing here. Nobody's going to play on my name, play on my name. Check this out right here. You said that they don't have tails. Well, what is this? Huh? What do you call that? You saying there's no beast man? You saying they don't have tails? Well, what do you call this? I have videos of them with tails. I have videos. Listen, I have videos of them with tails. All right. Let's look at some more. You say that there's no such thing. Okay, well, here's another one. I always have facts. I always have truth. Receipts. 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 Stop playing with me. Stop playing with my name, bro. And like I said, the Caucasus people, they get mad all day because they can't disprove it. Let's look at another one. We need more receipts because people think I lie about things and I make things up. Like these people are made by Yahuwah. We're tired of your lies. It's over. All right. They don't surgically remove tails. You sure about that? What's this? What do you call this? Exactly. Stop playing with my name. Let's get back to it. And listen, if he continues, bro, just block him. Moderators, don't be nice today. I know it's Shabath, but we don't need no heathens and no faceless troll accounts anymore. All right. Block them immediately. Don't explain nothing. Just block their asses. All right. Thank you. Love y'all. Let's get back to it. Another heathen disproven. All right. Let's get back to this.
जसं बारी नाही असं जन्मचं येसही बड़ी राबी नहीं है घटी राबी तो जन्म का ऐसा ही बोलते थे
Thirteen-year-old Lalit was born with a rare congenital condition known as hypertrichosis. The disorder causes excessive hair growth.
कक्षा 7वीं से पढ़ा रहा हूँ और वर्तमान में ये कक्षा 8वीं में अध्ययन कर रहा है और इसकी जो ये चेहरे पे जो बाल वाला सिस्टम है ये जन्म से ही इसके पिताजी के से भी मैंने बातचीत करी इस मामले में उनका कहना कि इसका काफ़ी इलाज करा हुआ है लेकिन कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिला और आज कंडीशन ये कि ये इसके बाल जैसे भी वो होते हैं तो बीच-बीच में कटिंग भी कर देते हैं तो अपने आप
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. That's basically what I wanted to show you guys was this hypertrichosis thing. And like I said, you have other people with this condition. And there are some people like in India that have this. Some of these children in India are born with tails that represents like the monkey god. Okay. You know, you can see this person right here with the hair all over his face. Okay. So the beast man, the wild man, and the Nephilim traits are real. The shaggy beast man is real, bro. All right. So let me drop the link. You can go watch this. I'm about to play the film. Let me drop the link for it if you want to watch the whole thing and you haven't seen it. A lot of y'all have, but if you haven't, I would say revisit it. You know what I'm saying? You're probably going to learn some things that you probably didn't catch the first time you watched it. So I would definitely suggest checking it out again if you have the time to do so. All right. All praises. So let me go ahead and jump back over to this film. Okay. All right. So the shaggy ones is what the video is called. And I'll drop the link in the chat right now. The shaggy ones. All right. So here, right here. Boom. All praises to the Most High. All right. Now, let me just get back to the Instagram post and we're going to jump into this. All right. I just want to finish with that and then we'll move on. All right. Okay. So we looked at all this information. We understand about the shaggy ones. We understand about this Nephilim stuff. Let's keep going. All right. We just looked at this. All right. As I said, these colored eyes, they are mutations. Okay. Because people with blue eyes, green eyes, they don't have melanin in their eyes. All right. If you have brownish to darkish brownish pigment in your eyes, there is melanin in your eyes. If you got melanin in your skin, you have most likely dominant genes. All right. So all praises. Now let's keep going. So this is, I say, they have more in common with these dogs. And this is exactly why they have a proclivity to grape dogs and animals. In general, their hair is fur. And this is why they have lice problems. Their texture, this man's hair is exactly like this dog. This man right here is exactly like this dog. This white woman right here, her hair texture is exactly like this dog. All right. And here are some articles. Texas woman found engaging in bestiality with dog after husband's arrest for exposing himself to children. Bro, these are disgusting, evil people. These are the seed of Cain. They are the Nephilim bloodline, and that's why their nature is this kind of stuff. They treat you a black man walking with a dog, or you a black woman walking with a dog, they'll get down and kiss the dog, hug the dog, touch all over the dog like it's their own dog, and not even acknowledge you. Why do you think that is? Why do you think you see videos of them running around on all fours, bro? These people are not human. They have an animalistic nature because it's in their DNA. They are a result of the Nephilim. They wouldn't exist if there weren't fallen angels coming up on the daughters of Cain. They are the personification, family. They are the personification of the great sin of the fallen angels. And that's exactly why you will see many videos of them doing stuff like this. Okay? This is what we are dealing with. We are dealing with a bestial type of people. This is what we are dealing with, family. Don't let these demons come in here and try to stir you away from what I'm showing you. Because they sure weren't going to tell you they're the children of Cain. They're not going to tell you they're the devil's seed. They're not going to tell you that. I have to. The Israelites have to tell you that. The Israelites have to show you this. Only we can. Because Yahuwah reveals it to his people. But he didn't reveal it to the Christians that they're the demon seed. They never taught that there's a demon seed. They never talk about Esau. They never talk about Obadiah. They never talk about Joel. They never talk about the judgment that's coming on their people for slavery. They never talk about Deuteronomy 30, verse 7. They never talk about Torah and how you're not supposed to steal one of the children of Israel or you will be put to death. And in case you don't believe that there is Neanderthals in scripture, I will also show you evidence of that. And one of our sisters brought it up. Let's go to Job 30, verse 7 real quick. And actually here, let's go to Esau real quick. And this will be explained in the film, but I'm going to just run through it real quick before we get into this, okay? Try and make this as scriptural as possible, all right? So Esau had several descendants. Now, like I said, I'm not saying that he was, not a Hebrew born that way. But one thing when people are trying to say Esau's not the white man is they forget who he mixed with. Once you understand who he mixed with, you'll understand he's not what he was. He's not a Hebrew anymore. That's why when you look at Esau, you read about Esau. Is he ever connected to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Give me a one if you ever see it, like aside from like Genesis and, kind of his origin story and how he was born. When you mention the Edomites, do you ever see them connect the Edomites to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Give me a one if you see that. Give me a two if you don't. Have y'all ever seen the Edomites connected back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Abraham and Isaac. I'm sorry, because, Isaac had Esau and Jacob. But give me a two if you have not ever seen the Edomites being connected to Isaac and Abraham. Thank you. There is none. There is none, bro, because they're not a part of us anymore. That's why it says two nations, because Yahuwah knew who he would mix with, and he would pursue that fallen bloodline. And why did he do it? To shame his parents. He mixed with the fallen bloodline to rebel and shame his parents and shame his father's house because he was told not to mix with these Nephilim bloodlines of the children of Canaan. And he did it anyway because he's evil. Now, with that being said, let me go ahead and go first to Genesis 36. So we understand these descendants and who these people are he mixed with. Genesis 36, and Esau took his wives and his sons and daughters and all the persons of his house, all his possession, all his cattle that he got, things, whatever he acquired in the land of Canaan. Esau went forth from the land of Canaan from the face of his brother Jacob. All right. So who are the descendants of Esau? These are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edom in Mount Seir. These are the sons of Esau: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Raguel, the son of Basemoth, the wife of Esau; the sons of Eliphaz, Thaman, Omar, Safar, Gotham, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine of Eliphaz, the son of Esau. She bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These are the sons of Esau, the wife of Esau. All right, so these are his descendants. But we need to look at some of them, though. All right, but we're going to specifically focus on a particular woman, and I keep bringing her up because she has everything to do with this bloodline. All right, so let's scroll down here. Actually, let me go back. All right, so Timnah is who brought forth Amalek. All right, and Amalek came from this Horite woman, okay? Timnah the Horite. Timnah the Horite is what she was called. Let me actually go up because I want y'all to see that. All right. So the sons of Lotan were Horite, Haman, the sister of Lotan, Timnah. And these are the sons of Gabal, Ammon, Lamach, Safar, so on and so forth. But we're going to look at this word Hor right here. So Korite or Kari, all right? These are the chiefs of the Horite. Let's look at Horite real quick, so we understand who they actually are. You got to look at these Hebrew words, man. I don't go off of just English because that's part of the deception. So you see right here, it says Kari, all right? Kari or Hori, all right? Let's look at that. All right, so Kari, Kat, Ras, Yad, Kari, and we get what? Cave dweller, troglodytes, okay? Aboriginal Edomite or Idumean, okay? So we see these are cave dwellers. Let me say it again. These are cave dwellers, all right? People who dwell in caves. It literally says troglodyte, all right? So we're not going to ignore that Esau mixed with troglodytes. Now, quickly, let's go to Job 30, showing you that there were these beast men running around on all fours like animals, okay? Let's read that. So right here it says, Job 30, thieves, Job 30, verse 5, thieves have risen up against me, whose houses were the caves of rocks, who lived under the wild shrubs, and they will cry out among the rustling bushes. They are the sons of fools and vile men, whose name and esteem are quenched from off the earth. Okay, so these are creatures who are running in caves of rocks, living under wild shrubs, crying out like animals from the bushes. Yeah, these are a bestial type of people, family. That is very, very clear when you're really, really looking at this and you're examining it in truth. Let me go ahead and pull up something here. So if you look up the wild man or the woodwoos, that's what you get. You get this like bestial, hairy man. You know what I'm saying? And that is what Esau is connected to. Let's see. So let's type in wild man on Google, and I'll just show you guys a few examples of what I'm talking about. All right. So this right here, all right, the wild man, okay? Now, this is AI. You will never see a melanated wild man. You'll never see one. They are always pale skinned with hair all over their body, you know what I'm saying, crawling on all fours like this right here, okay? Some of them are covered in hair all over their body, covering up certain parts of their body and all of that, all right? This is the so-called Caucasian. And this creature, it was born from the Nephilim, born from the fallen angels and the daughters of Cain, all right? That is what the wild man, shaggy man, all right? Here's one right here with a tail, okay? So this is the wild man, and we're going to get into this image here because that's what the Esau and the Horites is going to explain. These are black Germans, okay? Dark-skinned black Germans that were fighting these very tall, wild men, all right? All praises. Okay. So quickly, let me just finish up this Instagram piece, and then we will be done, and we'll jump into this film, okay? All right, so as you can see, same hair texture as a dog, all right? And then, of course, you see all these different examples of women who grape dogs, all right? And white men who grape animals, okay? And I'm not going to read you all this detail because it's disgusting and it's evil, and it's just like, you know what I'm saying, the things that they're into is just disgusting, all right? And here's another example, okay, of pale skin, all right, on the monkey, all right? Lips like the monkey, okay? They try to say we were monkeys, but I see a very, very similar appearance in the lips. All right. This is a monkey with albinism. Look at that. Yep. They don't like talking about this. And of course, these are all just the various different mutations, such as the fetal melanin, the animal melanin, the straight hair, so on and so forth. All right. So with that being said, we're done. We're going to go ahead and watch this film now. I'm sorry I had to bring out some facts. You feel me? Before I jump into this film, because there's a lot Yahuwah has revealed to me since I did this film originally in 2024. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and let's watch this. I will not be stopping the film. I will be playing it all the way through from this point on. So let's go ahead and let's jump into it. This is Esau and the Horites. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Actually, wait a minute. Hang on one sec, y'all. I don't think this is okay. Due to the nature of the content contained within this video, viewer discretion is strongly advised. This video is not intended to hurt, harm, or disparage against a particular group of people or religion. My only aim is to present to you the truth with no bias. If you believe in Yahuwah and Yahusha, you are no enemy of mine, but I will be forthcoming in this presentation. Barashith, or Genesis 3:14-15. And Yahuwah Aluah said unto the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. This scripture that I just read to you is indicative of a prophecy of the seed of the woman, who is the Messiah, Yahusha HaMashiach, but also denoting that the serpent would have a seed. Bereshith, Genesis 6:1-4. And it came to be, when men began to increase on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of Aluah saw the daughters of men, and that they were good or beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And Yahuwah said, my Ruach, or my spirit, shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his days shall be numbered 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of Aluah came unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. Kanuk, Enoch 3:1-10. And it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the Malachim, or angels, the children of the heavens, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, come, let us choose wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Shamiazah, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great transgression. And they all answered him and said, let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. And then they swore, they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Yerad, or Jared, on the summit of Mount Carmel, and they called it Mount Carmel, or Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Shamiazah, their leader, Urakabaramaal, Akibaal, Rumaal, Gukabaal, Damial, Danal, Azakaal, Sarakmial, Asaal, Armarus, Batraal, Anaal, Samsabaal, Atraal, Turaal, Yumyaal, Azarial. These are their chiefs of 10. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 cubits, who consumed all the acquisitions of men, and when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. The Book of Giants, chapter 7, verse 2, or Canaan or Enoch in the Sefer, chapter 7, verse 11. And they conceived from them and bore to them great giants, and they bore to them 3 races first. The great Nephilim brought forth the Nephilim, and the Nephilim brought forth the Eliud or Eliod, and they were growing in accordance with their greatness. Canaan or Enoch 105, 1 through 3. After a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was white as snow and as red as a rose, the hair of whose head was like wool and long, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to Yahuwah Zadok, or Yahuwah of righteousness. Then Lamech his father was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah, and said, I have begotten a son, unlike to other children. He is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of the heavens, is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike to us. So we can understand from this passage that when Noah was born, his father was completely afraid of him because he looked unusual according to the other people on the earth at that time. And he makes it very, very clear that this child looked like the offspring of the fallen angels that we just looked at previously. This gives us a clue as to what the Nephilim looked like. Now we know that Nuach, or Noah, was an albino because his hair is described as like wool, as we see with many of the biblical Israelites, including Yahusha and many others. So what we can deduce from this scripture is that it was very unusual for the inhabitants of the earth at the time to be born with white skin. And based off of Lamech's reaction to the birth of his son, we know definitively, based on this passage alone, that the fallen, their children, the Nephilim, were white skinned. This is why Lamech makes such a reaction to his child, Nuach or Noah, being of whiter skin. Here are some images of some albino people, and we can see that they're still Negroes with Negroid features, but also the woolly hair, the lips, the nose, and all the things that we know that are exclusive to Negroid people. Now, I believe that this is one of the reasons why the book of Canaan or Enoch was removed from the biblical canon. Let's continue. Shamuth, Exodus chapter 4, 6-7. And Yahuwah said to him, Masha, or Moses, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom, and when he took it out, and see, his hand was leprous like snow. And he said, put your hand in your bosom again. So he put his hand in his bosom again, and drew it out of his bosom, and see, it was restored like his other flesh. Adabar, Numbers 12, 1-10. Now Miriam and Aharon, or Aaron, spoke against Masha because of the Cushite woman he had taken, for he had taken a Cushite woman. And they said, has Yahuwah spoken only through Masha or Moses? Has he not also spoken through us? And Yahuwah heard it. And the man Masha was very humble, more than all the men who were on the face of the earth. And suddenly Yahuwah said to Masha and Aharon and Miriam, you three come out to the tent of meeting. So the three came out, and Yahuwah came down in the column of a cloud and stood in the door of the tent and called Aharon and Miriam, and they both went forward. And he said, hear now my words. If your prophet is of Yahuwah, I make myself known to him in a vision, and I speak to him in a dream. Not so with my servant Masha. He is trustworthy in all my house. I speak with him mouth to mouth and plainly, and not in riddles, and he sees the form of Yahuwah. So why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Masha? And the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against them, and he left. And the cloud turned away from above the tent, and look, Miriam was leprous as white as snow. And Aharon turned toward Miriam, and look, a leper. So we can clearly see here, we have two examples. We have Masha, where the Most High Yahuwah turns the flesh of his hand to a leprous tone, and then changes it back to the rest of his other flesh. And we also see the Most High Yahuwah cursing Miriam with leprosy. So we can clearly see that the Hebrews were dark-skinned people, which makes sense as to why, going back to Nuach or Noah and him being born to his father and his father having this adverse reaction to how his son looks. Now, when you look at the Torah and the laws concerning leprosy, that could only apply to people of a darker skin tone. So we have to ask ourselves, where did white people come from? Let's take a look at one more example. Malachim Shani, 2 Kings 5, 20-27. Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of Alua, said to himself, my master was too easy on Naaman, this Arame or Aramean, by not accepting from him what he bought. As surely as Yahuwah lives, I will run after him and get something from him. So Gehazi hurried after Naaman. When Naaman saw him running toward him, he got down from the chariot to meet him. Is everything all right? He asked. Everything is all right, Gehazi answered. My master sent me to say, 2 young men from the company of the prophets have just come to see me from the hill country of Apharim. Please give them a talent of silver and 2 sets of clothing. By all means, take 2 talents, said Naaman. He urged Gehazi to accept them, and then tied up the 2 talents of silver in 2 bags with 2 sets of clothing. He gave them the 2 of his servants, and they carried them ahead of Gehazi. When Gehazi came to the hill, he took the things from the servants and put them away in the house. He sent the men away, and they left. When he went in and stood before his master, Elisha asked him, where have you been, Gehazi? But Elisha said to him, was not my spirit with you when the man got down from his chariot to meet you? Is this the time to take money, or to accept clothes, or olive groves and vineyards, or flocks and herds, or male and female servants? Naaman's leprosy will cling to you and your descendants forever. Then Gehazi went from Elisha's presence, and his skin was leprous. It had become as white as snow. So we can see from these few biblical examples, white skin was a curse, proving once again that the Hebrews were darker skinned people. Now we're going to take this a step further, and we're going to talk about Esau and his descendants and the individuals that dwelled in the mountains of Mount Seir and who they were. Let's take a look at the scriptures. Barashith, Genesis 25, 20 through 26. And Yekcyr, or Isaac, was 40 years old when he took Rabka, or Rebekah, as his wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arami of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban, the Arami, or Aramean. And Yekcyr prayed to Yahuwah for his wife because she was barren, and Yahuwah answered his prayers, and Rabka conceived. And within her, the children struggled together. And she said, if all is right, why am I this way? So she went to ask Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples shall be separated from your body. And 1 people shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger. And when the days were filled for her to give birth, and see, twins were in her womb. And the first came out ruddy all over like a hairy garment. So they called his name Ashu, or Esau. And afterward, his brother came out, with his hand holding on to Ashu, or Esau's heel. So his name was called Yakub, or Jacob. And Yekcyr was 60 years old when she bore them. Now, before we move on, it needs to be made clear that Yakub and Ashu were twin brothers. But you notice in the scriptures that Ashu is described very differently than Yakub. As a matter of fact, Yakub, or Jacob, is not even given a description. And we read later in the scriptures that in order for Yakub to be able to pass as his twin brother Ashu, or Esau, he has to wear the fur of goats, because Ashu was extremely hairy and ruddy. This does not mean that he was not melanated, but he was a very hairy child and man growing up. Now, we're paying attention to this and pointing this out because it's going to be very important to understand about who his descendants are to this very day. Let's continue. We will now take a look at Esau's descendants, as well as the generations that came from him and his genealogy, which brings us a little bit closer to the truth. Let's take a look at what the scriptures say. Now, all of Ashu, or Esau's descendants, are completely laid out in Barashith, or Genesis 36, which is a very, very long chapter. But there are a few descendants and a few wives he took that I want you to pay attention to. And that's what we're going to look at in this particular section of the video. This is Barashith, or Genesis 36, and we're going to read 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 12, 19, 20, 21, and 22. And this is the genealogy of Ashu, who is Adum, or Edom. Ashu took his wives from the daughter of Canaan, Adah, daughter of Elun, the Kathi, or the Hittite, and Ahalibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zabaun, the Kathi, or the Hittite. Now, what you're going to notice is that a lot of these people and these women that Ashu mixed with are not from the genealogy of Noah and his 3 sons after the earth was repopulated. But let's keep going. So Ashu dwelt in Mount Seir. Ashu is Adum, or Esau is Edom. Now this is where things get very, very interesting, because we start looking at the genealogy of these individuals that lived in Mount Seir, where Esau ended up settling. And this is the genealogy of Ashu, the father of the Adumim, or the Edomites, in Mount Seir.
And these were the name of Ashu's sons: Eliphaz, son of Adah, wife of Ashu, and Ra'ual, son of Bashama, wife of Ashu. And Thamna, or Timnah, was the concubine of Eliphaz, Ashu's son, which saw son, she. And I want you to say that Eliphaz is not fully human because he is a descendant of Esau. Here, I'm gonna pause the film for just a second, fam. I noticed I was having a little bit of technical issues there. Is everything going smooth? I just want to make sure, because I saw a little bit of a technical error there. I want to make sure everything's running smoothly. Everything good? Give me a 1. Everything good, y'all? Somebody said I'm breaking up. Okay. That's why I'm coming back on screen right now. Am I good now? Can y'all hear me okay now? I just want to make sure before we continue. I don't know what happened there, y'all. My bad. I feel like, bro, the AI really be trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, mess with my audio a lot of times when I go live, which is something that's been happening a lot more. If y'all have noticed, like, the issues that I've been having with, like, audio sometimes has been happening a lot recently. A lot. And I don't think that that is a coincidence. But we're good now? Okay, somebody says the video? Okay. All right. Well, everything looks good now, so we'll continue. But just to explain this section right here, this is Eliphaz Levi, who created the Baphomet, and Eliphaz is one of the sons of Esau, who brought forth Amalek. Okay, so even these white people today, bro, and he's connected with, like, Baphomet and the Kabbalah and mysticism and all that. His name is Eliphaz. Okay, and Esau's son was named Eliphaz, and this is the same man who made the freaking Baphomet. All right, so I'm just saying they are the children of the devil, bro. It's all in their names. It's all in their culture. It's all in how they brag about all their technological advancement. It's because the reason why Europeans brag so much about everything they've conquered and destroyed is because they got their knowledge from the fallen angels. That's why they boast in what they've built. It came from the fallen. It didn't just come out of nowhere. I mean, all the science that they have, everything that they have to, like, mix animal DNA and make hybrids and resurrect dead animals and all this other goofy stuff they're doing, cloning animals and all that. That's them, bro. That is not black people doing that. They are the demon seed. Let's keep going. Should be good now, y'all. Esau's seed and the son of Adah, who genealogy is also not connected to Nuach, Noah, and his 3 sons. We can see here that Esau is mixing his seed with the descendants of the fallen. Let's keep reading. These were the sons of Ashu, who is Adum, and these were their chiefs. And these were the sons of Yekcyr, the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lutan, Shubal, Sabaun, and Anah. And Dashun, and Asar, and Dishan, and these were the chiefs of the Horites, the sons of Yekcyr, in the land of Adum, or Edom. And the sons of Lutan were Kari, Himam, and Lutan's sister was Thamna, or Timnah. So let's do a little bit more research into Yekcyr, because we can see that these inhabitants of this land are who Esau or Ashu mixed with. So let's take a look at the Strong's Concordance for the word Yekcyr, and let's see what comes up. That will give us a better understanding of who or what these people are, because if their genealogy is not mentioned or connected at all to Nuach or Noah and his 3 sons, they are descendants of the fallen. Let's take a look. So if we pull up the word Yekcyr or Seir, we get the word satyr, goat, devil, hairy, or rough. Now let's take a look at a further definition. So as we look at this further definition, like I said, it mentions a goat, a buck, a sacrificial animal, or a satyr. So I literally got this by looking up the word Shire or Sire, where Esau dwelt. These were not human beings. These were descendants of the fallen, and we can see by looking at this definition, they might have possibly been human-animal hybrids, which took place during the days of old when the Nephilim roamed the earth, and they were mixing. The Bible says that they defiled themselves with man and with beast. They were mixing genealogy. So Esau was laying down with cave-dwelling hybrids. There are a people that descend from these beings, even to today. And I'm going to prove that. Let's keep going. Now, all we have to do is look up the word Kuri or Kurim. In English, they call it the Horite or Horites. And we can clearly see that the definition describes them as cave dwellers, troglodytes. There's only one people on this earth who dwelled in caves. We've already proven the original inhabitants of the earth were dark-skinned. So it would make sense that when the fallen angels came down and slept with the women of the earth, who were obviously black, there was a mutation, a genetic mutation that took place that caused human beings to experience a change in genealogy. The people that you're looking at on your screen are what you would call today Neanderthals or cave dwellers. These are who the Kurim or the Horites were, cave dwellers. Why did they dwell in caves? Because they couldn't handle the sun. They had no melanin. So when Ashu or Esau mixed his seed with these Neanderthal descendants of the fallen, this is where white people came from. This is a genetically recessive gene that they had. This is where the bloodline of the fallen comes from, even to today. And I'm going to show you guys some evidence of this. All right, so this is an article from the Natural History Museum, and it says, the studies compare the genome of a Neanderthal with those of hundreds of modern humans, both from Eurasia, where our ancestors met Neanderthals, and from sub-Saharan Africa, where there would have been no interbreeding. The Neanderthal genome comes from the toe bone of a female individual, and the modern human information comes from data banks of genetic codes. Now listen to this. The researchers found Neanderthal DNA in regions of the human genome associated with skin and hair, suggesting early humans leaving Africa benefited from interbreeding, perhaps giving them thicker, straighter hair and skin that helped them cope better with the colder Eurasian climate. So it's literally saying right here that the Neanderthal gene is where you get straight hair from. Proof of what we looked at when it comes to this genetic mutation that I've been talking about. Let's keep going. All right, y'all. So I got some things I want to show you guys. So we're jumping over here to the browser. I'm not going to waste too much time. I got a lot of stuff to show you guys to further prove everything that I presented in this video so far. So let's go ahead and let me share my screen and let's take a look at what we have here, because we got a lot of information to bring out. Let's get to it. So the first thing we're going to look at is this book, which is called The Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, etc. This was written by Benjamin Franklin, and this book was published in 1751. Okay, so this book is from over 100 years ago. All right, so let's take a look at what it says. Now, I have the PDF here, but I want to focus here on page 224 and this last paragraph right here, because it tells you some things that I think are very interesting for you to know. So it says,
which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. I mean, we already know that. There's no mystery there, right? But let's keep reading because it gets very interesting. So it says, and chiefly tawny, America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. Now, what does swarthy mean? Let's take a look at the definition of the word swarthy, and we will get our answer. Swarthy, meaning dark-skinned. So what is this telling us? Benjamin Franklin is telling us that the original inhabitants of these European countries were dark-skinned, which proves what I said earlier about how when Noah or Nuach was born, it was very unusual for someone to have pale skin, proving not only that the Yasharim or Israelites were black, but everyone on this earth was black. And we already talked about the genetic mutation that took place earlier in this video, and I'm going to show you some reports to prove that. But this right here supports what we said and what I showed you earlier. So let's keep reading. The Saxons only accepted who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring over our planet by clearing America of woods and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars and Venus. Wow, this dude really believes in outer space. That's crazy. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, okay, you see this? Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red, But perhaps I'm partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind partiality is natural to mankind. So obviously Benjamin Franklin had a problem that there was more black people. If you are a descendant of Sham or Shem, you know, every nation at one point was dark skinned, including Ashur Esau himself. He was melanated. He was ruddy, but he was not white. He was melanated. But we know where white skin came from. Okay, we've already proven that. But we're gonna keep on going. Now, the reason why I'm showing you guys this is because there's something very, very interesting that I want to show you guys, which is this tapestry. So let's take a look at that real quick. All right, so this is the website blackcentraleurope.com. Now, if you guys are interested in looking into this stuff yourself, I will leave, if I can remember, I will try to leave the link in the description so you guys can look up these sources yourself, just in case you want to do a little bit more digging, okay? So this says Black Central Europe, as we've proven, the original Germanic-speaking people were black, the Moors, the Moorish black people, okay? It says, we bring you over 1,000 years of black history in the German-speaking lands and show you why it matters right now. Okay, so before I read this, I want to show you this. This is the tapestry. This is part of the tapestry. It's not the whole tapestry. But if you look here, you can obviously see two swarthy or dark-skinned people, okay? And you have the king right here and you have the queen right here. They were obviously dark-skinned, okay? Now, let's read what it says. It says, this remarkable medieval tapestry depicts a battle between giant wild men. Okay. And by the way, this tapestry was made in 1440, Germany. Okay. 1440. So I want you to pay attention right here where it says this remarkable medieval tapestry depicts a battle between giant wild men. Now, keep that terminology in mind, because as we move further in this study, it's going to start making more sense. But it says giant wild men. Okay, and I'm going to show you the full tapestry in a second, but I just want you to remember giant wild men. Clothed only in forest products or perhaps their own hair. So these giants and these wild men had hairy bodies. Just like Esau. They were descendants of the Nephilim, just like the Horites. And what else does it say about them? Let's keep reading. and the civilized defenders of a castle, who are these black Moors. Of course, most notable is the contrast in skin color and the reversal of our expectations that white should denote civilization and black the lack thereof. The wild giants with their unkempt hair and beards attack with sticks and stones in the other two sections of the tapestry. They battle with the lion and the dragon and the unicorn, heraldic symbols representing authority and power, and then present gifts of a wild game to a mother and a child in a cave. So not only did they have hairy bodies, not only were they giants, not only did they, invade these lands of these black Moors, but they also dwelled in caves and they had an unkempt appearance, just like the Neanderthals. Yeah, it's all starting to come together, isn't it? Let's keep reading. In case we were thought as doubt as to the level of civility among these white men, one of the gift givers has prominent fangs. So they had fangs. Nephilim? Yeah. The black defenders, by contrast, inhabit a fortified castle and fight with bows and arrows. The men's neatly groomed beards, robes, and headbands identify them as Saracens or perhaps as black converts to Christianity. Their king, queen, and princess watch anxiously from the keep while heralds call out for assistance. So we're going to take a look at this tapestry here. This is the tapestry. Let me show you a better picture. There we go. Okay. So as you can see, these are the wild men, okay? And I'm assuming that these weird outfits that they're wearing is a mixture of the vegetation from trees and from leaves that they use to cover their body, and the rest of it is their hair, because they had hairy bodies, okay? That's clearly what it says. And you can see these black Moors, you can see them in the castle, and you can see that these other Moors here are depicted with bows and arrows fighting against these wild men. You can see the unkempt beards, and you can see there's obviously a difference in complexion. Okay? So this is just one of our witnesses to support what I have presented in this video so far. Let's keep going. All right, now we're going to talk about the satyr, because I talked a little bit about it, and just earlier in this video, we talked about how if you take the word Yekcyr, which is where Esau and his descendants, as well as the Horites, dwelled, if you break it down in Abari or Hebrew, you get this. Okay? Now, we're going to read a little bit about this. We're not going to read the whole thing, okay? But we're going to just get a rough idea as we continue to go through this study. So it says, in Greek mythology, a satyr, also known as a Silenus, is a male nature spirit with ears and a tail resembling those of a horse, as well as permanent exaggerated E-word. I'm not going to even say that out loud. Early artistic representations sometimes include horse legs, but by the 6th century BC, they were more often represented with human legs. Comically hideous, they have mane-like hair, bestial faces, and snub noses, and are always shown naked. Satyrs were characterized by their ribaldry and were known as lovers of wine, music, dancing, and women, and they were companions of the deity Dionysus and were believed to inhabit remote locales such as woodlands, mountains, and pastures. So they also dwelled in mountains or dwelled in caves, okay? And they often attempted to seduce or R-word nymphs and mortal women alike, usually with little success. They are sometimes shown I'm not going to even read that. It's disgusting. And by the way, these acts that I refuse to say out loud is something that the Romans and the pagans were known for. These deplorable acts in the bedroom amongst people. It was completely deplorable. I don't even need to say more than that, but it was just straight up perversion. All right, now let's go here. You can see this depiction of a satyr, and you can see that it kind of looks like the wild man. It's got the hairy, unkempt appearance here, and it's dwelling in the woods. Okay. So let's read this here because it does mention it in a scriptural context. So it says, on the other hand, a number of commentators have noted that satyrs are also similar beings in the belief in ancient Near Eastern cultures. Various demons of the desert are mentioned in ancient Near Eastern texts, although the iconography of these beings is poorly attested. Beings possibly similar to satyrs, including Saraim, okay, are mentioned in the Bible several times, or Yekcyr, that's what we looked up earlier. was the standard Hebrew word for he-goat, okay? But it could also apparently sometimes refer to demons in the form of goats. They were evidently subjects of veneration because Uyakra, or Leviticus 17:7, forbids Yasharim or Israelites from making sacrificial offerings to them. And 2 Chronicles 11:15 mentions that a special cult was established for the Sarim of Jeroboam. Like satyrs, they were associated with desolate places and with some variety of dancing. And Yashayahu, or Isaiah 13:21, predicts, but wild animals will lie down there and his houses will be full of howling creatures. Wow. Very, 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 very interesting. All right. Now we're going to keep on reading because we got more to get through. Okay. Now, this right here is the deity in, I believe, the Greco-Roman Empire, or actually Greek, the Greeks. This is their deity, which they call Pan or Pan. Okay, so you can see he's very similar to the satyr. That's what I'm saying. They were all pagans. Every nation around Yasharal, every nation that was outside of them were pagans. They all worshipped the same deities, just with different names. But this is Pan, and you can see it looks just like the satyr. You can see the horn deities, you can see the horns and everything else. And this is where we get the modern day version of the Baphomet, as well as the goat of Mendes. You know, this goes way back to these creatures, and these creatures obviously existed around the time of Yasharal, because we mentioned that the Nephilim were mixing with, mixing genetic code with animals and defiling themselves with beasts. So it would make sense why the Horites would probably look something like this, or be similar, or descend from these beings, because we know that the word satyr means goat or hairy goat. Okay. All right, let's keep on moving. All right, so this next study we're going to look at, or this next portion, says wild men of the ancient world, legends across the globe. We don't believe in the globe over here, but tell of a humanoid beasts. Are they real? Now, before I read this article, I want to make something clear. The so-called caveman, the so-called Yeti, the so-called Bigfoot is the Neanderthal. Okay, it's not a myth. It's not false. It's true. The Neanderthal is the so-called Bigfoot, the so-called Yeti, the so-called wild man. Okay, they use all these different terms to try to make you think it's fiction when it's really true. It is true. It is a fact. And we're going to continue to prove it. Okay. So it says, man-like beasts appear in myths and legends of cultures around the globe. The best known wild man phenomena of today as a Sasquatch or Bigfoot in North America. That's the Neanderthal, by the way. But there are other legends such as the Yeti or abominable snowman. Okay, hold on. Fix that. Abominable snowman said to live in the wilds of the Himalayan mountains, Europe. There are many lesser wild humanoid cryptids. The orange pettit, which is said to have lived in the remote forest on the island of Sumatra in western Indonesia. Almas in Mongolian folklore, and the Bukit Timah monkey man, or the blah 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 blah. Okay. The legend of Bigfoot and other wild men seems like a modern concept. The controversial and hotly debated Patterson film reportedly shows footage of a live Bigfoot taken in Orleans, California in the autumn of 1967. The widespread attention the film received brought the concept of Bigfoot into the public domain and into the modern popular culture, with movies and TV shows such as Harry and the Hendersons, inspired by the hairy humanoid caught on tape. So if they have a video, I'd be happy to check it out. Let's see. Okay, I don't think that had anything to do with what we just read, so we're going to keep on moving. So it says, but these legends of wild men are not just a global phenomenon. They are an ancient one. And many of these myths have prevailed for hundreds of years, being passed on from generation to generation as people swear to have seen evidence of the humanoids themselves. Of course they did. They walk amongst us. We see them every day. They are amongst us. This is not, you know, folklore. This is not a myth. This is real. Okay. So it says the earliest surviving mention of a wild man is the Enkidu in the Epic of Gilgamesh, written more than 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. Once again, another pagan nation. The Enkidu is a central figure in the epic, in which he's described as an uncivilized savage who was raised by animals and lived with herds and a game in the wild. He is the embodiment of the natural world and is the opposite of the cultured and eloquent hero Gilgamesh. So this actually makes a lot of sense when you really think about it, because it says that we were called savages, right? In slavery, they said that the African slaves are nothing but savages and animals, and they gave us culture. But when in actuality, that was them, because we were talking about the Moors earlier. What people don't know about the Black Moors is that they taught these causacoid wild men how to wash themselves. They had no structure. They dwelled in caves. They didn't know anything about structure, right? So, you know, people might be offended by some of the stuff I'm saying, but after all the dirt that's been thrown on Yasharal's name, we are going to clear the air. We are going to bring the facts, because sour cream supremacy is losing its edge when information like this is being revealed, even with what the scriptures say. All right. The whole purpose of white supremacy is because they knew that they had insecurities about us. And so they created these lies to hold themselves to a higher standard when they're the ones who dwelled in caves. They were the ones who had no structure. They were the ones who were eating flesh. They were the ones who were hairy and unkempt that didn't know how to wash themselves. I'm just saying. Let's keep going. Unlike many other wild men in other legends, Enkidu is able to be tamed. He's taught the ways of the civilized world by a prostitute. Wow. Shamhat, after spending 7 days enjoying her company, which resulted in the animals rejecting him when they sensed her human scent on him. All right, now let's read this. It says the ancient European wild men. Both Greek and Roman myths are filled with sexually voracious wild men. The satyr and faun are both wild men associated with fertility, paganism. I told you, just like Ishtar, you know, and Semiramis and all these deities, they are all connected to paganism, which is fertility. This is where you get these pagan holidays like Easter, which is named after Ishtar, who is the pagan fertility deity. Okay? You see how it's all connected. Both the Greek deity Pan and the Roman equivalent Faunus are depictions of the wild man figure, and both are deities of nature and the wild, but also of fertility. And you can see this is a depiction of Pan trying to get down with a goat. I mean, are you shocked? This is what the Romans did. This is what the pagans did. This is why the Most High told us in the Torah not to do these acts, not to participate in homosexuality, not to lay with animal, not to lay with beasts. This is the heathens that did this stuff. This is all heathenistic. Let's keep going. It says the Romans also described a Celtic figure called Dusios. They compared their pagan deity to their deity Faunus and the Greek deity Pan, but are careful to emphasize the nature of, or the savage nature of Dusios to differentiate between him and their own wild men. Dusios is not just a fertility deity. He is described as impregnating both animals and women either by surprise or by force. Doesn't this sound so much like what the Nephilim did? Or not the Nephilim, but the fallen, when they came down and they took these women for wives, and then the Nephilim ended up being born, and then they started defiling themselves with animals, man, beasts, eating flesh, and all this wicked stuff that they were doing. Who eats bloody meat more than anybody else? The wild. Let's keep going. It says historians believe these figures are all rooted in ancient legends from Neolithic cultures across modern-day Europe and Russia. They point to the Slavic creature known as the Leshy, which is described as a short humanoid forest guardian with a large bushy beard and tail. The Leshy is rumored to capture children and travelers if they do not respect his forest. Although some people have linked the Leshy and creatures like the satyr, the Leshy is not associated with fertility and is closer to modern Bigfoot legends than the Greco-Roman concepts of wild men. Very interesting. All right, we're going to keep on moving. All right. Now, this is another book that I'm going to show you guys. And this is also about the tapestry that we looked at a little earlier, okay? So we're going to take a look at this. And by the way, this is the book. It's called A South German Tapestry, Bulletin of the Museum of Fine Arts, Volume 56, number 303, Spring 1958 is when this was published. So let's read what it says. It says, it is indeed a matter of consolation that the first German tapestry to be acquired for the museum should be outstanding example of an important period in the history of European tapestry weaving. The purchase of this tapestry, once a part of the Sigmaringen I'm slaying these right now, collection, was made possible through a fund established by the bequest of Charles Potter Kling. Though precise dating of the tapestry from evidence now available is not possible, there are many reasons to believe that it was woven sometime during the last decade of the 14th century or the first decade of the 15th century. The subject of the tapestry, startling at variance with the subjects of other tapestries in the museum's collection, presents an enticing iconographic puzzle. Beginning at the left hand end of this long, narrow strip of tapestry, probably intended to hang above a row of benches, we follow the actions of strange, bearded men clothed in handsomely styled renderings of the traditional hairy covering of the mythological wild man. So we have another witness proving that these beings, these so-called humans being depicted, were hairy. Just like the Bible says, Esau was hairy. It would make sense if he mixed with Neanderthals that the people that come from that would be hairy, that would dwell in caves. Let's keep going. Armed with stones and branches, the wild men approach a moated castle defended by dusky or swarthy or dark-skinned Moors, just like I told you, the black Moors of Germany and of Europe. From the upper windows of the castle, the king and queen watch the approaching horde. The attackers, in contrast to the dark-skinned defenders, are giants. There we go again, another witness. This is a whole nother book talking about this tapestry, and they are, both sources are identifying these as dark-skinned Germans that are fighting against giant wild men. Okay, let's keep going. But though the danger seems overwhelming, the drawbridge is drawn and two bowmen advance towards the invaders. To the right, beyond the castle, a wild man crowned with flowers struggles with the lion. Two wild men attack the winged dragon, while still further to the right, another wild man grasps the horn and right leg of a spotted unicorn in an effort to subdue him. The smallest trees which puncture these incidents have smooth, sinuous, brown trunks, each species of tree indicated by the variations of the elaborate polychrome patterns of the tuft of leaves at the top. Birds flock to one tree to feed on its berries, and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to show you this to show you another witness backing up what we looked at in the tapestry. Okay, let's keep moving. All right. So this next thing is from jackinthegreen.org, and it talks about the wild men of Wartburg, and we have another depiction of the tapestry here. Let's take a look at it. Okay, kind of hard to see, but you can see more wild men with the unkempt beards. Okay, you got one right here riding on an elk. Okay, now you can see that they have these olive leaves around their head, which is very interesting because when you think about a lot of the Greco-Roman deities, a lot of them were depicted as having these olive branches around their heads that they wore as crowns. Okay, and there's another wild man there. There's the unicorn that they were talking about. You've got another wild man right here. You've got one over here with the lion on its back, and you look how small the lion is. This is a full-grown lion. This is not a cub, and you can tell it's a full-grown lion because you can see the mane of the lion, and you can see this wild man carrying him. But look how small the lion is compared to this wild man. These people were giants. They were Nephilim. Okay, and you can see right here, there's this Nephilim wrestling what looks to be another lion. And again, you know, we saw this image earlier with the swarthy or dark-skinned Germanic people. Okay, let's get back to the article here. All right, so it says the glorious medieval tapestry of Wartburg Castle of Wild Men and Moors is a German probably Strasbourg, Alsace, from about 1440, fusing both pagan and Christian metaphors. Interesting. So we read in the article that these Moors had converted to Christianity or were Christians. We know that some of them were Yashualim, right? But not all of them were, right? But we could see that these deities were obviously, these Nephilim were obviously pagans, right? It depicts a series of scenes of left to right, wild men attacking Moors in the castle, wild men fighting with a lion, dragon, unicorn. Oh, you read all that. Okay, we'll just skip past that. And yeah, this is what we looked at earlier. Okay, we'll keep moving. It says the black inhabitants of the fortified castle fight with bows and arrows. The men's neatly groomed bears. Okay, we read all that. Okay. All right. And here's another close-up of it, and you can clearly see dark-skinned people. Okay. And we're going to keep on moving. I don't want to get too sidetracked here. This is the unicorn, obviously. This is the lion. Everything. Like I said, this is the lion, and look how small the lion is compared to this wild man. And like I said, you can see these olive branches around their heads, which is very, 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 very prevalent in Greco-Roman civilizations with their deities. Let's keep going. All right, so it says the wild Mandel Tans. I think this is German, so I'm not going to even try to read this, okay? But it says the ritual is dedicated to the Germanic deity Thor. Once again, paganism. And involves 13 men, of all whom belong to old local families who have been living in the region for centuries. The men's costumes are made of moss, which grows only in the Alagu Alps. So you can see that these men are doing some sort of ritual, and who they are in the likeness of is the wild men. And if you look, you can see even the olive tree branch around their heads, and you can see the long beards and the hairy bodies. Okay, let's keep reading. It says the custodians of the wild Mandotans ancient ritual dance. And I'm going to show you a video of what that might look like. Here's for what is probably oldest cult or ritual dance in the German-speaking area, the wild Mandel-Tans. It is the goal of the association to preserve this and pass it on to posterity. The dance is only performed once every 5 years, and we have received it from our ancestors. Hold on a minute. These are their ancestors. I see blue eyes. I see white skin. I see blue eyes. I see white skin. These are their ancestors. This is what was passed down to them because they are most likely, if they're their ancestors, they are descendants of the Nephilim. There it is. They're literally admitting to you that these are their ancestors. And if you look at this image right here, it's very, very closely resembled to this. Look at the beard. Look at the hairy body, the shaggy hair. Look at it. And you can obviously see the olive tree branch around their head, their crowns, right? Look at that. This is very telling, y'all. You can't deny this. Let's keep reading. It says 90 citizens from all walks of life founded in the Folk Association on April 28, 1901 of the Gasthof Zurzon in Oberst. Today, the largest costume club Germany with 1,000 members can look back more than 110 years of club history. Since 1901, the Wild Mandel Dance is organized by the Mountain and Homeland Security Association in Oberstdorf, and since then reenacted every 5 years. It is an honor to be allowed to join in, and in general, only members of long-established Oberstdorf families are invited, all of whom belong to an old local family who have been living in that region for centuries. And you can see here is another depiction. Look at the hairy body. Look at the shaggy beard. These are their ancestors. They said it themselves. Yekcyr didn't say it. I did not say it. They said it out of their own mouths. Let's keep going. It says Oberstdorf is a municipality and skiing and hiking town in southwest Germany, located in the Allgäu region of the Bavarian Alps. Oberstdorf is one of the highest market towns in Germany. It is the southernmost settlement in both Bavaria and in Germany overall. So this is in Germany, guys. So this gives more credence to the wild men, and we realize this is not a myth. It is not a myth. And here's more images. And isn't it very, very interesting that you have the this cross looking thing right here? Isn't that very, very interesting? Because you know the cross is pagan, right? I hope you know the cross is pagan. Anyway, let's keep going. It says the wild Mandel, a pagan civilization. I'm going to highlight that. A pagan civilization in Oberstdorf, Alagu, Alps. The wild Mandel ritual used to be spread over the whole alpine area from the high caves to the Tatars and the Dolomites up to the Harz, to the high caves. Once again, these are cave dwellers. And the Thuringian forest, but only in one place in the Alps has the dance been preserved in its original form, in Oberstdorf in the Allgäu. It is one of the last of the pagan civilizations that was able to protect itself under the protection of the remote Oberstdorf mountain valleys. There we go. There's another picture. It says survival of the wild Mandel Tans is a ritual of protection. While the dance only survived in Oberstdorf after it was once widespread throughout the Alpine region, this is a question with no straightforward answer, but there are some clues. The origin of the wild Mandel dance undoubtedly goes back to the mysterious world of prehistory. The purpose of dance is said to connect with the forces of nature, the stars, and the deities, pagans, especially the deity Donar or Thor. Only a few hundred years ago, the term Oberstdorf represented the combined territories of the forest, the wilderness, and the unexplored mountains. I would also probably assume that that includes the Caucasus Mountains. This may be one reason why this ancient legacy has been maintained in Oberstdorf. This is another interesting story about the ritual, which also helped to maintain the loyalty shown to it by the locals. And there you go. There's another picture right there. All right, we're gonna keep on going. Yeah, wow, very, very telling. Whew, boy, that is very telling, y'all. I don't even know what to say. It's more pictures right there. Wow. Look at this. This is obviously a ritual. And look, there's not a black person in sight. It's all Europeans. And they are right there in the middle of the wilderness doing this ritual. Wow. Look at that. Europeans. None but Europeans. There's another image right here. It's actually kind of fascinating when you think about it, that they put this much effort into honoring their ancestors. I guess you could consider this a European form of ancestral worship. All right, we're going to keep on moving. All right, so this is about the tapestry, so I think we're going to just skip this because we already read about that. All right, now this is another one of those ritual dances. I don't think it's the exact same one that we just read about, but let's just take a look at it and see what we got here. Now, keep in mind, you see this hairy deity or this guy dressed up in this costume. You can see the hairy body. You can see the hairy face, okay? And you can see that he has this tree in his hand, which is representative of the club, because we read about in the tapestry that these wild men were carrying clubs, just like the caveman, okay? So keep that in mind. And you can also see the bushes and the vegetation around his body. And if you look here, all you see is Europeans. That's all you see. I mean, are you guys starting to really see with both your eyes open what this is about and where these people come from? You will not find black people gathered at events like this. You won't. Wow. All right, so I guess that's one of the forms of the ritual dances that they do. We're going to keep on moving. All right, so these are the Wildenklausen. Okay, and if you look, I believe these are another pagan deities that do ritual dances, and you can also see the horns. You see the hairy bodies. You see that they have like the goat heads, and they give homage to Pan, one of those pagan deities. Okay, not really much to see here. All right, we're going to keep on moving. All right, so this next thing says depictions of giants, Middle East wild man, or Neanderthal. Huh. How about all three? All three rolled into one. All right. Let's see what this says. It says myths in Europe and the Middle East contain giants, either as the ancestors of humans or as dangerous adversaries who exist in the wild and who often attacked humans. Huh. Okay. We assume that the giant refers to a very tall creature, but giants are described by the Greeks as having great strength and are not until later depicted in art as being tall, but of human size. Okay, so we already know that there was 3 races of giants, so that's not exclusive to them being extremely tall. You know, they could be regular sized people. I mean, when we talk about the Horites, they are not necessarily described as being giants. So they were, and then like I said, I believe that they come directly from the Aliud or the Elioid. Okay, so that was the 3rd race or the 3rd generation of giants that was born from the fallen. And so it would make sense that as the Nephilim begin to multiply, they got smaller and smaller and smaller. But let's keep going. Could these giants have been small surviving groups of Neanderthals or HN-HS hybrids driven to the edge of extinction by Homo sapiens? Estimates of Neanderthal extinction have been pushed forward to within 30,000 years ago and possibly 20,000 years ago. We know that that's baloney. The earth is not no 30,000, 20,000 years old. That's foolishness. Okay. A time frame that is not outside the possibility of being remembered as a significant chapter in human history, with Neanderthals included as important beings in core human myths. Over arguments over who was Neanderthal focus on trivial physical characteristics, but our true question concerning this creature's humanity. Our arrogance is challenged by our definition of who counts in evolutional history. There is no evolution. Anyway, the Most High, Yahuwah, created everything. I mean, except, of course, the Nephilim. If it is only one species that matters, us obviously, then we must reject Neanderthal along with the millions of species that have already rejected as inferior novelties on the road to ourselves. The Middle East was a Neanderthal-rich environment. Lines carved into Humbaba mask could indicate scarification, but around the mouth, these lines often compose a full mustache. Other lines follow facial contours and may also depict hair, and a very hairy wild man with a large mouth and prominent teeth emerges. The flat winding versions below have been claimed to be intestines. Intestines. Very, very interesting. I mean, they were cannibals. All right, let's keep on going, y'all. Just keep on going. Keep on trucking. All right. Who has the most body hair? Drum roll, please. Whites are the hairiest, with Mediterranean, Southern Europe, and Shemitic people. Now, when it says Shemitic people, I'm assuming they're talking about the Arab people, who obviously do have more Shemitic blood in them than the Ish people, right? Because the Ish people came straight from the Caucasus Mountains of Khazaria, right? So they wouldn't be Shemitic. But I'm assuming that they based this study off of them because they are also very hairy, but that makes sense because they're descendants of Esau. But we already know that the original Arabs were also dark-skinned, swarthy black people. And the Arabs that we see, or the Palestinians we see now, are literally just Turkic Mongols who, when the Ottoman Empire ran into the so-called Palestine, Middle East, they mixed and colonized the indigenous dark-skinned Palestinian Arabs that were there. And as a result of that, you get the Palestinians you see today. So it says, tending to be hairier than the Scandinavians and Anglo-Saxons, Africans are in the middle. The least hairy people are Asians and American Indians. So it says, we saw above how the reasons for differences in body hair are not totally clear. For instance, Caucasian people are hairier than the Japanese, even though testosterone levels are the same. The difference seems to be in how sensitive the hair follicles are to those testosterone levels. It makes sense for Africans originally from a warmer climate to need less body hair than those from the frigid European areas. Yeah, that says a lot. All right, let's keep on moving. Okay. exploring the enigmatic Roman deity fauna, a tale of fertility and power. There we go again with the paganism. And this is how you know Easter is pagan, because I told you that Ishtar is the deity of fertility, and you can see the rabbits. Okay, this is where Easter comes from. Semiramis, Isis, Venus, all of these deities are pagan, and they all represent fertility. Okay, so keep that in mind. Just remember this this video when people are telling you Happy Easter. Just remember they're telling you Happy Ishtar Day, essentially. Well, that's why we don't do paganism. We keep the biblical feast days of the Most High. Yo, can't wait till Pesach or Passover is coming up. Get ready for it, spring. All right, let's go. It says, fauna, the Roman deity associated with fertility and wildlife, holds a significant place in ancient Rome. That's why Christianity teaches you to celebrate Easter. Yeah. Religion and mythology believed to be either the wife, sister, or daughter of the renowned deity Faunus. Faunus' origins lie in Latium, the land of the Latins. Now, what's interesting is, I'm going to show you guys in a second. I don't want to give it away just yet. Her intriguing connection to the deity Faunus provides insight into her attributes and personality, often compared to the mischievous fauns. Fauna embodies the untamed spirits of the field and the forest. Additionally, she is closely associated with Bona Dea, the Roman deity of fertility, healing, and women. Together, they form a captivating narrative of power and reverence in Roman culture. There's something I'm looking for here. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. If I can, I'm going to just move on, because there's something we're going to get to in the next section of this video that I think is very, very, very important when it comes to this bloodline that is connected to the fallen. Let's see. Can I find it? I don't see it. Right. There you go again. More rabbits. Now you guys can kind of understand where this all comes from and what paganism really is. You know, so if you learn anything from this video, stop following Christianity and the Roman Catholic Church, because they got you embracing deities like this. Okay? Got nothing to do with our Messiah. Okay, I don't see it here. Yeah, I don't see it. So we're going to just move on. But I wanted to show you something about the Basque people, because the Basque people tie in heavily to this study. And after we get done looking at these articles and this information, I am going to teach you about the Basque people, because the Basque people of Europe are predominantly of the bloodline of the Nephilim. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But Faunus is a deity that the Basque people, who were pagans, worshipped. Okay, let's keep this moving. And as I mentioned before, Ishtar is the deity of love, sexuality, and fertility. Okay. All right, now I wanted to show you this because what's really, really interesting is when you read about Yekcyr, right, or Mount Yekcyr, we know that it was a cave that, as I mentioned many times, Esau and his descendants, as well as the Horites, dwelled in. Okay, these cave cities, right? So what's really interesting is this is Petra right here. And before I break down Petra, let's just read a little bit of this article just for a little context. I'm going to show you something very interesting. Okay. So it says the cave dwellings of men. Now we're not going to read the whole article because it looks to be very long and we still have so much more to go through. But it says the stories of men who lived or worked in caves abound in history, mythology, and folklore tales. The youthful imagination is charmed with accounts of robbers' caves, from that of the 40 thieves down to those described in Gil Blas, and those are associated with the robber period of the history of the Mississippi Valley. Mythology furnishes caves of giants. There it goes again. Those to which heroes have resorted, and the homes of supernatural beings or of gnomes like the Nagubulin and the Little People. Such stories are suggested by the obvious fact that a cave may afford a safe and convenient place of refuge when no other is at hand, and their imaginative features are the outcome of the rarity of the remoteness of experience of cave life within historic times, distance lending enchantment to the view. So it says tribes of cave-dwelling men, or troglodytes, are described by ancient writers as having lived in Egypt, Ethiopia, on the borders of the Red Sea, and in the Caucasus Mountains. There's another witness. The Red Sea region was called by the Greeks from this fact, Troglodyte. Some of the ancient caves in Arabia are still occupied by the Bedouins. The caves of the troglodytes near Ain Ara in Morocco have been visited by Balanza and Sir Joseph Hooker and described by a correspondent of the London Times, are situated in a narrow gorge, the cliffs of which rise almost perpendicularly from a deep valley and are cut in a solid rock at a considerable height from the ground. Okay. We're going to keep reading because I want to get to Petra real quick here. This is Petra, okay? And I'm going to show you a more lifelike, actual, realistic image of it. So this is Petra. Now, I want you to look at this architecture here because this was a cave city or a cave town that is said to have been Edom, okay? So let's take a look at an actual image of it. This is Petra, and you can see it's inside of a mountain range, okay? So a lot of people believe that this is biblical Adum or Edom, okay? And you can see this is it right here, right? Cave city, mountain city. Now, when you look at this architecture and you pay very, very close attention to it, look at ancient Greece. Do you see how the structure is very similar? Now we know that Eliphaz in the book of Yekcyr or Jasher ended up mixing with Greco-Romans. He mixed with Greece and he mixed with Rome, and they became one nation to this day. Therefore, a lot of European people are of Esau, right? Because he ended up leaving Mount Seir and going to Europe, to the lands of the north, the lands of Japheth, okay? But you can see that the architecture is very similar to this cave city, which is Petra, okay? Let's actually look inside Petra and see what it looks like. I'm just curious. You see? That's the inside of it. And I believe that this is a tourist destination you can actually check out. I believe it was once possibly Adum or Edom, and now, you know, it's obviously been excavated and turned into a tourist spot. So the average person can just go and look at it. But you can see the architecture is very, very similar to Petra. Okay, you can see the these foundations here, you know, and when you look at Greece and Rome, they're very, very similar. But even the White House looks like this. Let's take a look at that. You see that? This is Edom, y'all. He's all over. Esau is all around us. He is all around us. The place that the very president sits is based upon this cave city of Petra, which is said to be the former destination of Edom. Isn't that very interesting? And guess what? A lot of the majority of your presidents, including Obama, are of the bloodline of the Nephilim. This includes the royal family. This includes Prince Charles, Prince Harry, all of them. They are all of the bloodline of Hashatan. They are of the serpent seed. They are descendants of the Nephilim. But I've always found that to be very, very interesting, how similar all of these landmarks are. Look at that. Very interesting. All right, we're going to keep on moving. All right, so the Yeti of the Caucasus Mountains. Now, as I said, when it comes to Bigfoot, when it comes to Sasquatch, when it comes to the Yeti, it is not a mythical figure. It is a real being that walks amongst us. They've just changed their name, okay? So it says, the students of prehistory build their science on a range of discoveries, the most notable of which involves a particularly complete skeleton or bone fragments. In the coming years, are they once going to observe directly a hominoid or humanoid surviving fossil from prehistory? Or a wild man of the Caucasus? Wild man of the Caucasus. Do you see all this evidence I'm bringing out? May be the subject of this remarkable observation, different from the Yeti of the Himalaya, which is only a I don't even know how to pronounce that. The Almasty of the Caucasus is a hominid which already possesses certain traits of Neanderthal man, formerly rather well known to the inhabitants of the region, who have numerous recollections of their encounters with these wild men. It appears, unfortunately, to be on the way to extinction. We know that that's not the truth. Russian archaeologists who are trying actively to observe it have not yet succeeded in approaching it. This exceptional prospect is... Shalom, y'all. Shalom, 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 shalom. Now, listen, I just want to stop the video real quick, but we'll get back to it. If you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to do a Q&A on this, because I have some other things I want to deal with in regards to this. So I'm just jumping in to let you guys know that we'll still continue this video, but I will be doing a Q&A after this movie. So if you guys have questions, I also want to clear up some things, because in this film, when I did this film back in 2024, there were some things that I did not understand. Okay, so this film was made very early in my understanding of this topic. And like I said, if you watch the Nephilim series, can one of y'all please drop the link in the chat to the Nephilim series? If you watch the Nephilim series, you will see my steady growth in understanding this. So like I said, I had to come from a humble place. And like I said, I went directly to the Most High and I asked him about these people. You know what I'm saying? And he revealed it. So I want to make some things clear, after this. And then, like I said, we'll do a Q&A. You know what I'm saying? After, I'll drop a link if you want to call in. You want to ask some questions about the movie. You feel what I'm saying? And all right. So it'll be over very, very soon. And I'll do a Q&A. So like I said, even to the heathens who don't like me, want to sit here and argue with me all the time, now is your chance to disprove it all, bro. Now is your chance to ask your questions. Now is your, because listen, moving forward, bro, I will continue to make videos about this. But when I'm on live and I'm trying to talk to the people, I don't want heathens coming in asking me questions about videos I've already done. All right. You need to go watch these videos. I made this series for our people, the Negro, okay, and the tribes, the 12 tribes of Yekcyr, all right, and the Bantu people, okay, and the people in the continent, you know what I'm saying, of the bloodline of Jacob. I want all of y'all to understand the truth about them, because many of us are in proximity to them. And this also includes the other Edomic nations who watch me. Y'all have experienced colonization. Y'all have experienced oppression. You darker skinned Aboriginal Australians, you have been treated bad by the white Australians, haven't you? You Dravidian dark skinned Indians, y'all have been mistreated by the racial caste system, haven't you? The people of the Solomon Islands, the indigenous people all around the world that bear the melanin and the mark of the Most High Yahuwah and his signature of his creation, you have been oppressed by these people. All right. So we all have this in common. And this is what I'm saying. I'm a light to you, because I'm telling you, yes, you can be liberated from them. The earth has a problem with them. Look at what's going on in the world, family. Come on, we got a problem here. And those who attach themselves to us, to the chosen, to the Negro, to the Israelites, to the biblical Israelites, some here in America, some there in, you know what I'm saying, India, some of them in Yemen, some of them in the so-called Middle East, some of them in sub-Saharan Africa, some of them, you know, here in America, some of them in Brazil, some of them in the islands, Guyana, Tobago, Jamaica, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere we are, China, Eurasia, everywhere, our people are scattered everywhere, bro. Negroes everywhere, bro. It's Israelites all around the world fulfilling a prophecy. How are these things done? Through the same common trait. Two main factors of the scattering of the Negro. I'm not going to get too deep. I'm going to get back to the movie, but I just want to make something clear. Three main things played into the scattering of the Negro: slavery, migration, and slave trades. Okay? 3 factors that have contributed to the scattering of the Negro, the Bantu, the Israelite, and those who are connected to us in the continent that are connected to the sons of Jacob. Like I said, I'm still understanding more about the Northern Kingdom and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But I know that our people have been scattered everywhere. Some of our people are on the continent right now, mostly sub-Saharan Africa right now. Our people are all around the world right now experiencing the same oppression. Afro-Brazilians, same oppression. Afro-Hispanics, same oppression. Afro, you know what I'm saying, Indians, same oppression. Same oppression. They being killed by the police, shot by the police, called N-words, all of that, yo. the same oppression. You know why? Same people, same tribes, same nation, same seed of Jacob. All right? So let's stop playing these games, y'all. Let's stop playing these games, bro. This book is about us, bro, and the heathen don't want to see it, bro. But I'm just telling what it is. Our people are scattered all around the world. Listen, if you are scattered, okay, you are of the stock of Jacob. I love you. I love you, and I'm here for you. The heathens don't like me, but listen, I love you. All right. And I'm trying to get our people to come together. I know there's a lot of division, but I know my people scattered all around the world, here in America, everywhere around the world, as the scriptures say, four corners of the earth. You feel me? Northern kingdom, southern kingdom need to come together. It is prophesied we shall come together. Yahusha will restore us back together as a nation. And my work is to our people. My work is for the 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 people. So if you're another nation, especially the fallen seed, there's really not much for you but the same message: no peace, no salvation, no eternal life for the fallen seed, as it says in 1st Enoch. They shall have no peace, is what says Yahuwah. Thus they shall have no peace. So everybody asking me and saying, what about me? But what about me? No peace, no peace, no peace, no shalom, no shalom. Because the serpent seed must be destroyed. Everything being done, the oppression and people struggling and, you know what I'm saying, war and devastation and mass genocide is being done by this wicked seed of Cain who hates the Edomic seed, but specifically the children of Jacob of that Edomic seed. And as I said, the Edomic seed, they are all different groups of people. They all stem from Adam. You know what I'm saying? But they all have the same traits that connect them back to the Creator. They have his divine covering upon them. And what I mean by that is they have that eumelanin, that factor that absorbs light, which is why we are called the children of light. We absorb it. We absorb it. And the children of darkness, because of that animal hybrid melanin, they reject light. The light damages them. They cannot consume it. We consume it. You know what I'm saying? We consume it and absorb it and convert it to electrical energy. The neuromelanin in your brain, the black pigment substance in your brain that controls your neurons, the neurological blackish pigment in your brain. You are made in his image. Black man, don't you ever hate yourself. Black woman, don't you ever hate yourself. Melanated Aboriginal, don't you ever hate yourself. Melanated Dravidian, don't you ever hate yourself. You are beautiful. Don't you allow these devils to ever make you hate yourself. And I have no problem rebuking these wicked people because Yahusha did. You are of your father, the devil. John 8:44. You brood of vipers. He knew who he was dealing with. All right. Now, let's go ahead and get back to this. Like I said, I'll do a Q&A if you guys have any more questions. Let's get back to it. Shabbat shalom to everybody. Love y'all, man. Love y'all, family. I love all of y'all, bro. Thank y'all so much for being here. Shabbat shalom to the fam. All right, I'm going to get back to the video, but I want to give my love. Shout out to the people, man. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. All right, let's get back to it. Going to cause specialists in evolution to hold their breath over the coming years, and perhaps one day will reward amply their weight. So it says that these were wild men of the Caucasus Mountains. This is where you get your modern day ish people and many other individuals that come from them and look like them. Okay. Very interesting. I'm not going to read this whole article. Let's keep going. All right. So this is an article from the National Human Genome Research Institute, and it says the complete Neanderthal genome sequenced. DNA signatures found in present-day Europeans and Asians, but not in Africans. Whew, boy, I don't think I need to say no more than that. Let's keep going. And I think that's all I wanted to show you guys. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get back to the video. Oh, there's one more thing, actually. Let me just type this in real quick. The red-haired giants. I want to talk about that real quick because it's actually very interesting. So supposedly in Nevada, there were Native Americans or indigenous Americans that came across this giant that had red hair and white skin. Could he possibly be a descendant of the Nephilim? I mean, he looked like them. Let's take a look at it. Okay, right here. Here we go. Found it. And this is actually the website we were on earlier, Ancient Origins. Finally found it. So it says the Paiutes, a Native American tribe indigenous to parts of Nevada, like I said, it was in Nevada, having an oral tradition that they told to early white settlers of the area about a race of red-haired white giants or barbarians that their ancestors referred to as the Ct Ka. The story was written down in 1882 by Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins, daughter of Paiute Indian chief, in her book Life Among the Paiutes, The Wrongs and the Claims. So this person is admitting that they were white with red hair. Very, very interesting and suspicious indeed. All right, y'all. So we're going to get back to the video. I feel like I've pulled up enough here. We're going to get back to the video. I got more to show. We're almost done with this study. Let's keep it going. All right, family. We're almost done with this study. I just have a few more things I want to show you. So they have been putting the truth about the so-called wild man in plain sight for quite a while. I want you to take a look at some of these movies that they've released, and some of them you might recognize. Let's just take a look at them real quick. Let me share my screen. So this is the film and the book Where the Wild Things Are. And if you look at these characters, like this one, for example, you can see the straight hair, the red hair covered in hair. Okay, you can see the horn deity right here. You can see the tail. This one has a scaly body. You can see that they kind of appear to be demons. And you can see that this one is kind of furry. And then you've got this kid right here who's dressed up like an animal, or he's dressed up like one of these wild things. And I think it's interesting because this used to be one of my favorite books as a child. I never actually saw the movie because by that time I was already grown. But when I was thinking about the wild man, this book and this film kind of came to mind. And I just thought that that was very interesting. And this is the theatrical rendition of the book. And yeah, I just thought that was very interesting. It just came to mind. And these two right here resemble the wild man more than anything else. And I feel like this one right here is based more on the satyr. It's very interesting. But let's keep on moving. Now, this is the film Jumanji, also another one of my favorite childhood movies. And you can see this is Robin Williams, and he's dressed like the wild man. He's got the vegetation. He's got the leaves on him. He's got the crazy unkempt look. You know, it's very interesting, guys. It's like they put the truth in plain sight so much. You see him right here, blue eyes. He is depicting the wild man. Let's keep going. Now, this is the Wildings from the show The Game of Thrones. Now, I've never actually watched this show, but I remember when I was doing the research on this video, somebody mentioned it. And you can see they, in a sense, can also resemble the wild man. You see this guy right here. He's got like these, what appears to be animal skins. He's got the unkempt look. They don't have hairy bodies per se because we can't see what's underneath it, but this also came to mind as I was doing research for this video. You know, here he is again. You can see the crazy beard, the crazy hair. You know, and it's very interesting that they normally of them. There's a better picture. And these are known as the Wildings. Here's another one right here. Look at that. Shaggy appearance. These look like they're somewhat of what you would call like animal skins. Okay. And then, of course, you have the movie Tarzan, which is also another one of my favorite childhood movies. And you notice that he is very tribal and animal-like. He crawls on all fours. I just thought that was interesting. Now, another thing I want to show you guys is there are actually a people in Europe that crawl on all fours. Let me show you that real quick here. as we get closer to me exposing to you the Basque people, let's take a look at this real quick. Now, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear the audio. I'm recording this in the studio, but I just thought that this was very, very interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, let's see here. Pull this thing up. I saw the video recently and I was like, wow, this is very, very interesting. Like, look at this girl right here. Let me show you this video. Look at this. This is insane. Like, what? Hold on. Let's play the video. Wow. Little commercials or whatever. What the heck? Wow. I mean, there's literally videos of this woman jumping over fences like a dog. Okay, hold on. Let me mute the music. I don't want to get a copyright, but look at this, y'all. Do y'all see what I'm seeing? She's literally over here running with the dogs. And it said that the wild men would literally run and frolic with other animals. And we saw some of the depictions of them crawling on all fours like animals. I'm going to show you another book that depicts them in this way. Look at this. This is literally insane. Wow. Wow. Oh my, oh my, oh my. This is crazy. All right, now there's another video I want to show you guys where there's like a tribe of people in Europe that crawl on all fours. Let me see if I can find it. That's actually what I was, here it is. This is what I was looking for. It says family that walks on all fours baffles scientists they shouldn't exist. Look at this, y'all. These are Europeans we're talking about. Look at this. Are you starting to see what I'm showing you guys? Hold on. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. With evolutionary psychologists, these people walk on all fours, y'all. This is not made up. You can clearly see this is a real video. 6 of the 18 children were found to have been able to walk on all fours on the palm of their hands. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is crazy, y'all. Wow. Huh. Boy, oh boy. All right. Well, we saw that. Now there's one more thing that I want to show you guys. We're going to look at this book here that I have, okay? This book is called The Wild Men, Medieval Myth and Symbolism. And this is by Timothy Husband with the assistance of Gloria Gilmore House, okay? And this is from the Metropolitan Museum of Art of New York. All right, so we're going to just kind of skim through some of these pictures. We're not going to read everything. I'll read the introduction just so we can kind of have an idea of what we're dealing with here. And we'll look at some of the images depicted in here. And you're going to see some of these wild men. Here's one of the depictions right here. You can see the hairy body. You know, this is obviously an artist depiction of the wild man. But now let's read this introduction because I think the introduction is very telling. Okay, so let's take a look at what it says. It says, toward the end of the Middle Ages, all aspects of life had become so steeped in an atmosphere of deep religiosity that no object or incident, no idea or action could escape religious interpretation. A state of tension grew as J. Huizinga observed, in which all that is meant to stimulate spiritual consciousness is reduced to appalling commonplace profanity, to a startling worldliness in otherworldly guise. Concepts generated by faith tended to be seized upon and externalized in a naive and literal fashion, and thus abstractions became rendered as concrete realities. Kadash, or holy, and profane thought were constantly intermingled. The ordinary was transmuted to the sacred, and the sacred to the commonplace, with such consistency that any real distinction between religious and secular thought virtually disappeared. Nothing could better demonstrate this phenomenon other than the myth of the medieval wild man. The wild man is a purely mythic creature, or so they say, was a literary and artistic invention of the medieval imagination. In physical appearance, he differed from man, mainly thick in his thick coat of hair, which left only his face, hands, feet, and with wild women, their bare breasts. Elbows and knees were often exposed, as though hair could not grow on these areas of flex and wear. The hair was long and tufted, at times well-groomed, and at other times filthy and matted with dirt, moss, and other accretions. A variant form of the wild man, well illustrated in 15th century engravings, shows him covered with a thick growth of leafy foliage, just like we looked at. We looked at the many images of in the tapestry. We looked at the depictions of him in movies. He's covered in leaves. He's covered in vegetation, right? Rather than hair, which was generally thought to be black. It says, Renaud de Montauban describes social outcasts personified by wild men, black and hairy like a chained bear. There's the hairy body again. All right, let's just look at some of these images. So it says this right here. It says the capture of a wild man photograph of a scene from Wild Manji performed at Balt Schneider, Switzerland, 1976. And this is just a guy in a costume. Okay. We've got another one here. Now, this is depicting the wild man on all fours, just like we looked at in those two videos. You had the girl that was running around like an animal, and then you had the family of people that were literally all walking on all fours, which is very, very interesting. You can see the hairy body, and you can see the hands are exposed. And when you really look at this, this looks like what you would call a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. But the only difference is they're not walking upright, but they're walking on all fours. Very, very interesting. All right, let's keep on going here. You have a Sasquatch. I was about to say Sasquatch. You have a wild man over here being attacked or accosted by hunter dogs, or dogs that are obviously trained, because you can see the collars. You can see that they're all attacking the wild man. It says wild man at bay, detail of manuscript illumination from the Psalter of Queen Mary of England. Remember, I told you that the royal family is connected to the fallen bloodline, and we're going to get a little bit more into that as we understand and expose the Basque people. Okay, but it says this was made in 1325 London, the British Library of Royal Miss 2B7. So the British Library, this is what I'm saying. There's so many things that the royal family and many people connected to them are covering up. This is stuff that they've known. This is stuff that they're aware of, and they're not putting it out there because they don't want you to know who they are and what they are. Let's keep going. It says a wild man playing a Rebecca or Orpheus, a wooden bread mold, Switzerland, 16th century. Wow. Crazy. And, you know, you always see oftentimes that when you look at them, they are depicted next to elks and goats and horned animals, which is very interesting indeed. All right here, you've got jam figures in the form of wild men, detail of right jam of main portal of the College of San Gregorio, Spain. Now, Spain is very important to also understand in this, because as we get into the last chapter of this study, as I said, we're going to be talking about the Basque people, and they play a very important role in the next chapter of this video. So you want to stick around as we come to a conclusion of this video and we talk about this fallen bloodline, okay? Now, this right here is supposed to be Nebuchadnezzar. Now, if you know scripture, Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon, or Babal, okay, when the Yahudim were taken into captivity, and he was shown a dream. Daniel, or who you call Daniel, interpreted the dream, and he told him that Yahuwah showed him a dream, or the dream was that he would lose his kingdom. He was cast out of Babylon, and he became a wild man. He became hairy, he became tribal, he became animalistic. And this image right here is a depiction of Nebuchadnezzar when he entered into this state, this mindset of a wild man. Now, keep in mind, he was a king at one point. But when he lost his kingdom, he kind of lost his mind and he became Pharaoh. And this is a depiction of that. Right here, you've got another depiction of a wild man, you know, crawling on all fours like the animals that he's around. It says Nebuchadnezzar cast out amongst the beasts, manuscript illumination from the Bible of King Sancho el Fuerte of Spain. There's goes Spain again. Keep that in mind as we move on to the next chapter of this. All right, you got stained glass windows with wild men depicted at the bottom, and you can see the club right there. You can see the hairy body. It says the divine order from wild men to knights to angels, stained glass, roundel with the arms of Glarus. This is in Switzerland about 1500. Look at that. Wow. You got another image here of a wild man, and you can see the children. It says Wild Folk Family, engraving by Master BX in Germany. So you can see a lot of these concepts come from Europe. Let's keep going. Here's another wild man. It looks like he's blowing out smoke, something of the sort. And here he's depicted with a tail, which is very interesting because for most of the images we've looked at and most of the research we've done, we have not seen them depicted with tails. But it's very fitting. I mean, if we understand that Yekcyr connects to he-goat, right? It would make sense that they would have a tail. I don't know if it would look like this. That almost looks like a rat tail to me. It says the Pope as a wild man. Huh. Interesting. So this is supposed to be the Pope? Engraving by Melchior Lorsch with text of Martin Luther from Germany after 1545 Berlin. Wow. So this is supposed to be the Pope. Huh. Interesting. All right, let's keep on looking at these images. I have no idea what that is. Let's scroll down a little bit more. All right, we got some color images here. All right, you've got a wild man that seems to be a giant that is feasting on this man or this woman, a cannibalistic giant. Now, remember, we talked about the Nephilim. We talked about how they feasted on man's flesh and drank the blood. And we can see right here that this is clearly what's happening. And you can see the hairy body. You can see the pale skin. Very, very interesting. And you can tell this is a giant even without reading the text, because look how big this thing is compared to this man, or I'm assuming this is actually a woman. Feasting on the flesh, like we read in the book of Canaan and Genesis 6 or Barashif 6. And here you've got wild men like this hairy being right here, and they're amongst dragons. And this looks like a, I guess you would consider this a cockatrice, which are also mentioned in scripture, you know. And like I said, you got to understand that during the antediluvian period, you know, there were hybrids that weren't supposed to be here. Here's another wild man. You can see the club. Now look at these things right here. I've seen these depicted before in certain texts. And I'm wondering if this could also be a descendant of the race of the Nephilim right here, because we already know that they were genetically mixing, right? So I've seen these before. I'm probably going to have to do a further study on these things because I've seen them mentioned before, and I think that could be a good study. So we might have to look at that. Here's another depiction of wild men fighting against these soldiers. But what's interesting here is this one has a club, but this one has a sword, this one has a spear, this one has a sword, and they have these boars that are with them. This looks like a witch in the background. I mean, we know they were pagans. It says Alexander in combat with wild men and beasts. So I'm assuming that this is King Alexander. Very interesting. All right, we looked at this tapestry before, so we're going to just skip past that. But there's another one we didn't see. I believe this is it right here. You can see this wild man fighting a lion and this other one fighting a unicorn. Or I guess he's attempting to rip off the horn of the unicorn. And you can, you know, obviously you see the the crown of you know what I'm talking about. The little crown that goes around their head that we've been looking at all this time, the vegetation that we see in Grecian culture. You can see the vegetation on his body. You see the shaggy hair. Here's another image of a wild woman, and you can see the shaggy hair, the long hair, you know, and you can also see this that we've seen in so many depictions. So my question is, why is it, if this is not true, why do we oftentimes see these same depictions with the olive branch around the head, the shaggy hair, and the unkempt appearance? And why are they oftentimes around unicorns and lions and goats? Wild woman with unicorn. it says two wild men and their pair of lovers. You can see a wild man right here, and you got another one right here. Okay. It says that this is supposed to be Mary Magdalene, and you can see she has a hairy body. And this angel, or this Malak right here, also has a hairy body. Fallen. It's another one right here. Hairy body all over, except the face. And right here, you've got a wild man with a horse, riding on a horse. And you got these two right here with a sickle working in the field. Wild folk working the land, detail number 31. Here's another depiction of a wild man. I'm assuming this is Europe. You got a castle right here. We already looked at the tapestry, and we could see that they were attacking a castle. And you can see the hairy body. In certain parts, there's no hair, right? And you've got a wild woman here with a child. There's some more wild men here. Got some more down here. More wild men. Got one here on the bottom. There's one. Wow. There's another depiction of wild men. But like I said, notice how they are mostly white-skinned individuals. You have not yet seen a wild man in this whole study that is of darker skin. That is not a coincidence. There's a reason why this folklore, or this so-called, what they call folklore, or what they call a myth, is only prevalent in Europe. But yet they're doing whole rituals. You know, it's very, very interesting. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next chapter of this study, which will be the final chapter. And we will wrap this up by talking about the Basque people and the bloodline, the actual bloodline of the fallen. So let's go ahead and let's jump in and let's get into it.
I'm really overwhelmed with the decision of whether or not I should take the Rogam shot. I'm Rh negative, and my partner has a blood donation appointment tomorrow to find out his blood type. And I'm 27 weeks pregnant and just moved, and apparently there's some rule or something where a lot of people or doctors don't like taking pregnant women after 23, 24 weeks, so it's harder to find an OB. So if I do want to take the shot, there's a rush on it. I don't know, I'm just reading stories of women who were sensitized and then had sick babies. They had to get blood transfusions. My grandma had multiple losses and almost lost my uncle, and he had to get blood transfusions, and it's just a really hard decision because there's also risks with taking the Rogam shot. There's risks with everything. And I'm just really overwhelmed because it's I was reading that there's some women who got the Rogam shot and they still were sensitized, so it's not even 100% preventative. I think more than anything, I'm scared of being sensitized in general. There's women who were silently sensitized, who gave birth non-traumatically. There's a vaginal delay, cord cutting, everything. And they were still sensitized, they don't know how. I'm just a mess right now. If you are Rh negative and your partner is positive, can you tell me your story? And if you have been sensitized and had a pregnancy through sensitization, can you tell me your story? Because I'm trying to weigh my options right now, and it's not an easy decision. It's not.
Against my brother Jacob. The Bible says that we were actually running and ruling over Esau, but it said he gained dominion and he got up above us. And then he conquered all, he goes throughout the earth conquering, looking for all of the children of Israel. And also the descendants, I'll show you that, that's in Revelation. I'll show you, he's making war against all of the descendants of God. Why? Because he knows God is coming to destroy his kingdom, which what's his kingdom? The earth now. He done built this whole kingdom in the whole world. Is this too much? So now I'm gonna give you one more point and then I'll go to the rabbit. That's why I wrote that, because I don't want to forget that rabbit. Now, remember I told you about the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha are other books of the Bible that was taken out by Esau, the Edomites. They took them out because it describes them. That's why they took them out. The Roman Catholic Bible just happened to leave them in. They didn't care if they left them in because they wrote the Bible in Latin where people couldn't read it anyway. So they didn't care. But the Protestants was the one that took the book, these out of the Protestant Bible. The Protestants did it. I wonder why they did that. Because they said it didn't have any inspired writing. So we took them out. But you know, Esther, the book of Esther is actually longer. They cut the book of, why do they take the end of the book of Esther out? Then you start reading the book, you realize, oh, because it's describing Agite, Haman. Oh, Haman was an Amalekite. An Amalekite is a descendant of the wife of Esau, but she was a Horite. And we know Horites had fallen angel blood. So let's take it out. See, that's why they did stuff like that. Why? So you wouldn't know that who they are in their bloodline. I told you they mixed with the fallen angel seed. Now, did I say I'm a teacher? It's just about being taught. Now, I told you all Wednesday about the blood type called RH negative. And that RH stands for rhesus monkey. That's what it stands for. Now, without getting very technical, it's a lot of technicality to understand this, but I'll try to break it down the best I can. There are people who have RH negative blood. It just so happens to be that maybe like 1% or between 1% and 4% of black people have this negative blood. So it's really not something that black people have. But 60% of white people have RH negative blood. They don't talk about this. They don't tell you this stuff. Now, what this means what this means is that their blood cannot make a certain antigen called antigen D. And what that means is normal people, normal blood, you know, A, B, O, you know, normal blood, they make this antigen. You got what I'm saying? Now, in order to isolate this, they found out that people with RH negative blood, mainly white folk, can produce a rabbit gene. See, if I had my PowerPoint, I have it, I'll show you the whole graph of it. Scientists was baffled by how these people, now nobody else can do that. No non-whites can do it. It's only whites that can produce this rabbit gene. You got what I'm saying? And they were saying that they don't know how they were doing it until they went to this place of the Basque people, which is between France and Spain. When they went there, they found out that's the highest concentration of people with RH negative blood, which are all white folk. So what happened was they found out that because those pagan societies worship rabbits, for fertility. Got y'all interested, though. They actually have a mutation. When they get pregnant, they have to get certain shots and stuff because that's that gene is in their body. If they mate with somebody else got it, the child will usually die. So white people are mutated. Their blood is not like everybody else's. They didn't teach us that in school. And so y'all done. Just look it up. Go look it up. Don't just look it up. Just look up what I said and you will see what I'm saying is the truth. And so this is where they were up in those caves for hundreds and hundreds of years. But those cold regions is the clefts of the rocks. The mountainous areas is where Esau likes to live, because remember, he lived in Mount Seir. So his people loved those mountains, those mountainous places. One of the reasons is based on protection because of the sun. They were cave dwellers because they couldn't be out in the sun. Secondly, it's because that's their nature. That cold was their nature, and they loved to be up in the mountains. Right now, you'll never see a black man walk to a mountain and climb it. We don't fool with that. But white people got to climb mountains. They got to conquer that mountain. The mountain killing them. You know that mountain over in Tibet that kills people every year. People die. We still got to climb it. I'm gonna make it to the top. And for what? Just to say you did it. But they mountain people. They got to conquer the mountain. They dwell in the clefts of the rocks. Even right now, they're building cities in the mountains, thinking they're gonna escape the judgment of God. They the mountain people, whose habitation is where high. He says in his heart, who gonna bring me down? Now remember, Europe was not white. Europe was started black. It's proven. The Moors was there first. You can prove it. Let's go look it up. Europe was black. But when Esau, which was up in the mountains, came down out in mountains, I told y'all, if you look at the beginning of Gladiator, when Gladiator was fighting those barbarians, that's what they are, the Goths, the Visigoths, that's their people. Walking around with them big old bird skins on, and that's them. They lived up in the mountains, very unsanitary. They came down from those mountains and started conquering all of the civilized world, which was black at that time. And I'll tell y'all how they got white. That's a whole nother teaching. But they came there and started conquering Europe. And then when they conquer Europe, of course, anytime you get conquered, you erase all the history of the previous people and only write your history. And even if they got heroes, you change them to your people. If they got any good things, inventions, you take them and say you did it. So that's what Esau did. And so that's how Europe became white. It was not white at first. And we know now through DNA evidence that those the original people of Europe was not white people. They don't want to tell y'all that. But they told you that European man, that Neanderthal man was a European. That's where he was found at, up in one of them caves.
Okay, this one's for all my woke buddies, my people that actually, look into the Bible and research stuff. I have a question, okay? So, our blood, our DNA. I don't know if you guys have heard about something called Rh negative. Well, every human being has a rhesus factor in their blood, or they don't. And if you don't, you're considered Rh negative. I am one of those people. A lot of your celebrities, politicians, famous, rich people also have Rh negative blood. So here's my question. The Bible talks about the fallen angels coming down and having sex with women, human women, and they created a being of creatures called Nephilim, right? Well, the thing about Rh negative blood is that I've had 3 children, natural, okay? And with Rh negative blood, you have to get 2 shots during your pregnancy, one during the 4th month and the other one right after you give birth. And it's a shot called Rogam, okay? And they give you this shot because if you're Rh negative blood and your baby has positive blood, your body will literally kill your infant child in your womb. Now, I've thought about this for years. My daughter is now 16 years old, okay? So, years. And I've just wondered, like, why would God create a human being that has a blood type that would kill his creation, right? And the only logical conclusion I've come to is that it's not of him. It's not his blood type. It's not natural. It's not natural. Doesn't seem natural. So my question, y'all guys out there that, you know, you've looked into the same materials and the same matters. And I mean, they even talk about RH negative blood on Ancient Aliens, right? Now, I don't believe I'm an Ancient Alien, but I'm saying, what if the RH negative factor is a product of the Nephilim? Just wondering. So please leave your answers or your advice or your opinions in the comments, because this is a topic that really interests me, and I don't think it gets enough attention. It's weird. Let me know.
All right, y'all. So we're almost done with this video. I just have a few more sources that I want to show you guys when it comes to understanding these Basque people as well as this ancient fallen bloodline. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to take a look at some more resources that I think are very, very interesting. So let me just pull my screen up here. All right, now the first thing we're going to look at is we're going to look at these Basque people, okay, because there's some very interesting information that comes forth from this. So it says the Basques, or the Vascos, or the Basque, are a southwestern European ethnic group characterized by the Basque language, a common culture, and shared genetic ancestry to the ancient Vascons. Now, I just happened to type that in, the word Vascons, and look what comes up. Hairy men, wild men, hairy people, people covered in hair. Huh. Do you see how this is all coming together? Let's keep going. Basque are indigenous to and primarily inhabit an area traditionally known as the Basque Country, a region that is located near the western end of the Pyrenees of the coast of the Bay of Biscay and straddles part of the north-central Spain and southwestern France. It says the English word Basque may be pronounced Basque and derives from the French Basque itself, derived from the Gascon Basco. Now, if you look up this word, you will also find images of wild men. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to get sidetracked here. They cognate with Spanish Vasco. Those in turn come from Latin, pronounced. The Latin generally evolved into the bilabials. In Gascon and Spanish, probably under the influence of Basque and the related Aquitian, okay? Instead evolved into the French and Romance languages, okay? So these are actually some coins depicting these Basque people here, which were used during the Roman period. And when you really do the research, you can see how these individuals connect not just to Western Europe and the Caucasus Mountains, but also Rome and Greece. So you start to see how deep this rabbit hole really goes when it comes to understanding these people. All right, we're going to keep on moving. I don't want to read all this. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a summary. Let's keep it going. Now, here is a Google image of Basque people. And we're going to read this article next, and it says how the Neanderthals became the Basque, and we're going to get to that in a second. But I just want to show you what Basque people look like here. And this is like a, different images of the Basque people, and you can see they all are, European-looking people. Now, I want to say that there are some people that do have this bloodline that are dark-skinned or melanated. Okay, I want to make that clear. But it is, as we looked at Pastor Darby and he was talking about the Basque people and this fallen angel bloodline, he said that there's a very small percentage of so-called people of black skin that have this. It is way more prevalent in European Spanish people, okay? So just keep that in mind as we continue, and you're going to see a lot of evidence for that as we move forward in this study. But these are all just different Basque people. So they have their own culture, their own language, and they dwell in parts of Europe, such as France and Spain. And they are kind of, different from everybody else. We know why, because of the bloodline, but they look like your modern day Europeans. You would not even know that they have an Rh negative bloodline, but they have certain characteristics and features that are very unique to European people. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. So let's continue on. We're going to take a look at this article here because I thought that this presented some very good facts. All right. So it says how the Neanderthals became the Basques. From a combination of old and new evidence, it appears that at last we have a satisfactory answer to the age-old question, what happened to the Neanderthals? If the current reasoning is correct, their descendants are still with us, and we call them Basques. Interesting. This theory, therefore, simultaneously answers the second old question, what is the origin of the Basque? Because when you try to look at the origin of the Basque people, you will not really find a lot of information, and I believe that that is on purpose. There are people who are hiding. There are people who don't want you to understand their origins. There are people who are hiding where they come from and what they truly are. And so it makes sense why you can't really find that kind of information. But I'm going to bring forward more facts to prove this. Robert J. Sawyer has recently published his book, Hominids, a fictional account of an interaction between sapient humans and Neanderthals, but drawing on the latest scientific research about Neanderthals. This research includes studies of DNA extracted from bones of Neanderthal remains. The account mentions 5 months of painstaking work to extract a 379 nucleotide fragment from the control region of the Neanderthals' mitochondrial DNA, followed by use of polymerase chain reaction to reproduce millions of copies of the recovered DNA. This was carefully sequenced and then a check made of the corresponding mitochondrial DNA from 1,600 modern humans, native Canadians, Polynesians, Australians, Africans, Asians, and Europeans. Every one of those 1,600 people had at least 371 nucleotides, and out of those 379 the same, the maximum deviation was just 8 nucleotides. But the Neanderthal DNA had an average of only 352 nucleotides in common with the modern specimens. It deviated by 27 nucleotides. It was concluded that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals must have diverged from each other between 550,000 and 690,000 years ago. We know that's cap. The Earth is not that old. For their DNA to be so different. See, they try to put a large gap between these findings and when these people existed. It was not that long ago. It really wasn't. I'd say just a couple thousand years, if anything. Okay. In contrast, all modern humans probably shared a common ancestor. In the past, it was concluded that Neanderthals were probably a fully separate species from modern humans and not just a subspecies. Looking now at the evidence for the theory that the Basque are descended principally from Neanderthals, everything suddenly falls into place and the supposition becomes self-evident. Location. The home country of the Neanderthals is well known to have been Eastern Europe. One source says that they dominated this area for at least 250,000 years. Yeah, cap. Many of these best Neanderthal specimens have originated from Iberian Peninsula, the Basque country lying on the western side of the Pyrenees, and the border between Spain and France fits in neatly with this location. Now, if you know anything about the Portuguese and Spanish Yahudim, or the Portuguese Spanish Jews, you know that a lot of them ended up in the land of Spain and Portuguese, and they were forced to convert to Christianity by the Romans at the time, and those that were, kind of over that land. And I just find it very interesting because they were forced to pay a tax to be able to dwell there. And eventually they were kicked out in 1492, and then they ended up fleeing to West Africa, to Negro land, and then, or what they call the Kingdom of Judah, and then they were taken into the slave trade. So I just find it very, very interesting that it's very likely that they were amongst these wild men and these Basque people. We already know about the Moors. The Moors were there prior to the Basque people, but around that time, I would imagine that the wild men ended up becoming prevalent more in that area and overtaking the Moorish people. And later on, they came into power and dominance, right? And if you look you know, if you look at the history of their religion and stuff like that, a lot of them are pagans, but a lot of Basque people are Christians as well. This is where you get the Society of Jesus. This is where you get the Roman Catholic Church, the paganism, the Protestants. You get all of these like connections to these people, which is very, very interesting. So I'm assuming that this is the area where they mostly dwelt, and I believe that this is Western Europe that we're looking at right here. Let's keep going. It says the Basque are well known to have distinctive body characteristics. Kurlansky says that ample evidence exists that Basque are a physically distinct group. There's a Basque type with a long, straight nose, eyes, thick eyebrows, strong tan, and long earlobes. Basque skulls tend to be built on a different pattern. In the early 1880s, a researcher reported someone gave me a Basque body, and I dissected it, and I assert that the head was not built like that of other men. And I'm going to show you this real quickly here. It's like that side-by-side comparison, and you can see how similar the modern human female is to the Neanderthal. I mean, the nose is the same, the lip is almost the same. You can see the top lip, there's barely anything there. You know what I'm saying? Most white people are known not really to have lips. I've been teased all my life about my Negroid features, my nappy hair, my big lips, but I mean, if you look at this, they look very similar. They don't have any lips. Look at the nose. Look at the eyes. It's very, very similar. The skull structure is exactly the same. And if you've done your research on, you know, the Abarim or the Hebrews, we even had a different skull structure than the ancient Egyptians or the Hamites. We were a completely different people from some of the indigenous African tribes that dwelt in those lands. So the deeper you dig and the deeper you research, you start to understand a lot of things that have been brought forward are really, really proving how much we've been lied to about literally everything. But let's keep going. As well as these published articles, I have received many messages from people with Basque family origins who have recognized themselves or their relatives in the characteristics suggested in a 2002 article. One lady said that the National Geographic reconstruction could have been a photograph of her mother. Wow. One interesting facet of Neanderthals not picked up in this 2002 article is that they are believed to have reddish hair and light skin. Reddish hair and light skin. And as I move forward in this study, I'm going to show you guys that reddish hair and white skin is one of the main characteristics you will find in Basque people. Like I said, the Nephilim bloodline, there are some black people that have it. And the reason why they would is because of mixing, you know, and, you know, mixing with certain individuals that have this. But the thing is, this is why the Most High told us not to mix with other nations, other strangers, because, you know, you don't know what you're mixing with. And if you just so happen to mess around with these folk, you could really be putting your child's life in danger because they have this antigen in their body that makes their body reject the child. And their body has been genetically mutated to delete the child while it's in the womb. And if they don't get the Rogam shot, that's exactly what will happen to the child. I mean, this is an abomination. It just is. Let's keep going. The old concepts of Neanderthals being brutish, primitive people have receded in the light of modern studies. Instead, with their powerful, tough physique and brain size above the modern average, increasing evidence of cultural and artistic achievement, we may all be quite proud of the Neanderthal inheritance. That's funny. But I mean, and it would make sense also because if you think about it, a lot of these people from this fallen bloodline are in power. And I'm going to show you that a little bit later. A lot of your celebrities, all of your presidents, except maybe one, are all connected to this bloodline. When you think about the 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati, every single one of them are Rh negative. It's a very protected bloodline. You talk about the Rothschilds, you talk about the Kissingers, you talk about the Bilderbergs, you talk about all these people that are in this, that are in power, the royal family. All of them come from the fallen bloodline, including Obama. So let's just keep going because there's more I want to show you. All right, so we're going to pull some articles from this this article here, and it's called rhesusnegative.net. So this is like a website that does a little bit more in-depth research when it comes to understanding, you know, Rh negative blood. And we're going to just take a look at some of these articles here that I pulled up from this website to prove some stuff. It says, 100 traits that RH negatives might have in common. Now, pay attention to this because there might be some people in your life that have these traits, and they may not come out and fully tell you that they are RH negative. They may not even know that they are. But if they're a woman and they've been pregnant before, they had to get this Rogaine shot, because if they don't, or I'm sorry, I said Rogaine, Rogam shot, because if they don't, the baby could possibly end up deleted. Okay, so let's look at this. It says RH negatives are not likely to just believe someone or something based on words. The vibe has to be right. Intuition has to give us green light. Now, one more thing I want to say before I continue reading this is that RH negative people tend to have highly sensible characteristics, meaning that they don't like loud noises, they don't like loud crowds. A lot of them are into the occult. A lot of them say that they were born with the abilities to see spirits. A lot of them were born with the ability to read minds, to astral project. A lot of them talk about they've had, UFO abduction experiences. They have these highly psychic abilities born into them. Why? Because they come from a bloodline of spiritual beings that were not supposed to mix with humans. So just keep that in mind. If someone says I was born with my third eye open using, occultic theology and stuff like that, you got to be careful, because there's a good chance that they are RH negative. And it's not just women, it's men too. So I don't want to read through all of these. We can't just settle what pains us, be it jobs, relationships, or living in the wrong place. Our senses are heightened. There's another one of those abilities that they have are heightened senses. All right, let's keep going. Sometimes we feel great about being different. Other times it's a burden. When arguments around us are heated, we tend to step away knowing our energy is far too precious and created for greater things. Once again, highly sensitive. Can't stand loud noises, can't watch certain films. They are very, very sensitive people. Let's see, what else we got here? Cleric might be a word that applies to us. So they're hey y'all, I don't know what happened. I'm about to come back on. I don't know, it just cut out for a second. I think when I'm sitting idle too long, it starts to go into like a inactive mode. So I just have to make sure that I click the mouse or something, or move the mouse around while I'm on mute, so I can make sure that it doesn't go into I don't know, I guess it's like some type of screensaver mode or something like that. But anyway, my bad, y'all. Let's get back to it. I'm back, y'all. I just realized I have to move the mouse or something so it doesn't go into sleep mode or something like that. So am I good now? Can y'all hear me okay? Give me a 1 if I'm good now. I just want to make sure before we continue, fam, okay? Am I good now? Give me a 2 if I'm not good. Give me a 1 if I am good. Okay. All right. Okay. All phrases. Okay. I just got to make sure that I keep my mouse active, or I do something so I can make sure everything's good. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Like I said, the link to the full video, if you want to rewatch this, is pinned to the top of the chat. And I'm also going to drop some links to the Nephilim series so you can watch this whole thing. I got 22 videos about this, bro. This is such a deep topic. But listen, all Black people and everybody with melanin in your skin, you need to watch this. All right? You need to understand this, especially if you are a Negro and you are an Israelite, even whether you know it or not. You know what I'm saying? If you are a Negro and you descend from people of the transatlantic slave trade, or you're descendant of a slave trade within the continent, outside the continent, whatever, you need to understand this. So I'm going to drop the link a little bit later. And like I said, this film's almost over, and I will do a Q&A if you guys have any questions. All right? So let's keep it going. I think there's maybe 15 minutes left. All right? So all praises. Let's get back to it. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I got to keep this thing active. Here we go. A lot of people that are not Rh negative, they end up gaining this ability by stimulating their chakras and so on and so forth. And if you know me, you know I don't believe in that stuff. I don't believe in chakras. I don't believe in stimulating them. I believe in the Most High and the Most High only and his son. I don't believe in the New Age and all this satanic stuff that they're getting you to do, opening yourself up to shadim, or what we call demons. I'm not interested in none of that stuff, but these people are born with these abilities in them already because of this fallen bloodline that they come from. Let's keep going. Telepathy is an ability we tend to have as energy is not picked up by us. It keeps moving in us into directions, revealing other people's plans and intentions among other drives, therefore giving us some kind of idea as to where someone is headed. So they have telepathic abilities. That's very interesting. Most people will tell you in these so-called alien abductions, which is really the fallen, which is really, you know, the Anunnaki and all that they're experiencing. They're dealing with demons or fallen angels, because you remember, Hashatan deceived a third of the angels. You know what I'm saying? So that was 200 something angels. Not all of them are locked up in Tartarus right now. And the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim are roaming the earth to this very day. And we also know, and all of this is in the book of Canaan or Enoch, you know, that I'll probably have to get into some other time, but let's keep going. People are often jealous of us. Rh negative men are never threatened by strong women. Interesting. Rh negatives do not believe we come from aliens. Rather, it is a need to feel recognized for what is special in us and that we were never able to define. Of course, you can't define it. Of course, you can't define it, because there's a bloodline in you that comes from beings that are not of this world. Now, obviously, they're not aliens. They are fallen ones. But a lot of these Rh negative people may not be reading the Bible and the book of Canaan. And this is what I'm saying. This is why they removed Enoch. They removed Enoch because it exposes a lot of things. It exposes a fallen bloodline. It exposes a people that are descendants of the fallen angels and that they're still here to this very day. Many of us have autoimmune issues. We tend to carry some resistance to viral infections. We don't argue religion and politics. We speak freely about us. We are research oriented and willing to learn, but cannot be around those who want to speak it without any willingness to learn. We are bigger than that. So do you see how these people exalt themselves to such a high degree? They think that they're above everybody. I mean, that could really coincide with the colonist mindset when it comes to European people and just how they feel like they're above everybody. This could literally be the origin of white supremacy and where it comes from, sour cream supremacy. Because if you really think about it, when you think about like the Nazi people during World War II, they thought of themselves in this way. And I'd even venture to say that a lot of them were Basque people. We know that it was in Germany. We know this. The blue eye, the blonde hair, this is all a trait of the fallen. And we're going to keep reading because we're going to see more of that. Let's keep going. We fear losing ourselves. Many of us have experienced synchronicities so extreme and intense that we rarely speak about them, and only when we naturally feel connected, usually to another Rh negative. So if a person is Rh negative, they are most likely not going to be able to connect with people outside of being Rh negative because it's a spiritual thing. Let's see. We hate loud sounds. That's another one I told you. You know, that one tells you a lot. When you think of like, I remember I watched that Spider-Man film, Spider-Man 3, and you remember the symbiote or Venom was affected by loud noises. That was one of the ways to destroy it. There's another show that I watched called Invincible, and the Viltrumites were like these like superhuman alien beings with like these superpowers, great strength and all that, and it took a lot to kill them. But one of their weaknesses was loud noises. Like I said, they put a lot of truth out there in these films and these movies and these shows. Let's keep going. We can be very uneasy in crowds. So it's very, very likely that people with Rh negative blood tend to be very reserved and very to themselves. They tend to be loners, or they tend to be in very small circles. They don't like going places where there's a lot of people. They're very socially awkward for the most part. not confrontational and not afraid of confrontations. And we are often afraid our children are going to be brainwashed someday. So there's some sort of paranoia that comes with this. And also, people who are RH negative are also empaths. Empaths. So when you see people going around talking about I'm an empath, I'm an empath, I'm an empath, you need to be careful. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a sense of empathy, right? But these individuals are overly empathic. Overly empathic. And you need to be careful about that. All right? We're going to continue on because we got a lot more to get through. How's this? Do RH negative people have a certain look? So now we're going to be getting into the physical characteristics of these folks. All right? I'm not going to play the video because it has copyright music and I don't want to get hit with copyright, so I'm going to just avoid playing the video. But we're going to read this article here. Okay, it says a tendency, physical characteristics of RH negative people. A tendency to have piercing eyes, often green or hazel. This could easily be from the original tribe that was 100% RH negative, and this tribe might or might not have had still blue eyes. So we're talking about hazel eyes, we're talking about green eyes, we're talking about blue eyes. What people you know on this earth have blue eyes, hazel eyes, green eyes? Now, I'm not saying that there are not dark-skinned people that have hazel eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, but it's very rare that we do. That is mostly found in European people. Now, we were told that that makes a certain individual superior because of these traits, but we're now starting to understand it was really a genetic mutation. And again, we have been told that we are the sons of Ham, we're cursed, we're this, we're that, we're cursed with black skin. All I'm doing is setting the record straight. All I'm doing is destroying the lies of Esau, destroying the lies of the oppressor, destroying the lies of the heathen, and bringing the truth forward. Because we've been lied to about these everything. And these folks are the ones who have pushed the lies, and so we're going to destroy the lies. Let's keep going. These are pictures of O negative Pablo Rodriguez, who is from Basque country. And this is him right here. Red hair. Look at that. Green eyes. Piercing eyes. This is another lady. Her name is Rebecca Prentice, RH negative or O negative. This is another child. Look at those eyes. Look at that hair. Look at the skin. Reddish or red hair. Just like blue eyes, red hair is also recessive. And even though most of us do not have red hair, it looks like a huge percentage has a reddish shimmer, also indicating the recessive trait fighting its way to be seen. So you realize that these are recessive traits. But what makes the black man or black woman different from these other individuals is our genes are dominant. Dominant. Why do you think that these folks steal everything we do, copy everything we do, want to be like us so bad, want to be a part of our culture so bad? It's because when you realize what your history is, of course you want to take something that's not yours and claim it to be yours. But our genes are dominant. You know, if you think about the black woman, I mean, she can make a child of any color, any skin tone. A white woman cannot make a black child. There's no way under the dome that can be done. We have dominant genes, they have recessive genes, and this is literally them admitting that their genes are recessive. Clearly, we were here long before they were. I'm just saying. Let's keep going. Your hair might be brown, black, or blonde, but the reddish shimmer and the recessive trait seems to show up as well. So black, blonde, or reddish hair are another physical characteristic of people with Rh negative blood. A large cranium. The awake look is something that struck me from the beginning. The shape of the faces have once suspected me to believe that Rh negative people somehow are connected to Neanderthals. There it is again, more evidence. I'm showing y'all different articles, but you can see how all of this information is connecting. Considering their skeletons showing a similar head shape. This theory I have, however, laid to rest when people at the Mac Institute have informed me that the two Neanderthal specimens examined by them turned out to be positives O and positive genotype and Rh negative homozygotes. But we know that according to what we've already understood from the scriptures and what we've understood about the wild men, they dwelled in caves, that cannot be put to rest. I mean, if you look at this lady right here and you look at that forehead, if you look at her from the side, she would look like a Neanderthal. Okay, so we can't really put that to rest if you're looking at all the information we've looked at today. We know that these folks come from the Neanderthals. A high forehead. This is something I noticed immediately looking through profile pictures where the awake look has obviously been there. Large eyes. Oh man, her eyes are creepy, Ak. Like, her eyes are creepy, bro. Oh, I can't even look at this. It's kind of making me feel a little bit unsettled. I can't even look at this woman's eyes. Freckles, another trait of Rh negative people. It says, unlike the above traits, freckles are a dominant trait. So that's a dominant trait. We looked at the recessive traits that they have, but this is a dominant one. What happens in this case is that they show you the lighter recessive feature, but a few drops of darker genes are coming through, but only in tiny doses. So they might have a little bit more melanin, but this is also a trait of Rh negative people. Very, very interesting. Let's see what else we got here. There's another Rh negative woman, but you can see everything we've been looking at. These are not black people. These are all white people. Now you see this lady right here. She obviously looks like she could be mixed, right? It says, there are many examples. I'm not just talking about looking young. I'm referring to an energy level we would associate usually with people at a much younger age. This lady obviously probably is mixed, and she has, you know, some Afrocentric features. You can tell by looking at the hair. Okay. Quite a few Rh negative people appear to be left-handed. Okay, very, very interesting. Is there really something more common amongst Rh negative people? I'm not sure about it, but there have been claims that have been made. Webbed toes is the common name for syndactyly affecting the feet. It's a characteristic by the fusion of two or more digits of the feet. This is normally in many birds such as ducks, amphibians such as frogs, mammals, kangaroos, and humans is considered unusual, occurring in approximately 1 in 2,000 and 2,500 live birds. So they have some very strange toes, almost webbed or claw-like in a way. Oof, boy. You jump down this rabbit hole, man. Let's see what else we got here. Wow. All right, we're going to keep on moving on here. Wow, look at that. Red hair, green eyes, hazel eyes. Like I said, you do have some so-called melanated people that have this Rh gene. But when we go through all these people, the majority of them are European looking. Wow. All right, we're going to continue on because I have some more stuff that I want to show you guys. So we're going to keep it moving. Let's continue on to the next thing here. All right, so we kind of went through some of the Rh negative physical traits that they have or characteristics. We talked about the red hair. We talked about the reddish shimmer. We talked about green eyes, able to pick up on energies very easily, very uneasy in clouds, very sensitive to most things, can't stand loud noises, have a huge forehead, have big eyes, large cranium, have freckles, very passionate whatever they do and their interest. We talked about some of the abilities, the psychic abilities they have, such as clairvoyancy, telepathy, astral projection, and many of these occult practices that they naturally are good at. And see, they look at it like it's a badge of honor, but they don't realize that these are the same things that the fallen angels taught to men that is literally in their blood. Let's keep going. All right, it's talking about Rh negative personalities. And, if you look at this website, you literally see tarot cards. Isn't that very interesting? Very interesting. Okay. All right, I don't think we're going to read this. I don't think there's really necessarily a need to, so we'll keep it moving. All right, now this is my Instagram. I did a post about this a while ago, and I just want to show you guys some of the stuff from this this study, or this little post that I did. Make sure to follow me on Instagram. My Instagram is Yekcyr Malkaya Music. Okay, I'm on Instagram if you guys want to follow me there. So I want to show you some of these things that I pulled up on my Instagram. Okay, so I'm going to read you what I wrote. It says, Rh negative blood is mostly prevalent in European people and not African people, though because of mixing, some blacks can be Rh negative. This proves that this bloodline is a genetic mutation and comes from the Neanderthal or the Kurim or Horites Esau mated with that dwelt in Mount Shire or Seir. They had fallen angel blood and are descendants of the fallen, as I've already proven in this video. And I want to show you this other thing. This is from a news broadcast where they talked about how a lot of European people descend from Neanderthals. Let's take a look at that.
Now for a discovery which may surprise you. Scientists have found that most of us still have a little bit of a Neanderthal inside us. A study into the DNA of the human subspecies found that they interbred with modern humans tens of thousands of years ago, and their genetic mark remains today. BBC's Palab Ghosh has more on these extraordinary findings.
This is a skull of a modern human, and this is from a Neanderthal. Look closely and you can see that this one has a slightly longer brain case. Most scientists believe that these are two separate species, and there wasn't much interaction between the two. But now we know there was interbreeding, and that all non-Africans living today are part Neanderthal. The researchers extracted DNA from Neanderthal fossils and compared it with that taken from people living today. They found that the DNA of Europeans and Asians is 2% Neanderthal.
It's a very exciting discovery because it gives us really the first strong evidence that there was interbreeding with people like the Neanderthals. And it means that modern humans in different parts of the world may have slightly different mixes.
Further analysis should...
So you can see what it said. It said non-Africans. This is mostly prevalent in European people and some Asian people. All right, let's keep going. I already showed you guys this in the video about, you know, Horite meaning cave dweller, the inhabitants of Mount Shire, and Shire meaning hairy or shaggy, patriarch or the Horites, inhabitants of Edom or Edom, before descendants of Esau.
Werewolf syndrome, medically known as hypertrichosis, is a rare condition characterized by excessive hair growth all over the body. This condition is typically genetic and can be present at birth or develop later in life. It can affect both men and women and can vary in severity. While not harmful, hypertrichosis can have significant social and psychological impacts on affected individuals due to the noticeable and extensive hair growth. Treatment options include hair removal methods like shaving, waxing, or laser therapy, but they may offer only temporary relief.
So that's what the Horites would have looked like. As a matter of fact, since we're already there, I'm going to show you some real life examples of people that had this genetic trait where they had hairy bodies. Because I know I've shown you guys Tapestry. I've shown you all these different pictures and illustrations. But let's take a look at real people that have this syndrome, which is called like I can't even think of how to pronounce it, lycanthropy or something like. But here, look at this. This man's name is Stephen Bybrowski. This is probably most likely what the Horites looked like. And I'm going to show you a scripture where Timnah is the one that brought forth Amalek. Okay, this is one of those Horite women that Esau slept with. And if you go to the scriptures in the book of Jasher or Yekcyr, she came to Jacob and his sons. And when they saw her, they didn't want nothing to do with her. It's probably very likely she looked like this. And I'm going to show you that in a second. But let's just take a look at these images. Look at that. These are real people, y'all. These are real people. And I'm going to show you some more examples. Here's another one. This guy's name is Fedor Yekcyr. Look at that. Hairy body, hairy face. So you want to tell me that Bigfoot and the Sasquatch is just a myth? You want to just tell me the wild men are a myth? Clearly, there are people that are amongst us that have this, that descend from those people. It's not a myth. This is another person. Her name is Julia Pastrana, and you can see she's actually a little more melanated. But nonetheless, this is what she looked like. Boy, it's creepy stuff. Now you guys can see that there are people amongst us who are not human. This is Shaolin Grandmaster Taijin, okay? Look at that. This is a guy named Victor Danny Ramos, and this is him right here. And he actually has a brother that looks just like him and has hair all over his face, all over his body. All right, this is Alice Doherty, and I'm going to just show you some close-ups here. Look at that. These are real people, yo. That's her as a baby, hairy face. Look at that. Whew, creepy. So we can see that the Horites are a real people that existed on this earth, and there's plenty of history when you do digging of people like this that existed. This is another person. This is Barbara Van Beck. Hairy face. Face covered in hair. Look at this person. Now, I don't know if this is actually real. I think that they just put their hair over their face to look like them for Halloween or something. But, yeah. Wow. Look at that. Ugh. Man, this is making my skin crawl, bro. I'm not going to even lie. This is a person named Priscilla Lothar. That's her as a baby. Look at that hair all over the body. Horites. Descendants of the Horites. Descendants of the Nephilim. Descendants of Esau. Bearded. Look at this man. I don't even think that's hair. I think those are like scales on his body. Now, I'm sure you guys know that a lot of these people were put like through circuses and stuff like that, you know, for their freak shows and stuff. Now, this looks like a mannequin. I don't think this is actually a person, but it's based upon a real person. There's another image. Look at that face. Look at that beard. And that is a woman. That is literally a woman. And then lastly, we got Kratos and Pertris Gounsalvus. And these are some more images of what they look like. And you can see that this is a gene that's all throughout their family. Look at this. Only person that doesn't have it is the mother. But the father had it and passed it down to the children. Why? Because the man carries the seed. Their lineage comes from the father, according to scripture. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is another illustration of this person. Hairy face. So let's get back. Now, many of your celebrities are also RH negative. And we're going to go through some of these lists. And this is the top 100 RH negative celebrities. Now, this is not really talked about very often. And obviously, for obvious reasons, there are people that don't want you to know what they are. But we're going to just go through some of these people and see who we recognize, who we don't recognize. And, you know, you're going to see most of the people that look like are RH negative. All right, this is Neil Armstrong, the great liar that we walked on the moon. People still believe that. That's funny. Anyway, this is Kevin Bacon, RH negative. I have no idea who this is. Stephanie Bachman, never heard of her. Definitely before my time. Kathy Buckley, I don't know who she is. Ted Bundy, this famous serial deleter or unaliver. RH negative, y'all. Tim Burton. James Cameron, famous Hollywood director. RH negative. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and I mentioned this before, all of your presidents are of the fallen bloodline, and you can see many of these celebrities are of it too. This is why it's Edomite-run Hollywood. A lot of these folks are descendants of the Horites or the Kurim. Al Capone, RH negative, y'all. Some of these names are probably going to shock you. Fidel Castro, RH. Kurt Cobain, RH. Bill Collins, he does that song, I wanna know, can you show me something's familiar about them strangers like me? Yeah. Multi-instrumentalist, RH negative. Sheryl Crow. Johnny Depp. Leonardo DiCaprio. Do you see why a lot of these people are in power? It's because they come from a Nephilim bloodline. This is what they all have in common. So in a way, it sounds like a conspiracy, but a lot of these people are related. And this bloodline is supposed to be a protected bloodline. And that's where you get into the Illuminati bloodlines and all that other stuff. The very protected Illuminati bloodlines, which connects to the Rothschilds, connects to all these different rich, powerful families. You know, the Rockefellers and all of them. David Duchovny, Clint Eastwood, Dwight Eisenhower, Erdogan. I believe he's the prime minister of Turkey. Trump too. Yep, Trump as well. Let's see who else we got here. Anybody else I recognize? Gerald Ford, the 38th president of the United States. RH negative. Not a coincidence. Let's see. Victor Garber. I don't even know who half these people are. Jimi Hendrix. That might shock you. Like I said, there are some people who are melanated that are also RH negative. Let's keep going. Jim Henson, the creator of the Muppets, RH negative. Mick Jagger. Scarlett Johansson. And she's very interesting because I've noticed that she has been taking these like African children and taking them in and raising them. But there are some things going on with this woman that are not good. And I can't really talk about it on here because this video would get flagged immediately. But essentially, it has to do with, you know, your things that they've been talking about when it comes to a certain island and a certain people that, you know, have these activities with children that are very inappropriate. And it's been said that what she's doing with these Black Hebrew children is essentially doing that. And she's part of this venture where there's a lot of African children that are going through TRAFF King. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave that there. Angelina Jolie, RH negative. So now you're starting to see it's not a coincidence that a lot of these people are given these platforms and able to become, you know, great in Hollywood. They have to be of the bloodline, right? And if you're not of the bloodline, there's a lot of things you're gonna have to do to get your name out there and to become something, because there's clearly people who are in the industry that are not of the bloodline. But you can see your top Hollywood types: Janis Joplin, Eartha Kitt. Woo! I didn't see that one coming. Let's keep going. Lisa Kudrow, Chris Kyle, Cyndi Lauper, John Lennon, David Letterman. Woo, boy, they being exposed today. Ray Liotta, I don't know who that is. Charles Manson, famous serial killer. Do you notice that when it comes to certain individuals that are mentioned on this list, they are very, very mentally unstable? And this goes back to the wild man and their behavior and just how they were just wild. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you see that a lot of these folks have this colonizer mindset where they have to nothing but a history of colonization, you know, because that's what they do. I mean, these people, you gotta understand, these people had no structure at one point, and they've risen to power by taking over and overrunning people, you know. And it's also been said that the RH negative people and the wild men became the barbarians. So this is just in their blood. It's more spiritual than you realize. Let's keep going. Bob Marley. Now, I could understand why he would be. A lot of people look at Bob Marley and they think that he is a Yasharali or he's an Israelite, but he's not. His father was white. So he most likely got this gene from his dad. His mom was black and his father was white. So by that extension, Bob Marley is not a Yasharali. You're a Yasharali based on who your father is, right? So I'm not shocked that Bob Marley was also RH negative. John McCain, another politician, RH. Paul McCartney, Steve McQueen, Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen, RH negative. Marilyn Monroe, you know why they keep on putting up her images everywhere? And she was kind of presented as the image of perfection when it came to, you know, white women in Hollywood. Well, RH negative, child of the fallen. Jim Morrison, I have no idea who he is. Paul Newman, blue eyes, look at that. RH. Jack Nicholson, he's a good actor. I'm not going to take that away from him. Also on this list. Richard Nixon, Ozzy Osbourne, hazel eyes, green eyes, straight hair. Yep. Robert Pattinson. And I think that's so interesting because I remember he was in the Twilight show or the Twilight movie, and he was playing a vampire. And one thing you probably don't know is that the royal family is connected to Vlad the Impaler, who Dracula was based on. Vlad the Impaler was a real individual, and their bloodline goes back to Vlad the Impaler, who is who Dracula or vampires were based upon. So I find it very interesting. He's RH. Regis Philbin, RH. Pope John Paul II. So we can even see the Romans, as I've told you, the pagans are RH negative. This is where you get your JC. This is where you get your law is done away. The most evil people in this world are RH negative. I hope this is making you rethink your religion if you're a Christian, because, whew, boy, let's keep going. Julia Roberts, RH. I don't know who she is. I think that she is a corn star. Carl Sagan, Susan Sarandon, O.J. Simpson. Whoo, boy. Britney Spears, Ringo Starr, Tim Tebow. You've got Donald Trump. See, a lot of people worship this man and don't realize that he, especially on the right wing, they worship him, you know, and they don't realize he is a child of the fallen too. He is of this satanic bloodline. Look, you can't become president or rise up into such a position of power unless you are of the bloodline when it comes to presidents. Every single president, they fight in front of you, they fight in front of the cameras, but behind closed doors, they're all interconnected, all interrelated, and all of this satanic bloodline, including this clown. I mean, I don't know how there's anything about this dude you can respect. Everything you see in politics is fake. It's all scripted. They want you to think that he's going to fix and stop the NWO and stop the New World Order. PU. Not going to happen. This is all, he's what you call controlled opposition. Let's keep going. Lana Turner. Prince Charles, I told you. RH negative. Look at that. Hazel green eyes. Prince William, obviously. Like I said, this bloodline is very, very protected. Queen Elizabeth, that's why they were calling her the lizard queen. Yeah, serpent seed. The queen or the mother. All right, we're gonna keep on moving. We went through all these different celebrities, but you can see, and there's many others that they didn't mention, but there's so many presidents that you saw, including Obama, including Ronald Reagan, and many of your presidents and celebrities that are connected to this. Let's keep going. It's the Rothschilds family, and you can see right here the founders of the Holy Roman Empire, and they were connected to Frankfurt, Germany. Huh, very interesting. Western Europe, that's where we read this is where a lot of these Basque people came from, and the Neanderthals that dwelt there, because they also dwelt in the Caucasus Mountains as well. But Germany, okay, you see how this is all connecting. Let's keep going. Okay, I got to be very careful with this section. Are RH negative people ish? Revelation 2939. Actually, I have the full article right here because it was moved. It says the answer is yes. And the more I'm looking at genetic history, the more obvious it becomes as previously discovered. It comes to no surprise that on the female side of the ish, 1.7 million people, 20% of the Aj population descend from one single branch, which of course is unique, but no surprise considering being ish is being passed through the mother. And just a further back in time, we go to the Basque region, haplogroup J become more and more frequent, so that the Hebrew K on the female side. Now, let me make something clear. The bloodline of Yekcyr is E1B1A. So if you're seeing something that says J, that is not the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's not. And that's what I'm saying. This is the great lie that they have perpetuated so far. But even these folk who claim to be us are really also from the Caucasus Mountains, covering up a lot of things, and descendants of Esau, the Edomites, and all that. The ancient Basque. Geneticists have quite a great interest in the Basque of far northern Spain because of their unusual language, which suggests they descend from some of the original settlers who arrived in southwestern Europe during and after the Ice Age. Though haplogroup K is relatively rare among the Basque today, mitochondrial DNA extracted from prehistoric burials suggests it has much more common in past and remains excavated from 3 centuries between 4K to 5K years ago. Yeah, right. K showed up at level 17 to 24%, a similar sample from a medieval Basque cemetery found that by around 1500 years ago, the haplogroup's levels have fallen to its present day at about 4%. Now, let's look at the ish people. A few branches of haplogroup K, such as K1A, K2A2, and KA1B1, are specific to ish populations, and especially to the Rev29s, the Aj people, okay, whose roots lie in Central Eastern Europe. These branches of haplogroup K are found at levels of 30% among the Ash people, but they are also found at lower levels in Ish populations from Spain. That indicates an origin of those K haplogroup branches in the Near East before 70 AD. See, they're trying to connect this to these folk, but these folk during 70 AD were in the Caucasus Mountains, but you know, they got to push the lie, of course. So you got to be, like I said, when you read these articles, you got to understand there's a controlled narrative. That's not going to give you the full truth. So you have to be able to kind of chew up the meat and spit out the bones, as I mentioned before. About 1.7 Osh people living today, about 20% of the population, probably more, share a single branch of the K haplogroup. The diversity of the haplogroup among the Osh people suggests that it arose in their Near East between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. Everyone who shares it today could have shared a common ancestor as recently as 700 years ago. A similar pattern in the other 2 K branches that are common among the Osh people, K1A9 and K2A2, as well as the N1B branch of the haplogroup N, has led researchers to conclude that 40% of the Osh people living today, about 3.4 million people, could descend from them as 4 women who lived within the past 2,000 years. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Well, there it is. You know that these folk are wild men. They descend from them. They are Rh negative, descendant of the Nephilim. I mean, the red hair, the green eyes, the hazel eyes. What more do I need to tell you? All right, and I think that's all. Oh, one more thing. Let's go to the scripture. So this is the book of Yekcyr, and I believe this is chapter 36. And I just want to show you this real quick. I told you that Timnah, the Horite, or the Kuri, she went to Jacob and his sons. I'm assuming that she wanted to be a concubine to one of them. They saw her and they said, get away from us. Get away from us. There's just something about her that didn't sit right with them, and they didn't want nothing to do with her. And then she ended up taking Esau's son, Eliphaz, and then bore him Amalek. But she was trying to get with them, with one of his sons, and they were like, nah, we good. I'm just saying, we got to have the same attitude. Our ancestors obviously saw something wrong with her, didn't want nothing to do with her. So, you know, just keep that in mind. But let's look at verse 27. And the children of Lotan were Hori, Heman, and their sister Timnah. That is Timnah, who came to Jacob and his sons, and they would not give ear to her. And she went and became a concubine to Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and she bare to him Amalek. So this woman is who brought forth Amalek. Amalek is another descendant of the fallen. She obviously wasn't fully human, as we've already proven in this study. So that's pretty much all I wanted to show you in this section. I'm going to come to the last section of this. We're going to come to a conclusion. We're just going to close out this video. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get back to it. All right, y'all. So that is basically the entire film. And I cut it off right there because again, that film, what you just watched, was made originally in 2024. All right. So it's an old film. And like I said, I've come into such an understanding. Let me show you guys. I'm going to do a Q&A. So if you guys have any questions about the film, I'm more than happy to take your questions for a little bit. But I came into this understanding kind of, sort of, you know what I'm saying, and put this film together in 2024. All right. So there was still so much I did not understand. So at the end of the film, I did once at one point when I made this film believe that these people could be saved. I did believe that at one point. You feel what I'm saying? But as I came more into understanding, as I started to seek the Most High Yahuwah more and more about these people, bro, I realized they are the devil's seed. And the devil's seed cannot be saved. The Nephilim seed, it must be wiped out, because these people are not created by the Most High. The Most High made the black man and the black woman in his image. He did not create several different types of people with several different types of features and several different mutations. He created the black man, the black woman. He said it was good, and that is what the scriptures reveal. So no, there is no salvation. So if you go back and watch that video, I want to be clear. I do not believe in salvation for the oppressor. Let me say that again. I do not believe in salvation for the oppressor. Okay. Just had to make that clear, because people might go back and watch that and then still sit there and turn around and say, but you said, you said. Nah. Okay. No salvation for the fallen seed. As a matter of fact, I can pull some scriptural precepts for that. All right. So let me just play this last thing. This is a video. And if there's anything that you could get from this lesson and what I'm bringing out today, beware the beast man.
Beware the beast man, for he is the devil's pawn, alone among God's primates. He kills for sport, or lust, or greed. Yea, he will murder his brother to possess his brother's land. Let him not breed in great numbers, for he will make a desert of his home and yours. Shun him. Drive him back into his jungle lair, for he is the harbinger of death.
I found nothing in the cave to alter that conception of man.
beware the beast man. Now, that is actually a quote from I always laugh when I say the title. The film, The Planet of the Apes, is actually what reveals these individuals and their nature. Now, real quick, I want to just show you guys something. If you guys want to download, now, before we go, I'm going to do the Q&A real quick, but I'm going to present some receipts real quick. If you guys want to download some information that you want to share on social media, I got you. I'm going to drop a link here that has some very, very pertinent information in regards to how I have come to the conclusion these people are not created by Yahuwah, okay? Because when you look at all this information I'm about to show you, and like I said, you can download it for free. I don't charge anything for information, all right? I'm a minister. I call myself a minister of information because I distribute these materials for free, all right? So you can get them and you can download them, and they are free. So I'm gonna drop the link to my blog here. And there's a whole bunch of charts, and there's also a PDF document that you can download showing you with also clickable links of genetic research proving that, these people are actually mutants and they are not created by the Most High. They're not made in his image. They are this genetic beast man, wild man hybrid from the fallen angels. So they're not of his creation. They're not made by him. They're not created by him. So there can't be salvation for them. Salvation is only for the people that come from Adam. Yahusha, the Messiah, Hamashiach, he is called the son of Adam, the son of man. Who is man? The black man, black woman. They're mankind. They're a different kind of man, a separate kind of man, the serpent seed man, children of Cain. All right. So look, let me show you this real quick. And like I said, I'm going to take y'all on. I'm just trying to show y'all some information. So maybe if you have questions, you can get them. All right. So this is a chart right here you can download, which just briefly summarizes these various different genetic mutations that they have. All these different genes they have a mutation of. Then it breaks down the effect of said mutation. All right. And then it just tells you the people who have these common traits. So this is the first piece of information you can download. It's called the Not From Adam chart. Then this next one is a PDF document you can download, and it says the non-Adamic race, the truth about Caucasian genetic mutations. And this was written by me 9/7/2025, September 7th, 2025. So I have just a brief breakdown here. And then also you have a bunch of resources that you can click to get more information. So for example, the mutation of the TCHH gene, which leads to straight hair, most common in Europeans, you have links here you can click and get more information. All right, these different gene mutations, like the MC1R gene mutation, which leads to red hair, freckles, field melanin, dominance, pale skin. Okay, you can get a link for that right here. The OCA2 gene mutation, the SLC24A5 mutation. I got links for that. So, you know what I'm saying? There's so much here for you, family. You feel me? So you can understand the truth. So you can download that. That's Caucasian Genetic Mutations PDF. You can download that for free. Then last, you have Whites or Mutants. And this is just a more stylized chart of these different genetic mutations. Okay? Right here. All right. So let me go ahead and drop the link so you can download these free materials. All praises to the Most High. All right. Let me drop these for you. All right. So, the non-Adamic race research materials, free download. All right. All right. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Okay. Rock Yahuwah. And listen, man, y'all in the chat, I know it's a lot of new people, bro. I give all praise to Yahuwah, bro, because this is, to those who don't know, this is Shabath. We honor the Shabath. We honor the 7th day of the Most High. I didn't plan on going live, but I just said, you know what, why not? You know what I'm saying? And look what the Most High did. Look at all these new faces. Look at all the subscribers on his day, on the Most High's beautiful Kadash day. Oh, praise the Most High, bro. And listen, I have to give all esteem to the Most High, bro, because he has revealed these things. And it's in scripture. Y'all see, I use scriptural resources. I use a lot of other historical resources, but I always start with scripture. Because scripture reveals all things. Our enemies have manipulated some things. Our people have, our enemies have changed a lot of things and manipulated our people. But this is that moment of awakening in truth, so that we shall no longer be deceived. Now, if I want to say they're not Edomic, all I have to do is just go right here to this chart. And if you look at all these different mutations, right? Let me actually bring it up here on screen so you can see it a little bit better. If you look at all these mutations, you have to ask yourself, how could they be created from Yahuwah, the Most High? How can they be created from his original stock if they have all these various different things wrong with them? That seems to be, and that's only one question they would have to answer. And then if you want to say, well, that doesn't mean anything, you know, there's diversity, da, 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 da. If you want to go with that, okay, fair enough. Well, how do you account for the low birth rates then? White people, y'all seem to love to try to disprove me. How do you account for your low birth rates if you're made by Yahuwah and he loves you? If Yahuwah doesn't hate Esau, then why are their birth rates so low? Because I don't see the Edomic race having this problem, but I see it with them. Yeah, I see it with them. So I'm trying to understand here. Various different mutations, a bestial, savage, barbaric nature. They claim to be supreme, but can't stop these low birth rates. And they want to get rid of everybody else that's calling them illegals and this and that. And they want to get rid of everybody from all these countries because they got higher birth rates than you. See, this whole immigration thing they're crying about because they're going extinct. And they know that a black man and a black woman can produce many, many children. They know that an Indian, dark-skinned person can produce many, many children. They know that an Arab, Palestinian, or other ethnic group that is not white can produce many, many children. And so the only way for them to fill is if they can hold to their little bit of sour cream supremacy. It's trying to stop other people of other ethnic groups from coming here to America specifically. Very, very telling. Even though these people are literally immigrants themselves, they came to America and they conquered it. They came to America and they unalived many, many people. And then they went to other places and dominated those people by creating the British Empire. And all these descendants who talk about America's for white people, they are the descendants of the colonizers. They are the seed of their father, the devil. And they got the nerve to be talking about illegals. They came here, unalived the people that were already here, placed a flag up on it, and said, this is ours. That is their nature. Their nature is only evil. Period, point blank. There's no way to turn it around. There's no way to shimmy to the side. There's no way to tap. That's the truth. So look, let's look at this chart a little closer. So various different mutations, as you can see, that lead to the Nephilim traits. Now, let me pull up a graphic about the Nephilim traits. Okay. And I'm also going to I need to put this on the blog too. I didn't put this up, but you want to screenshot it, you can. I'm going to put it up on the blog after we get off the live. Nephilim traits, right? Then you look at all these different mutations, right? Then you get to the serpent seed and the traits of the fallen angels, okay? And then when we look at that, we get this, all right? Pale skin, pheomelanin, the animal melanin, lack of eumelanin, bright colored eyes, Rh negative blood, 6 fingers, extra appendages, things such as tails, blonde hair, red hair, straight hair, psychopathic behavior. They are prone to demonic possession, perverse sexual behavior and tendencies, and natural psychic abilities and excess body hair. Give me a 1 if this describes the Caucasian perfectly. Give me a 2 if it does not. And I put the poll up. I'm trying to see, bro. The poll is going crazy because a lot of people is coming on. You know what I'm saying? Didn't catch the whole movie or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? The poll is going crazy. So I'm going to leave it up a little bit longer. Let's see how many votes we got. Dang, cuz 118, 130. Bro, hold on. Let me show y'all. Bro, this is crazy. Look, this Yahuwah. Look what Yahuwah is doing, bro. All praises. Hold on. Let me go back to this, bro. Look at these numbers, gang. People are locking in, fam. And I had this poll up like midway through the film, bro, but people are locking in. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me show y'all this, bro. Look at that. 158 votes, bro. And we're going to try to keep this going a little bit longer. 160 right now. Hit the like button. Come on, everybody that voted. Hit the like button, bro. Listen, we are trying to wake up everybody, bro. Our people, the Negro, okay, the Bantu, okay, the Israelite, you know what I'm saying, scattered to the four corners of the earth, in the islands, in America, in the continent, sub-Saharan Israelites. I'm talking to you too, because it's important you understand our enemies, okay, the Edomic race scattered all around the world, the indigenous, the dark skin, all black people, all people with you melanin in your skin. I'm talking to you. 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 Yes, please hit the like button. Help your boy out. Hit the like button for sure. Yeah, you already know. Come on, hit the like button. Y'all know that song. I wrote that song, bro. Okay, hit the like button. You feel me? Don't be a hater all your life. Don't be a hater. No, I'm just playing. I'm I'm humble. I'm humble. But listen, please hit the like button, fam. Okay. We're gonna let this poll go a little bit longer. All right. Now, quickly, people probably want to call in and have some thoughts. I ain't gonna allow you to call in. Okay, you know what? Perfect. Somebody brought up Isaiah 1-4, where it mentions the Gentiles that will come with us when we go back into the land. Yes, we will look at Isaiah 14, but y'all already know where I'm going with Isaiah 14, because this right here is not taught to you in Christianity, as they don't tell you about who Esau is, as they don't tell you about Obadiah, the destruction of Esau, the destructions of Mount Shire. Even when you read the scriptures, let's talk about Revelations. Since they love to use only the New Testament, let's deal with the New Testament. Messiah, Yahusha, a black man going around healing Negroes of depigmentation. See, biblical leprosy is depigmentation. It is loss of melanin. All right. So if you're trying to tell me that pale white Jesus is going around healing people of pale skin when they already got pale skin, and JC is pale himself, that is not leprosy, my nigga. Let me show you a visual here. They like to say blonde hair is divine. They say it's, the God, man. It's the God race. We're the chosen race. Okay, well, let's look at the scripture. Screw what you talking about. Let's look at the scriptures. Here's a beautiful visual for you. We'll get to Isaiah 14 in just a second, okay? So look at this. Leviticus 19:13. This is Torah. This is the laws of Yahuwah. See, us black people, us Israelites, we know the laws of the Most High because we are coming back in a covenant with him. We are understanding this book is about us, the so-called Bible that the white man calls it, which is really just a collection of scrolls written by our ancestors. So let's read this, understanding it that this book is about us. All right. Leviticus 13:30. Then the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the appearance of it beneath the skin, and there be yellowish hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a scarf. And it is leprosy. Of hang on, y'all. Sorry, I was having a bit of an issue there with the connection. Every time I bring out the truth, this is what happens. It is what it is. Anywho, going back to what I was saying. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. So if you look at leprosy in the scriptures, it actually discourages the concept of yellowish hair, even though they thrust this stuff in your face in the media and make you think that that's the standard of beauty, when we've already proven blue eyes are a mutation. We've already proven pale skin is a mutation. We've already proven they've got recessive genes. Okay. This is exactly why, like I said, a white man and a white woman cannot create a black child. All right. They cannot. Why? Recessive genes cannot breed dominant, but dominant can breed recessive. And this is the lie of sour cream supremacy that they have pushed and convinced black people to hate themselves. But when you understand it's all just a bunch of lies and a big white male cope, let me just tell y'all something, bro. Racism is nothing but a huge white male cope. That's all it is. It is their insecurity. It is their lies. It is their deception and their feelings of inferiority and genetic annihilation. They had to convince you to hate yourself. So what did they do when you was a little baby, when you was a child? Some of y'all that's parents, shout out to you. You let your children watch Disney movies. What did you see? A white princess, a white, Prince Charming, a white man with golden curls, blue eyes, pale skin. They indoctrinated you since you were a child to hate yourself. And you have to reject that when I'm bringing out these facts, right? Now, pale skin is a curse. Let's look at some scriptures about that. All right. Miriam cursed with leprosy, depigmentation, losing her melanin. Numbers 12, 8-10. Naaman, all right, healed of leprosy, melanin restoration. 2 Kings 5, 1-14. Gehazi, cursed with the leprosy of Naaman, which is depigmentation. 2 Kings 5, 15-27. King Uzziah, cursed with leprosy, depigmentation on his forehead. 2 Chronicles 26, 19-21. Noah born as an albino with no pigment. Enoch 105, 1-6. Noah's father thought he was from fallen angels due to his pale appearance. Enoch 106. And lastly, Noah's melanin restored on the 8th day after his circumcision. Writings of Abraham, chapter 8, verses 1-3. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. Let's go ahead and do this. All right. So, click to call in. Now, here's the thing. If you're going to call in, I need you to come with scripture. And if you claim to be a Christian and you preaching all this, the gospel's for everybody, you better know the Old Testament very damn well, because that's what this covenant was about. And that's what this covenant made with Abraham was about. And it wasn't for all nations. That is a lie of Christianity. That is replacement theology. That is the children of Esau, the children of Edom, trying to find some wicked, evil way to take back their birthright. That's exactly why every single Christian that enslaved us, beat us, raped our women, raped our daughters, raped the men, buck broke them, and all that other stuff were white. And got you serving a white man and a white Jesus. So Isaiah 14. Okay, let's get to it. I'm going to drop the link, but let me just go through Isaiah 14 because that's an important precept. So in regards to Isaiah 14, it does mention Gentiles coming with us, which is why I'm not saying that Gentiles can't be saved. But remember, those Gentiles come from Adam. Okay? So let's look at Isaiah 14, but I want you to pay attention because there's a precept in there that talks about Isaiah 14. If I were to summarize it, talks about two Gentile groups who are not Israelites. And I want you to pay attention to it because people skip over this, all the time. And it's definitely not taught in Christianity. It's definitely not talking about that. Lucifer has actual descendants. Let me say it again. Lucifer, see, this is the Christianity. It's another lie of Christianity. It's not just the lawlessness. The law of Moses is done away. Well, Messiah taught the law of Moses. Messiah held to the law of Moses. Messiah quoted the law of Moses. It's not just that. It's the pagan holidays, worshiping of Serapis Christus, calling yourself a Christian when the word Christian comes from the word Cretan, which means stupid person. Okay. The Greeks worship Serapis Christus. Even the name Jesus is pagan because if you think about the name Zeus or Dionysus or Cerberus, or Prometheus, they all have the US at the end of the name or the SUS at the end of the name because that is a Greco name. So you're telling me the Hebrew Israelite Messiah came to his people in the name of another God? Yeah, you tripping, bro. Christianity is foolishness, bro. If you really, really rip away these layers. And a white man, around black people healing people of depigmentation. Stop playing with yourself. All right, now let's look at this. So Isaiah 14. Sorry, I gotta go in sometimes because sometimes people's logic be tripping, bro. You feel me? All right, so let's look at Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14 is going to describe two groups of people, two groups of non-Israelite Gentiles. And we're going to read about both groups, okay? So let's go ahead and let's jump over to that real quick. I have to show this so many times, but new people, it is what it is. I said it's a question and answer. So, all right, so Isaiah 14. And Yahuwah will have mercy on Jacob, all right? So this has not happened yet. Why has it not happened? Because the Israelites, the biblical Israelites, are not in their land right now. We are still scattered due to slavery, okay? So this has not yet happened. Don't let the Christians lie to you and tell you this has happened already, because it hasn't. Otherwise, where's Hamashiach? Where's Yahusha? Where's the king? Where's the restoration? Why are we still being treated bad? Why can Trump make why are we still a byword? Why are we still hated by the nations? Their judgment hasn't come yet. All right. So this has not happened. It's just, you still see white people walking around and not total devastation and destruction of a mass group of them. You don't see bad things happening to the oppressor. Then these things have not been fulfilled, because that's what Joel and Obadiah and Ezekiel is about. So these things have not happened yet. All right. Let's be clear. And Yahuwah will have mercy on Jacob and will choose Israel, and they shall rest on their land. And the stranger, okay, so sojourners, shall be added to them, and they shall be added to the house of Jacob. And the heathen shall take them and bring them into their place, and they shall inherit them. And they, the heathen, shall be multiplied upon the land for servants and handmaids, and they that took them captives shall become captives to them, and they that had lordship over them shall be under their rule. So that means this kingdom of Jacob that we run this. The white man been in power all this time. It is now our turn to run everything. Now it'll be a righteous rulership. We're not going to be oppressing and beating heathens. But the serpent seed will not be a part of this kingdom, because they will be wiped out beforehand. And all the other nations who have oppressed us, they will also be judged. And they, if they become prisoners of war, they got to serve us too. Or they're going to be destroyed. Every single nation that has hated us, that has oppressed us, that has done evil, if you're not of Lucifer's seed, but you are another nation and you have, been part of our oppression throughout biblical history, you will be serving us in the kingdom. Let me say it again. You will be serving the Negroes in the kingdom. And if you don't like it, bad things are going to happen. Okay? So we will rule over the oppressor in a righteous way. We will co-rule with Yahushua HaMashiach, who is the Israelite Yahudi. And when I say Yahudi, I'm referring to Jew. That's just the proper word in Hebrew, is Yahudi, not Jew. White people made that up. You know what I'm saying? That Indo-European Yiddish crap. Anyway, Yahudi, he is a Yahudi. He is a Jew Israelite. See, people want to say he's a Jew. He's an Israeli. No, he is not an Israeli. He's an Israelite. And those lost sheep of Israel are the woolly-haired Bantu Negroes scattered around the world. That is who he was sent to. Matthew 15:24. I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of Israel. So what's all this Yahuwah loved the whole world goofy stuff? The Most High loved the whole world. He gave his only son for the whole world. Bro, the whole world wasn't talking about the coming of liberation. The whole world wasn't talking about liberation. What are white people being saved? What is the oppressor being saved from? Oh, they want to be saved from the wrath of Yahuwah. They want to be saved from their low birth rates. They want to be saved from their collapsing economies. They want to be saved from the fact their women don't want to be with them. They want to be saved from the fact that they're unaliving themselves and unaliving their whole family. They want to be saved from the fact that the whole world sees them as colonizers, as Neanderthals, as the demon seed. Oh, it's too late for that. I mean, you had 400 years, at least when it comes to the Negroes of America today, 400 years to make it right, 400 years to pay reparation, 400 years to treat us like human beings, 400 years to not do Jim Crow and, redlining and Tulsa, Oklahoma and Rosewood. I mean, y'all had all these opportunities, bro, and you didn't do anything. You made it worse for us, and you think you ain't gotta pay? The oppressor's over here telling me that he could be saved? Then how and why would Yahuwah say vengeance is mine? What's that vengeance we're waiting on? The Bible says Yahushua's coming with a sword. Oh, you think he's coming to play pit, pat, patty, cat, pit, pat, pat? You think he's coming to play hopscotch with the fallen seed? He coming to kiki with the fallen seed? For real? This is Christianity. You feel me? This is Christianity. This is the foolishness of Christianity. So, continuing on, Christianity never told you that you're going to be serving us. And they obviously didn't tell you that this book is about us, did they? Lies from the children of Esau. Now, you see that there are a Gentile group who will be with us, but there's another group that we're going to look at in this same chapter. So let's scroll down a little bit. We're at Isaiah 14, 1-2, but we're going to scroll down a little bit here. Okay. Now, Isaiah 14 also mentions Lucifer. Let's read Isaiah 14, 12-13. How is Lucifer that rose in the morning? And I'm reading the Septuagint, by the way, so it might be a little different. I would not suggest reading this in the KJV because the KJV makes literally no sense. And if you want me to show you, I'll show you. Give me a 1 if you want me to show you the KJV version of this verse and, and the Septuagint, and give me a 2 if you don't care about that. Because honestly, the reason why they promote the KJV so much to our people and just heathens in general is because there's a lot of cover-ups of stuff. And that's why I say the Septuagint is the most accurate when it comes to understanding what the text actually says. Okay, y'all do want me to do several different versions? Okay, let's do this. Let's do the KJV first, all right? First, let me read about Lucifer, and then we're going to read about his children, okay? And I'm going to show you why it's a bunch of bull crap, all right? So look. Let's go over here to Isaiah 14, 12. All right. And we're going to read this whole thing. Isaiah 14, and we're going to read 12-14. And this is in the Septuagint, and this is about Lucifer. We'll get to his children and read it in both translations. How is Lucifer that rose in the morning, fallen from heaven? He that sent orders to all the nations is crushed to the earth. But you have said in your heart, I will go up to heaven. I will set my throne above the stars of heaven. I will sit on a lofty mount, on the lofty mountain towards the north. Now, isn't the north Europe? Give me a 1. Is not the north Europe? It's literally telling you where Lucifer is, dude. Like, I mean, how can you ignore this? The north is Europe, right? Shabbat shalom, my sister. Welcome. Welcome, sister. Good to see you. Barak Yahuwah. 1. Okay. Barak Yahuwah. I'm glad we are all on the same page. Okay. All praises. I see enough witnesses. Okay. So the north. He says, I will go up above the clouds and I will be like the Most High. How has Lucifer done this? A white Jesus. To get you to worship him. So you reject Hamashiach and they whitewash the images to get you to worship Lucifer and his children. His children got you to worship their father, who is the devil. Yeah, he wants to be like the Most High, creating a whole separate pagan religion coming from Esau that got you worshiping their God, who looks like them, which is Lucifer, and their God's pagan, heathen, Tammuz rebranded son they call Jesus Christ. And listen, I don't reject the Messiah. I reject the whitewashed, pagan, Greco-Roman, heathen, whitewashed Neanderthal Messiah they call Jesus Christ. I believe in Yahushua HaMashiach, the name his father gave him, not the children of Esau. He wants to be like the Most High by creating a pagan, whitewashed version of the scriptures that was given to our forefathers. The scrolls that were given to his chosen people. That's how he's got the whole world to worship him. This is how he got the world to try to get him to feel like he's the Most High. You're worshiping whiteness, and our people worship whiteness so much, bro. They don't want to marry black. They don't want to marry black women. Some black women don't want to marry black men. Y'all want to be with every other nation, and most of y'all want to be with the pale skins. Don't want black children, don't want to marry a black woman. Some black women don't want to marry a black man, don't want to have black children. Some of our people want to bleach their skin. Some of them want to wear, European hairstyles and all type of stuff, man. The devil done did a number on our people, bro. Real talk. Real talk. It's time to love each other and come from among these demons. I'm serious. Love yourself, kings and queens. Now, let's get back to this. Okay, so we just read about Lucifer and his intention to be like the Most High. Now, let's go ahead and go to the KJV, and we're going to read about these children of Lucifer and his descendants. And we're going to read same verse. I'm switching to the KJV because you're going to see it doesn't make any sense. All right? So Isaiah 19, we're going to read Isaiah 19 through 22 to understand Lucifer's children. Okay? It says, but you are cast out of the grave like an abominable branch, and is the raiment of those that are slain. You are thrust through with a sword that go down to the stones of a pit as a carcass trodden under feet. You shall not be joined with them in burial. Okay, because you have destroyed your land and slain your people. Wait a minute. Lucifer destroyed his own land and slain his own people? Huh? Bro, that doesn't even make any sense. But let's keep going because this is the KJV, as so many of our people believe is like the standard on scripture, and we need to stick with this. But I mean, this don't even make no sense. When we get to Septuagint, it's going to make 100% sense. But let's keep going. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. All right. Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. Their fathers? Huh? They that do not rise nor possess the land nor fill the face of the world with cities. Wait a minute. So Lucifer destroyed his land, slayed his own people, and his children filled the world with cities. But I thought he just destroyed his own people's land. This is what I'm trying to show you, bro. Let's keep going. For I will rise up against him, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, and cut off from Babylon the name, the remnant, the son, the nephew, saith Yahuwah. Okay? Now, give me a 1. Or no. Let's do a different number so I don't get it confused with the first one. Give me a 5 if this makes any sense to you, and give me a 7 if it give me a 5 if it makes sense. Give me a 7 if it doesn't. Because I'm about to pull it up in the Septuagint. You're going to see the big difference. All right. Big difference in this scripture. That's why I always tell people when I promote this verse, I tell you to look it up in the Septuagint. Stop using the KJV, bro. All right. I mean, if you want to use it for comparative studies, all praises to the Most High, but get a Septuagint, bro. It is the most, you know what I'm saying, top-notch thing. 5. Let's see. 5. Okay. So some people, it sounds agreeable. Okay. Some people say it sounds agreeable. Okay. Wait. Okay. All right. Okay. Some people, 7, say it doesn't sound agreeable and it makes no sense. Okay. Wonderful. Well, I'm going to show you why the KJV makes no sense. Let me show you this verse in the Septuagint. Let's read it again. This is in the Septuagint, same chapter, same verse, Isaiah 14, 19 to 22. Start about Lucifer. Pay attention. But you shall be cast forth on the mountains as a loath carcass with many dead. So it's not just Lucifer. Many dead who have been pierced with swords going down to the grave. As a garment defiled with blood shall not be pure, so neither shall you be pure. Because it says what? Because you have destroyed my land, destroyed Yahuwah's land, and slain who? Slain his people. Now in the KJV, it said Lucifer's land and Lucifer's people. But right here, Yahuwah is saying, you have destroyed my land, slain my people. You see the big difference. Let's keep going. You shall not endure forever. You are an evil seed. And then let's go, verse 21. Prepare your children to be slain for the sins of their father. Now, if you went to the KJV, it said fathers, plural, more than one. But right here it's talking about their father. Who is their father? The devil. John 8:44. Lucifer is their daddy. All right, let's keep reading. That they arise not and inherit the earth, nor fill the earth with wars. Who has filled the earth with wars? Who has benefited from World War I, World War II, and all of this stuff? A bunch of white people. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Just asking. Just want to be sure. I mean, history proves white people have brought about these wars. So these are a warlike people. And it says that they shall not endure forever. An evil seed. Let's keep going. Verse 22. And I will rise up against them, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, and I will destroy their name and their remnant and their seed. Thus say Yahuwah. Ka'amar Yahuwah. Thus saith Yahuwah. So you have two groups of non-Israelites in Isaiah 14, 19 through 22. You have a second group of non-Israelites in Isaiah 14, 1 through 2. You have another group of non-Israelites. But these Israelites will be in the kingdom serving us as servants. But right here in 19 through 22, the seed of Lucifer will be completely wiped out. Now, let's prove this also. Obadiah 1 through 3. It says that Esau is made small among the heathen and will be wiped out. So when we're talking about low birth rates, it's right there in your face, bro. Obadiah 1 verse 3. Behold, I have made you small among the heathen. All right. So the other heathens, the other, people who are not Israelite, but are still Edomic, Esau is small among them. The Indians have higher, the Indian people from India have higher birth rates than them. You know what I'm saying? The Africans have higher birth rates than them. The Aboriginal Australians, the melanated Hispanics, all of them, the Negro, every person who's from Adam with melanin in his skin have higher birth rates than Caucasians. So these people are Gentiles. They are Edomic. They're from Adam, but they're Gentiles because they're not Israelites. Okay. But it says that Esau has been made small among all these Gentiles. This is where the birth rates come in. They're low birth rates. White people. Let's keep going. You are greatly dishonored. Is this exactly why white people are starting to lose their power? Is this exactly why it's getting worse for the white man? Is this exactly why the more truth is coming out about their history and how they ate us? The delectable Negro, how they ate human flesh, how they ate the mummies of Kemet, how they were consuming the flesh of the mummies, how barbaric they are, what they did to our people with Hurricane Katrina and HARP technology, and then they had white people going around unaliving our people after they done lost everything, what they did to the Haitians in the Haitian rebellion, what these people did in Africa, the Reclaiming Africa, or not Reclaiming it, sorry, Shalaki, Scramble for Africa is what it was called. The Berlin Conference, when they went into Africa and carved up everything. When Leopold went into Congo and killed 25 million Africans, cut their arms off. When the Germans went into Namibia and you know what I'm saying, genocided the Herero people. Fed our babies to alligators, yes. Use our skin for shoes. All these evil things, homie. There is no salvation for them. And you're crazy if you're saying there is, because then it means that the Most High doesn't love us. And his word means nothing. The promises of liberation through Yahushua HaMashiach were a lie. And you're not going to call my father no liar. You of your father the devil. You believe his lies. So you want to brainwash us to believe yours. Not no more. Not as long as I'm around. Let's keep reading. You are greatly dishonored, and the pride of your heart has elated you, dwelling as you do in the holes of the rocks. Look at that. Okay? The holes of the rocks. Cave dweller. Esau is a cave dweller, as I showed you in Esau and the Horites. As one who exalts his habitation, saying in his heart, who will bring me down to the ground? So look at that. Esau exalts himself, being very, very high up. Verse 4, if you should mount up as the eagle, and if you should make the nest among the stars, thence will I bring you down, says Yahuwah. Now look at that. He will go to a very high place, and he will exalt himself among the nest of the stars. Isn't that literally what we just read in Isaiah about Lucifer? Esau and Lucifer, if I'm being honest with you, Lucifer is really the right-hand man of the devil, of Satan. He absolutely is. He hates Jacob, right? I mean, yeah, Esau hates Jacob. We know that. There's a perpetual hatred, right? But it's not just Esau that hates Jacob. It is Lucifer. and Lucifer's children, because they are of their father, the devil, they hate us just as much. And this is that truth people don't like talking about, bro. Now, it says that Esau's habitation is very, very high, and he makes his nest among the stars. Let's jump back over here to Isaiah 14 to confirm that. Lucifer that rose in the morning, fallen from heaven, he sent orders to the nation, his crust to the earth. But you said in your heart, I will go up to heaven. I will set my throne above the stars. So Esau is described as making his nest among the stars, right? But Lucifer sits his throne among the stars and sits on a high mountain, a lofty mountain, cave dweller. Bro, it's right in your face. Bro, it's right in your face, homie. It is right in your face. Right there. Boy, 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 boy. All right. So look, with all that being said, let me go ahead and drop this link, man. Click link to call in. Do you believe, or actually, you know what? I'm not going to even give you a topic. You can just call in. All right. Now, while we wait for some people to call in, let me set some ground rules. We need to keep this civil, respectful. If you disagree, that's fine. You don't have to agree. But we gonna stick with the word of Yahuwah. So if you don't know the scriptures, you don't know Hebrew, you can't break down these words, and you know what I'm saying, have your own Christian perspective talking about Jesus died for everybody and all this goofy stuff, I don't want to hear it. Because there's no precept about Yahusha or the Hamashiach or the prophet like Moses or the suffering servant or any of these prophecies having anything to do with the colonizer or the oppressor. Because even the stranger or the sojourner that was amongst us was not expecting Yahusha or the Hamashiach. Only the Israelites were, because it goes back to that promise through Abraham. So stop sitting here acting like the bloodline doesn't matter. It very much does matter. You're just mad because you're not of the bloodline and you're the bloodline of the devil. As a matter of fact, somebody brought up John 8:44. I mentioned a few times. Let's go to that real quick. John 8:44. Let's go to that real quick. John Yahukanan. John chapter 8, verse 44, which goes to show even during Mashiach's time, there was a serpent seed. All right. So John 8:44 says, you are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning. So who committed the first murder? That was Cain. So the bloodline of the devil goes back to Cain. Cain connects to the Nephilim seed. The Nephilim seed connects to Esau, connects to the Horites, connects to the descendants of Edom, and the so-called white man of today. Boom. The wild man, the beast man. And abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks a lie, and he speaks of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Yes, Lucifer has descendants, children. And listen, if you're not familiar with my Nephilim playlist, I'm going to just show you here real quick. You know, all the information on that. 88% said, okay, so I think that's crazy. Okay, so 186 votes. Wow. Wow. Bro, we got 186 votes. It's still going up. Okay, well, now we're almost at 195. 200. Are we at 200 yet? 200 votes. Wow. 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 Okay, I don't know. I mean, I think I should keep the poll up a little bit longer. I'll keep it up a little bit longer. Okay, so let me show you the Nephilim playlist so I could just show you kind of the work I've been doing over here on this channel. Of course, this channel is about helping awaken the Israelites, sub-Saharan Israelites in Africa, in America, scattered abroad, you know what I'm saying, in the islands, Jamaica, you know, Tobago, Trinidad, all the Negroes, all those descendants of slaves that were scattered through the transatlantic slave trade, Indian Ocean slave trade, and Arab slave trade. I'm talking to them. Now, let me go back here to my channel so I can show you guys the Nephilim playlist so you can just see all the work I've done in regards to this information. All right. A lot of research went into it. Okay. Let me just pull this up real quick. Go back. Okay. All praises to the Most High. And I'm going to drop the link. So if you want to get this information, you know, you'll have access to it and we'll be good. Give me a second here. All right. So playlists. And I'm going to just show you what kind of stuff I have on this Nephilim playlist if you're really trying to understand this a little bit more. All right. Okay. And this playlist has Esau and the Horites. It has all these videos. The shaggy ones that I played earlier. And then there's another one and, you know, all these things. So let me show you this real quick. Give me a sec. All right. So I'm going to just show you some of these videos that I have done so you can kind of understand what we got going on. Okay. So this first one is called The Secret Society of Sour Cream Supremacy. This is Albert Pike, who's a 33rd degree Freemason. And he was actually a Confederate general. So he was working with the South to keep slavery legal. He is also connected to many of the world plans of the global elite. Okay. And this video exposes that the Triple K, or the Triple K, you know, organization was connected to sour cream supremacy. It was connected to white supremacy. It was connected to, you know, the hatred of the Negroes. It goes back to the Knights Templar. They were worshiping the Baphomet. Okay, the same goat man, beast man that connects to Yekcyr, the hairy, shaggy goat. And like I said, Eliphas Levi, a white man, created the dang Baphomet. All right, they were doing homosexual rituals and all type of stuff. So this is the first one. All right, so it's called The Secret Society of Sour Cream Supremacy: The Truth About the Triple K. So there's 2 episodes for this. This is episode 1 and episode 2. Then I did this video. Somebody asked me about their rhythm and like, you know, if they can't dance on beat or nothing like that. There's like, does that have anything to do with them being the fallen seed? It definitely does. As a matter of fact, that was like the first thing that made me realize these people are different than us. Not just the fact they're pale and their features are different, but the fact they have no soul, no seasoning. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Let's watch this real quick. This is too funny. All right, here, let me show y'all this. Hold on, bro. Let me pause this and let me play the music. You got to hear what the music, y'all. All right. This was like the first indication that I had that these people were not made by the Most High. I was like, bro, this is so clear. Like how natural it is for us to just, you know, make a beat. And y'all know, to those who follow this channel, y'all know I'm an artist, I'm a rapper, I'm a musician, I'm a beat maker, producer, engineer. I'm saying do it all. You know what I'm saying? I understand the concept of melody and rhythm and drums and drum programming and chord progressions and all of these different things. So for me to see this, and it was so natural in my family to see this, is just like, that was like the first thing I was like, bro, these people are off. But take a look, bro. Hold on. Let me make sure the sound's on. Hold on. Okay, it is. All right, check this out, y'all. All right, y'all. So that is just another example.
All right,
Okay, my bad. That is just another example of kind of what made me realize that something is off about these people. And like I said, I started to dig deeper. So let me show you some more of these episodes here. So you can just see kind of like what this playlist has to offer. All right. And I think it will answer most of your questions, if I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I'm just suggesting it to you. So look. They're cooked. So the next episode in this series is Satan is Your Daddy. And I went through the imagery of Lucifer and how Lucifer is always depicted as blonde hair, blue eyes, which is the standard of beauty that they try to, promote and push, you know what I'm saying, in regards to, what's beauty and what's considered beauty and all of that other stuff. And actually here, let me just quickly show you guys what I mean. This is an image I'm going to pull up of Lucifer that the Rothschilds were seen taking a picture with. You tell me if that don't look like the freaking Caucasian and these so-called Aryans. All right. This is Lucifer. Blue eyes, blonde hair, pale skin. That is Lucifer's image. This is Lucifer's image. This is not the image of Yahuwah. You've just been brainwashed into believing it is, but it is not. It is the Nephilim image. It is the image of corruption, the sins of the fallen angels, corrupting Yahuwah's creation, creating beautiful melanated people in his image that they look like him. But Lucifer was jealous. Let me pull this up real quick. I got another precept for you guys, and this is a scriptural precept from the Wisdom of Solomon, which is an apocryphal book, which is the same people removed this because they don't want you to see the truth. So let's look at that real quick here. The Wisdom of Solomon, family, the Wisdom of Solomon. Now it describes man, and I'm going to just break down man and mankind real quick so y'all can understand the truth, okay? So let me show you something. Let me say this real quick. The black man and the black woman and everybody who comes from the original black man and black woman were made to be immortal. Why? Because you are man. You are made in his image. And because of the sins of Adam and Kua, Eve, we lost that essence. But let's confirm it with scripture. This is Wisdom of Solomon, all right? And it says, Wisdom of Solomon 2:23-24. For Yahuwah created man to be immortal and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it. So Lucifer was jealous of the creation of Adam and Eve. Why? Because the angels were created first. And that's mentioned in the book of Jubilees. Angels were created first. And Lucifer was placed in the garden, and he saw man being created. He saw the black woman being created. He got jealous, which is what it says in Wisdom of Solomon. So what did he do? He led a revolt, and he created a Lucifer race, which was the Nephilim. He got these angels to conspire with him and to destroy mankind, or destroy man, I should say, destroy man, the original descendants of Adam, by corrupting the bloodlines so Yahuwah could not be born, so that the Edomic race could be saved through the blood that he shed, specifically the chosen people from which would come Yahushua HaMashiach, which is Yasharah, the Israelites. So there has been a whole conspiracy since the beginning. And like I said, people, and I'm going to bring up this next precept real quick because people say, oh, you're teaching hate. I don't like what you're saying. You're saying we're disturbing here. You're teaching hate. I don't like this. This is evil. This is not the love of God. Okay, well, let's look at the scriptures, bro. Screw what y'all talking about. Let's deal with the scriptures. I don't care about feelings. I care about facts and what the Most High says. So let's go to Genesis real quick. All right. Genesis 3. Verse 15 talks about this serpent seed, okay? But let's read it from verse 14 real quick. And Yahuwah said to the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and the brutes of the earth on your breast and belly shall you go, and you shall eat earth all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman. Okay, who is the woman? This is the bride of Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay, the bride of Mashiach. It's not Christians. It's not the Christian church. It's the lost sheep that he was talking about in Matthew 15:24. When Paul went all out into all these different lands, those were Israelites scattered everywhere. As the scriptures say. When did it become about heathens? They were called Gentiles because they embraced the way of the heathens, and they were living among heathens, doing like heathens do. And that's why the kingdoms were split, because of the wickedness that took place during the times after Solomon's reign. Jeroboam, Rehoboam, the separation of the kingdoms. Ephraim was cut off, divorced. Yahudah went into captivity under Babylon for a little bit. They came back. Then the whole Maccabean thing went down. Then Mashiach came. But even Yahushua HaMashiach said in Luke 21:24, we would be scattered. And that the temple and all that would be destroyed. And there wouldn't be no stone left. We got to look at prophecy, not feelings. So I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. Okay, so the seed of the woman would be the Israelites, the descendants of the bride of HaMashiach. All right, the descendants of the people that Yahuwah made a covenant with. That would be the woman, symbolically, which is why, Zion is always called a daughter, or referred to as a woman, and why Yahuwah said that he was a husband to the Israelites. All right, we are that woman. We are the descendants of that woman. Okay. So the woman, and between your seed and her seed, he shall watch against your head, and you shall watch against his heel. So this is also talking about Yahushua HaMashiach coming to destroy the head of a serpent. You destroy a serpent by crushing its head. This is what the king is coming to do. So when you read Isaiah 14, it talks about the wiping out of the serpent seed. You have to understand that's also what Yahushua will do. Now, right here, Yahuwah says he will put enmity. Look at that. Enmity. Enmity is hatred. Enmity is hatred. He put that hatred between us, his people, and the serpent seed. So it's natural they're going to hate you, but it's natural you're going to hate them, because he put that there. So do I hate the children of the devil? Yes. All right. Do you love Lucifer? Let me ask you a question. Give me a 1 if you love Lucifer. Give me a 2 if you hate Lucifer. Let's go with that. I don't love the devil. I love the Most High. I was commanded to love Yahuwah Eluah with all my heart, and to love my people with all my heart, and to treat my people with respect. No, I do not love the devil, or do I love his descendants. If I don't love their father, why would I love his children? Stop lying to yourself. Twos. Okay, all right, we're all in agreement here. None of us love the devil. Okay, then, naturally. So why would I love the devil's children? So far, nobody's called in. It just be so interesting to me how people be, all in my comment sections with all this smoke. And then I tell you, okay, I'm going to have an opportunity for you to call in, and then you ain't got nothing to say. Here's another visual for you. Enoch 105, Genesis 6-4, and Numbers 13:33. Whites are descendants of fallen angels, Nephilim. Let me show you this next thing here. Give me a second. I got another visual I want to pull up. Give me a second. I ain't gonna lie, this is low-key funny as hell. Now, Ezekiel also mentions that we are gonna help destroy the seed of Esau. All right. I love this one. You know what I'm saying? So this is written. You know what I'm saying? And actually, let's go ahead and let's look at that scripture about Ezekiel and the destruction of the children of Esau by the hand of his people, the Israelites. It does say that in scripture, and we're going to look at that right now, which is going to be Ezekiel 25, verse 14. Ezekiel 25, verse 14. Let's look at that. All right, so we looked at the serpent seed. Let's go to Ezekiel. Yekcyr is what it said in the Hebrew. 25, verse 14. So Ammon is one of these nations that's mentioned, judgment. But we're going to stick right here to verse 14 about Esau, okay? We'll start off at verse 12. Thus saith Yahuwah Sabaoth, because of what the Edomites or Idumeans have done and taken vengeance on the house of Judah, and because they have remembered injuries and have exacted full recompense, therefore thus saith Yahuwah, I will stretch out my hand upon Edom, and Idumea is just another word for Edom, okay? Upon Edom, and I will utterly destroy out of it man and beast, and will make it desolate. And they that are pursued out of Thamon shall fall by the sword. And I will execute my vengeance on Edom by the hand of my people Israel. Yasharah. Okay, let me read that again. I will execute my vengeance on Edom by the hand of my people Yasharah. And they shall do what? They shall deal in Edom according to my anger and according to my wrath. And they shall know my vengeance, says Yahuwah. So, I know a lot of our people get mad because of all the things and the evil these white people be doing to us. But listen, there will come a day where you will get your lick back on them. All right? I'm just going to be real with you. That's what the scriptures say. We're going to destroy them. Now, before that, they're going into slavery. All right, let's go to that next precept, Deuteronomy 30, verse 7. And we're going to break that down good too. They are going into slavery. Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, right here. It says, and Yahuwah Eluah will put these curses upon your enemies and upon those that hate you, who have persecuted you, a people who hate us. Oh, I can definitely think of a group of people. Now, these curses that are mentioned are found in the book of Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68. I'm not going to get too deep into that because that's not what this is about, but these curses will be placed upon them. Now, let me give you a chart to show you kind of visually what these curses are going to come upon them. And you give me a 1 if you can agree this is literally happening right in front of your eyes. Let me pull up this next thing. Hold on a second, y'all. All right. All praises to the Most High. Please hit the like button if you haven't. I hope this is fruitful for you. All right, so here's the next chart here. And actually, you know what? Let me pull it up in the browser so I can zoom in on it. Give me a second, y'all. All right. Let me open this up in the browser and we'll go through this chart one by one. And we'll break down these curses that we experienced and we'll talk about how it's going to happen to our enemies. And it's already happening now, if you really look at it. All right. All right. So let's zoom in on this. So this chart, I'll drop a link if you want to download this as well. So the curses reversed on the heathen. All of our oppressors are going into captivity. It is written. All right. So let's look at this. All right. So, for example, bondage and slavery. All right. That happened to us. The heathens will go into captivity. And that happened to us, and it's found in Deuteronomy 28, verse 68, where it says that we will be brought into captivity and sold as male and female slaves and sold and brought as slaves on ships. Okay, that fulfills Deuteronomy 28:68 and also Revelations 13:10, which says that he that leads into captivity shall go into captivity. Also confirming Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, they're going into captivity. Continuing on, loss of land and their scattering. Okay, I mean, see how white people keep complaining about, oh, we're being invaded, we're being replaced. This is white genocide. Yup, it's happening. Loss of land and scattering. Look how many black people and non-white people are populating Europe and all of that and having more and more children. Happening right now. Their lands destroyed. Yasharal regathers, okay? Deuteronomy 30, verse 3 and Joel 3, verse 2. Next, no rest or peace. They shall find no peace. This happened to us in Deuteronomy 28:65 and is mentioned also in Revelations 14:11. Moving on, mockery and bywords, okay? We were called the hard ER. We were called black. We were called color. We were called all these different things instead of being called Israelites, being called the chosen, being called the royal priesthood, being called the Yahudim, being called the royalty that we were, but we were called every other byword that they could think of. Now they are the byword. Karens, Kens, cave dwellers, Neanderthals, troglodytes, colonizers, pale skin, Mayo sapiens, cream beings, sour cream supremacists. I could go down the list. Cave monkeys, chalk chimps, Envelopians. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just saying that now they are experiencing what they have done to us. See, there is a creator and he loves us. And y'all need to understand that. Even you know what I'm saying? Other Adamic people out there understand he did make you, but he loves his chosen. And these are the things that they have brought up against us, and now divinely and spiritually is happening to them. All right. You saw that whole situation where the ICE agent shot that white woman in the face. The curses are like just like, and you look all these black people on TikTok, on these social media platforms, and they're sitting here telling you like these white people going through what we've been going through. The curse is reversed. See, our people are confirming it. They just don't know they're the Israelites, so they don't see what's really, really, really going on. It's spiritual, and only an Israelite can help you understand, which is why I'm sent to the people to help my people, whether you awaken or unawaken, that you are the chosen of the Most High. Now you understand what's really, really going on. Christianity is not going to teach it. Christianity is approved by Esau. Islam approved by Esau. Judaism approved by Esau. Of course, they're not going to tell you the truth. It got to come from us and only us. Only we can teach the scripts. Let's keep going. Charlie Kirk, another example. Perfect one, bruh. All right, so look, let's keep going. Let's keep going. There's more. So, poverty and scarcity. They will lack and beg. All right, now they're apologizing because they're losing everything. You got farmers unaliving them, these white farmers unaliving themselves because they about to lose everything. I mean, this is what y'all voted for, right? Y'all voted to oppress black people, and guess what? The Most High, he's using that same man that you thought was going to oppress us, even though he's still oppressing us, but he's also going to oppress you. I love the Most High, bro. He definitely got a sense of humor. Recompense is his. He said vengeance is his. He making it happen. Let's keep going. Oppression by foreign nations. All right. We could already see what's going on now, like with the many other nations that are coming in, such as the, Muslims and the Arabs and stuff like that. Don't like them. You know what I'm saying? All of that. Right. Okay. So that was happened in Deuteronomy 28:33 to us, Obadiah 1:15 through 18. Continuing on, their children taken and enslaved. This will come very soon. Their children are dashed. All right. Let's look at this. Deuteronomy 28:32, that happened to us. Jeremiah 49:10 through 12. Moving on. No political power. All right. We will gain dominion. You can already see the favor that's upon us right now. The favor of the highest that's upon us. Because now even white people are calling out other white people and talking about the greatness of black people. Now revisionist history is no longer having any power. Okay. So there is a shift that's going on now. Now, black men, even though they tried to buck break us and, make us weak and make us wear dresses and do these homo rituals to try to buck break us and turn us into soft, weak, cotton ball beta males. Now they're admitting the black man is the standard of masculinity. Now they're admitting the black man is the standard of leadership. Now they're admitting that the black man is the standard of what it is to be a man. We exude that. Why? Because we come from our Father, who is the standard of masculinity. The Most High is the standard of masculinity. And because we are his children and we made in his image, we exude that. The black woman, she is the representation of all that is pure and wise and beautiful. Let me say it again. The black woman is a standard of all things beautiful, wise, and lovely. That's what the black woman represents. And the black man, he represents leadership and strength, masculinity. And of course, the black woman, she exudes that femininity. There's a balance here. This is why we talk about biblical roles. We talk about the husband. We talk about the wife. We talk about the children. When we follow that role, everything should work in tandem. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I just had to say that. All right, let's keep going. So plague and sickness. Plagues will fall upon them. Okay, sunburn, skin cancer. All right, low birth rates, obviously. Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, that happened to us. Zechariah 14, verse 12. Fear and terror. Okay, this is the fear that they're experiencing, which is why they're wilding out right now. Okay, they will tremble before Yasharal. Okay, that happened to us in Deuteronomy 28:66, and also written in Revelations 3, verse 9. Then continuing on, worship of false gods imposed. All nations must worship Yahuwah. That would not be the children of Lucifer, but that would be all nations who come from Adam. They will serve Yahuwah, you know what I'm saying, in that right time when he destroys the enemy, and they are able to humble themselves and come and cleave to the chosen, which is Jacob, which is the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? All praises. And that's written in Deuteronomy 28:36 when it happened to us, and prophesied in Zechariah 14:16 through 19. Next. Shame and nakedness, their shame shall be revealed, such as people like me bringing out their low birth rates. How I got banned from Facebook because I was bringing out all this information, so much so that these devils sat there and made a false claim on me, bro. These devils hate me so much, bro, because I bring out so much truth and I got so much facts, bro, as a minister of information, bro. They literally made a false claim that I was sharing child corn images, even though that was not that, even though that was a false claim. Everybody in here follows me on Facebook. Most people follow me on Facebook. I never once shared nothing like that. I'm not like them. I don't hurt children. I don't hurt animals. I don't hurt people. They do that because they are the father of the devil. So they use a false claim to ban me completely from Facebook. So I've suffered for this, like bringing out this truth. But the thing about me is I'm a strong black man, bro. I don't stop, nigga. I don't never stop, bro. I'm bold as a lion. Yahusha stood for the truth, bro. In the midst of Roman occupation of Judea, spoke the truth. Yehukanan, John the Baptist, John the Immerser spoke the truth to our people, even under heathen occupation, Roman rule in Judea at the time. Nigga, why would I stop, bruh? I'm not no coward. I don't go along and get along, bro. How would I be a leader? How would I exude that strength of a black man if I'm bowing down to them? Only weak black men do that. Just saying. Now, let's keep going. So, unjust legal systems. Look at what's going on with ICE. Look how mad they are that a white woman got shot in the face. But niggas been getting shot in the streets by police for how long now? We've been asking for that crime bill. We've been asking for police reform. Ain't nobody did nothing. They didn't care until it started happening to them. Now they got to experience these curses. Now they want to march in the street. What about Trayvon Martin? What about Breonna Taylor? What about Tamir Rice? What about Ahmaud Arbery? What about Eric Gardner? And so many others. George Floyd. I mean, we were marching in the streets because we was angry, but the white people wasn't doing a damn thing. They voted for this to their own destruction. See how the Most High gets that final kickback? All right, so judgment comes upon them through unjust legal systems, Deuteronomy 28:29 and Isaiah 10:1-3. And this is the, anti-white racism they want to cry about. Yoke of iron, okay? The Negro had a yoke of iron as we was led on the slave ships. They are broken with a rod, okay? So they will eventually go into slavery, Deuteronomy 28:48, Jeremiah 30, verse 8. And lastly, destruction of their heritage. Their names blotted out. All right, their seed wiped out. Jeremiah 17, verse 4, Obadiah 1:18. And also, just to confirm this, also that y'all going into slavery, the heathen going into slavery, let's jump over here to Joel chapter 3. Another prophet that they love to ignore. They always ignore the prophets because the prophets talk about what's coming to them. So they just jump over that, just skip it and say it don't matter and all that other stuff. All right, so check this out. Joel chapter 3, verse 6. Let's look at that. Then we'll look at Psalms 83 so you can understand these nations have always taken conspiracy against us. Joel chapter 3, verse 6. You have sold the children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem to the children of the Greeks, that you might expel them far from their coast. Slave ships. This didn't happen to the Revelation 2939s. This didn't happen to the people who want to claim that they're the chosen people and you need to bow down to these pale skins. When were they in slavery? You want to talk about the H cost? That's not a slavery. As a matter of fact, they work with the NAZIs. Go look it up. All right. Now, therefore, behold, I will raise them out of the place where you have sold them, okay, including America, all the places we have been scattered. And I will return your recompense on your own heads. And I will sell your sons and daughters into the hands of the children of Judah. And they got Amar Yahuwah. Yahuwah has spoken it. And then what does he tell us, the Israelites, to do? Proclaim these things among the heathen. Proclaim it to them. Declare war. Arouse the warriors, draw near, and go, all you men of war. So we are to proclaim you are going into captivity. Yes, in the valley of Yehoshaphat, at this judgment, the Most High will sell us, these heathens, and we're selling you to the Sabians, and they ain't going to be nice to you. They ain't going to be nice to you. Like I said, what happened to us in Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, it's going to happen to you. What y'all did to us is going to happen to you. And there ain't nothing that ain't no white man going to save you. Your white Jesus ain't going to save you. Bro, your white Jesus can't even stop your low birth rates. What the hell is white Jesus going to do? White Jesus ain't going to stop you from experiencing the wrath of the Most High Yahuwah. You reap what you sow. Y'all claim to believe in the Bible so much. You don't believe in you reap what you sow. Somehow y'all like to skip over that verse. You thought recompense wasn't going to come. It's already here. It's already here. My people, come out of cringianity. Okay? Stop worshiping this white man. Okay? This pasty, translucent, Neanderthal, monkey, cave chimp called Jesus Christ is not Yahushua HaMashiach. This is the face of Esau and Edom and your oppressor. Your Messiah looks like you. He doesn't look like this cream being. Blow his brains out. Wipe out white Jesus. That is a deception of your enemies to get you to worship them. But you are royalty. You are made in the image of Yahuwah. These people, they're made in the image of their father, the devil, Lucifer. It is time our people understand this and stop worrying about what they think. The word of Yahuwah doesn't care about what they think. Black women, love yourself, queens. You are the daughters of Zion. The woolly-haired, beautiful black woman are the daughters of the Most High. Don't let these white women and their jealousy of you make you hate yourself or your features or your children's features. We all have to collectively, family, not just some of us, decolonize our minds. Come back to the Most High in truth, because he has a powerful, powerful, powerful blessing that awaits us. All praises to the Most High. And that's it. That is it. So I feel like I've pulled out enough receipts. I mean, I could go on, bro. There's so much. But let me just show you the rest of these videos on the Nephilim playlist. And if you want to know more, you can go there and look at the rest of this stuff. All right. So let me just show you some more of I'm sorry, this image came up again. I was like just reminded of it. All right. So this is the Nephilim series that talks about Satan and the blue-eyed blonde hair connected to Lucifer. This next one here is called the Nephilim series. They came from giants, and this talks about, you know, the giants, right? Like some of those giants, like Andre the Giant, you know, the Neanderthal skull face with the flat face and all of that. I talk about the conditions of gigantism, and gigantism is what you see with people like Andre the Giant, or, you know, the giant from, you know, the wrestling show and all of that. So I went deep into that. Then this next thing is a song I did called Lucifer's Children. Listen, if you are on social media, I'm going to play this song at the end of the show. This song, if you ever make a post with this song, please tag me in it. Okay. @Art by Yekcyr on Instagram. I'm only on Instagram. I was on TikTok, but I deleted it. I'm going to play this at the end of the show. All right. Then the Nephilim series. Now, this is important too, because you have a whole bunch of clones, homie, that are Caucasians, because they come from these Cabbage Patch children, which are these Nephilim bloodlines that they're trying to bring back in 1930s Nazi Germany. Okay, because they're connected to the fallen angels. All right. So this is a 4-hour deep dive that's going to blow your mind. All right. Next is the Nephilim series, the Aryan bloodlines of Atlantis. So when we talk about the Aryans or the so-called Nazis or these Germans and all of that, Indo-Europeans, they all connect to the Aryans. Okay, so I was talking about the bloodlines of Atlantis, which is where these Berbers came from, which is where those Basque people and Esau and the Horites, they are connected to the Atlanteans who come from Atlantis, which was a area that was destroyed by the flood of the Most High, going back to Genesis 6, going back to the Nephilim seed. All right, so this next one is a trailer called The Curse of Canaan 2, which is a film that I did a little while ago, and I'm going to drop that in the link as well if you want to check that out. And it goes deeper into leprosy. It goes deeper into pale skin. It goes deeper into Noah and the fallen angels. It's basically the sequel to Esau and the Horites. This one's not out yet, but the first film, this is part 2. Part 1 is out, and I'll have the link for that. Next, Neanderthal and Nephilim, they are the demon seed. These are just more videos going through that. Then the next one is Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion Extended Director's Cut. So this is the extended version of this original film, which is Fallen Angels. This one, honestly, Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion, I think is the best one. It is the most informative. It has all the receipts. It's got so much more deeper stuff that I didn't understand when I did Esau and the Horites. All right. So this one, out of all of these, I'm going to recommend that one off top. Okay. Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion from 2025. And like I said, the Pale Rebellion, this is like matter of fact, here, let me move this down. Move this down. Can I move it down? Okay, I can't move it down. Okay. But anyway, the extended cut is like an extended version of this original film, which if I would have extended this in, it would have been like almost 7 hours. Very, very long. Okay, so watch both of these. Then I have another one called They Are Not Human, Nephilim Babies. That's another one to check out. It's 15 minutes. And then The Curse of Canaan Re-Examined, Nephilim Hybrids. This is almost a 6-hour movie. Okay, this is almost a 6-hour film. Okay. 5 hours and 51 minutes. This, another one you got to watch in full to understand some things, okay? But this is the first film, and the sequel, I'm working on the sequel. I don't know when the sequel is going to be out, but this is the sequel right here to this first film right here. And like I said, Esau and the Horites, the sequel to this one is The Curse of Canaan, and then The Curse of Canaan leads you into Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion. And these other shorter videos are just shorter videos. Then there's Esau and the Horites. That's what we just watched. Then I had a song called Bleach Demons. I ended up taking it down because I just didn't like it, so I just did whatever. Then I did another documentary called Who Are the Children of the Devil? So we just looked at Isaiah 14 about how they, carved up his land and slain his people. This goes deep into what Europeans did in Africa, did to African people, and what they've done worldwide and just the evil nature of the children of the devil. Okay, so this is more conclusive on that. Then Esau and the shaggy ones, Neanderthals and Nephilim. This is another video that we showed it before we did the Esau and the Horites. This talks about the hypertrichosis, which Esau had, which is the hair all over the body, how you find that in all these different groups of people with this same trait. Some of those, hairy people that you saw in Esau and the Horites that I showed you earlier. This film goes deeper into exploring that. Okay, so it's more scientific and more deep dive. Then the next one is They Are the Children of Lucifer. And this is like a black woman that came into this understanding that they're the fallen seed. Then there's the Pale Giants of the Caucasus Mountains. All right. And then lastly, the Nephilim series, The Men of Renown. And I'm going to be adding more videos to this. I'm going to be doing more episodes. So, just subscribe if you like this kind of content, because these are my most popular videos. It seems like a lot of black people are seeking the truth. So all praises to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is the whole, it's 22 videos, and collectively, I don't know how many hours it is, bro, but it's well over 24 hours worth of information. And that's why I say I'm a minister of information. I give you so much receipts. Drop the link for you. You know what I'm saying? On the chart you can download to kind of understand all these things. And I'm going to drop it again so you can get it. Let me show you again what I'm talking about to those who might have just came in. Right here. This. So all this information about white people and their different mutations, you can download all these for free. Okay, this is just a full chart that shows you all these different mutations of these different genes that they have, right? You can download that for free. Then you have this research paper that I did, which is a PDF. And like I said, there's clickable links you can get on all these different mutations they have. All right, this is a PDF. This is free for download. And then lastly, I have this chart right here. All right. And actually, you know what, real quick, before I go, let me add that Nephilim chart as well, the chart about the Nephilim seed and the Nephilim traits. Let me add that real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. So that's going to be it for me, y'all. Thank y'all so much, bro. I know this has been so long. We got all the way through Shabath. I mean, at least on my time, it's already dark outside, so Shabath is over. But I give all praises to Yahuwah, man, because listen, all these people that have come to this live and heard some truth. Some people probably left and didn't like it and was hurt, you know what I'm saying, by what I'm saying. But to my people, the chosen seed of Yahuwah, I'm so glad that Yahuwah led you to this. And listen, I've been shadow banned so heavily. The fact that we have such a full house up on here, bro, this is nothing but the work of the Most High, because I am being heavily shadow banned. And look what Yahuwah's doing. So it's like, that's why I say censorship doesn't really mean anything to me, because I know what Yahuwah wants to be seen will continue to be seen. It don't matter about censorship. Censorship cannot stop his power. Censorship cannot stop the power of the Most High. Okay. All right. And let me add this thing. Okay. And I'm just adding in this this chart so you can download it real quick. Let me just get the image. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I did not have this up. I thought I did, but let me just pull it up here real quick. Upload. Okay, all praises. So I just updated the site so you can also get this Nephilim serpent seed trait for graphic as well. Okay. All right, so it should be up there. Let me just double check it. Make sure everything's on the up and up. All right, yep, there we go. All right, so now you have the Nephilim, you know what I'm saying, serpent seed. Actually, let me switch it over. Okay, there we go. It's the actual website. Okay. All right, so yep, okay, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, yeah. So here's a Nephilim serpent seed download. Just download it right here. This one you can download right here. This one you can download right here, and then this one you can download right here. All right, so let me drop the link one more time. I already dropped it before, but some people maybe didn't see it. So, all right, here we go. Not non-Adamic race. Research materials. Free downloads. And like I said, this is exactly why they never call in. You feel me? They're scared of the smoke. All right. And that's why I just don't really be paying attention to what they be saying in the chat, because they cannot disprove this. That's proven. How many times have I allowed them to call in and they still never call in? They scary. The only ones who be calling in is our people that want to defend them. And that's what irritates me the most. All right, cool. So here is the research materials, free for download. I don't charge nothing. I just ask, you know, support the channel. Cash App is Malachi Music. I'll play it in outro at the end of it. Since this Shabbat's over, I don't want people donating to me on Shabbat, but you can support this channel through Cash App Malachi Music. Okay, just like you see right there, just without the Yekcyr, just hashtag Malachi Music. I'm also on Venmo at Malachi Music, and you can support the channel. If not, just hit the like button on the way out, and that'll be it. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Thank you guys so much for everybody who joined, everybody who liked the video. Like I said, the video for Esau and the Horites is pinned to the top of the chat. And let me actually drop the link one more time for the Nephilim series, so everybody can have it. And if you want to jump off of here and go check it out, all praises. Okay. Drop this one more time. Just one more time. Oh, before I go, let me close out the link. Let me close out the link real quick for the poll that we were doing. Let me go to that poll. Give me a second here. Okay. So it's right here. We were talking about we were looking, I did a poll and I said, are they the children of the devil? And so I did this long live to see what you guys were saying in response to that. So I'm going to close out the poll now. Let's see here. How many people voted? I'm interested to see this. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Damn, cuz 246 votes. Let me show y'all, bro. This is crazy. This ain't nothing other than the Most High, bro. Wow. Wow. This tells me, because, you know, usually the same people vote every time, but these are definitely new people. Let's look at this. Okay. Make it bigger. Okay. Let's look at this, y'all. 246 votes. And I posted this poll 2 hours ago. 246 votes. Let's close it. So 87% said yes. 4% said no. Let me get the statistics right here. Okay, here we go. So it says, I said, do you believe they are of the fallen seed? 87% said yes, 9% said not, 9% said not sure, and 4% said no. 247 votes. That is a world record right there on this channel specifically. So I have to give all esteem to Yahuwah, the Most High. I have to give all esteem to him because he made this happen. I really wasn't planning on going live today, to be real with y'all. I really was not planning on going live, but I just said, you know what? Got a lot of new people. Some people are not aware, of some of this information. So I said, why not just do a premiere? Come on here, play the video again, maybe do a Q&A, kind of explain some things. And, there's a lot of brothers and sisters, scattered that are finding this channel. And I want to just make sure I present all the facts, all the information, so all of our people can know the truth. And like I said, to the Edomic race, to the people who are non-Israelite, but of Yahuwah, created by him with melanin in your skin, you can cleave. I will not turn you away. I know you see a lot of, Negroes that might not like you or feel a way about you and all of that other stuff. But if you genuinely forsake your heathen ways, forsake the ways of worshiping Hindu deities and, ancestral worship and all this other stuff, Cannibalism and all of that. And like I said, there's only one true creator. All right. One true creator. All right. And the other nations, if they want to be spared of the wrath of the Most High, they're going to have to cleave to his chosen people. Whether they're in sub-Saharan Africa, whether they're in America, whether they're in Brazil, all these Negroes scattered abroad, you got to cleave to them. All right. All right. So yeah, man, that's a world record. So all praises to the Most High Yahuwah, man. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. All right, well, that'll do it for me. And I'm trying to make sure there's nothing else that I've left out thus far. I want to make sure I didn't leave anything else out thus far. Did I post a link to the Nephilim series? I don't think I did. Let me post it one more time in case I did not. I know I posted a link to the chart, but all right. So Nephilim seed playlist. All right, there we go. All praises to the Most High. All right, cool. Hold on, somebody said call in. Who wants to call in? Who wants to call in, sis? Somebody said they wanted to call in. Somebody said all praise to the Most High. Just download those charts. All praises to Yahuwah. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you. We're just trying to get the truth out to our people. I know a lot of people on social media, so I make these graphics to help our people get the truth out. And social media, well, we got to utilize it. Shalom, my brother. What's your Instagram again? My Instagram is Art by Yekcyr. Here, I'll type it in real quick for you. Art by Yekcyr. Okay. Let me go ahead and post that real quickly. All right. So Instagram, art, just like, art, sculpture, art, painting, Art by Yekcyr. Word of True Kingdom Ministry, Shabbat Shalom, fam. Hit that like button. All praise to the Most High. Big Ak, what's good? I'm going to be honest, man. Big Ak, bro. Listen, I'm a little surprised to see you here. I know it's a little late in the UK right now, my brother, but it's good to see you, Aki. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Shout out to you and the wife, the family. I'm glad you're well. I'm glad to see you here, my brother. All praises to Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Yada Yahuwah. All praises. Thank you to Amaziah David Yisrael for subscribing, or Banya. Sorry, I didn't get the name right. My bad. Thank you so much for joining. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. When I first put my Instagram, bro, and I looked at it, bro, my followers shot up. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm having to rebuild Instagram because when I showed the video of Esau and the Horites, that was when I had my old Instagram. I got banned from there too. So I've had to literally rebuild and all of that over and over again because the fallen seed, they keep banning me everywhere. I've got banned off of TikTok, got banned off of Twitter, got banned off Facebook, got banned off of Instagram, and I got banned on Facebook or YouTube. So I've been banned on damn near every single freaking platform for multiple reasons. But the main reason with Instagram and Facebook that I got banned is because I was talking about this. I've always been talking about the truth, like regardless, and been banned for many things. Like when I was exposing the VXX that they was trying to push on you during, 2021, 2022, they're trying to get you to take that wham wham. got banned for that, you know what I'm saying? All types of other stuff. But in regards to Facebook and Instagram, I have been banned permanently from there. I've been trying to remake accounts, but they're using AI to like detect how I talk and stuff like that to find out that it's me, and they ban me again. I've been banned probably like at least like 6 times. Somebody said create your own platform. I do have one. I do have a platform. To everybody who's on here, y'all know what that platform is. You feel what I'm saying? So that platform, we're able to make content. We are able to bring out truths, bring out controversial stuff that I can't talk about on this platform. So yes, I do have a platform. I will play an ad at the end of the video so you will be able to know what it is. You got banned off of X. Yup. Several times. Elon Musk, bro, he don't like me, bro. I be bullying his pink ass. You know what I'm saying? That little pink worm. Bro, I be bullying him so much, bro. Because, like, you know, he's obsessed with, like, their low birth rates and, like, try to convince white people to have more babies. And, you know, I was bullying that pink demon. And so he banned me, bro, so many times, bro. So many times. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's what happens. Like I said, on there, you got all types of racism, all types of Nazi imagery. That's allowed on there. But a black man coming on, speaking the truth, confronting these heathens and showing them what they got going on, and the Most High judgment being up on them with all this racism. Now they want to sit there and cry like a little baby and go to Daddy Elon Musk, who's of the fallen seed, to help bail them out because they feel bad. I'm crying. You hurt my feelings. Shut up. God dang monkeys. Anywho. So yeah, he you know, he's banned me several times on there. It is what it is. I just keep coming back. I am a very resilient person, and I think that's why Yahuwah chose me for this work. He chose me for this work because he knew I would be bold enough to speak it, and I would not fall back when they're trying to scare me into falling back and not saying these things. I'm just going to keep doing it. There is no stopping me. I'm a warrior for the Most High. He called us to be warriors. What the hell would I bow down for? Why would I, you know what I'm saying, you know, change my message up to make these people feel better? I don't give a damn about them, because according to what is going on right now, white lives do not matter to Yahuwah. It might matter to them, but it doesn't matter to the Most High. Look at these birth rates. They don't matter to the Most High. Maybe they matter to white people, but they definitely don't matter to the all-knowing, all-powerful, and omnipresent Eloah of Yasharah, the chosen people, the Israelites. They don't matter to him. They don't. And they know it. Yeah. All right, fam. That's it. I thought somebody said they wanted to call in, but I guess not. Yeah. I guess I thought somebody wanted to call in. Somebody said play Yahusha 24. I would play Yahusha 24, but the only thing is that's like my opening song. I want to close out with this other song just because it's called Lucifer's Children. Okay. If you're on social media, just look up my name. All my music is on social media. If you just want to do a post about this or something like that, please help get this song out here. This song is catchy. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? And it exposes them. You know what I'm saying? We need to get music like this out here to our people. I use music. Music is one of the many forms I help bring the truth out. Obviously, bringing receipts. Obviously, video editing. Obviously, documentaries. Music is also another form of bringing out the truth. All right. So I'm going to close out with Lucifer's Children. Enjoy this bop to everybody who's never heard it before. And I hope to see all the new people that subscribed. I hope to see y'all in more of these shows. All right. And I'll play an ad at the end of the song so you will be able to support this channel. Shalom. Yeah. Yekcyr on the beat like that. The heathens is mad and it be like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They feel the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, expired sour cream like ooh, yeah. Telling all my people that we better stop mixing. Children of Edom think they better off lynching. Caveman colonizer raped all women. How many black children are reported as missing? Pale-skinned demons always want to play the victim. Want to claim oppression benefit from the system. Deeds of their seed is laced with their venom. Recessive genes in them, I'm not talking about denim. Yekcyr on the beat like that. The heathens is mad and the beat like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They fear the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh, yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh, yeah. Black, stumping out white. They high off the meth or they snorting out white. Damn, hasty, known to get lice. Evils entice, sold at a price, yeah. Judgment on the heathen like boom, 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 boom. Children of the devil like who? No. Yekcyr on the beat like that. The heathens is mad and the beat like that. Whites always crying cause they weak like that. They fear the black man when I speak like that. Yeah. Shaggy unseasoned like ooh, yeah. Expired sour cream like ooh, yeah.
Step. Yekcyr on the beat like, yeah. Let the beat ride like, yeah. Yekcyr on the beat like step. Yeah. Let the beat ride like.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget you can support this channel by Cash App, $Malkaya Music. Also be sure to check out the Patreon for uncensored documentaries, films, deep dives, and much more content that you won't find here on YouTube. Check out the merch store for the latest strip. And let me not forget to say, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that like button and tap in with us. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, the highest. Shalom.